Give him the boot. You've got what it takes. Sooner than later, you drop the hater. Give him the boot. You've got what it takes. All you gotta do is play. Keep to the lane. No stress. I'm worth the while. All you gotta do is play right. No stress. I'm worth the while. Changing to a passive voice. Run me down. Run me down. Run me down, down. Run me down,
Can you believe he said that? Like, how cute.
You can put me in the trash can, throw me on the sidewalk, drop me at the crossroads, sell me at the thrift shop. I don't really care where you send me, send me, send me. No, I don't really care. You can drop me in the ocean, leave me in the alley, hide me in the basement, or leave me at the lost and found. I don't really care where you lose me, lose me, lose.
Good morning. Welcome live from Camelback High School here in Phoenix, Arizona. I'm Chris Warden,
I'm Patrick Heron.
and this is the 2025 iteration of Desert Solstice presented by HOKA and Viper Running. So let's start off by talking about the fact that this is kind of a homecoming for us.
Yes.
So, Patrick, this is where I met you, not necessarily here, but at Central High School
Yeah.
back in 2018. This was really the beginning of the new era for Mountain Outpost and Viper Running as far as live streaming goes.
It was, yeah. No, I came out to crew a friend in 2018, and I remember he didn't have the day he wanted, and so I had a lot of spare time on my hands, and so yeah, I went up to the press box there and took part, and it was, yeah, very different setup to what we have here today.
Yeah, we've gotten a lot more advanced. The technology, the barriers that prevented things like this for years have come down, and we've definitely seen an investment into the live streaming. So this is actually, it's great to be out here every year. I know that it's a different audience sometimes for some of these track events because you don't have the same background visuals that you would have like at a Hard Rock or at a Western States. But Desert Solstice has its own appeals to a lot of people, and those appeals are going to be the chase of national and world records, and we'll be talking about those as the day goes on. We are at Camelback High School here in Phoenix. In previous years, as you can see right there, beautiful shot. Thank you very much. Beautiful shot of Camelback in the background. In previous years, we had been at Central High School, but due to some construction over there, we have pivoted down the street, and we're going to be here this year. I don't know what the future holds, but we are going to see, I believe it's about 15 or 16 runners this year. It's a little bit smaller of a field than normal, but I know that there are going to be some big numbers being chased down today.
Yeah, I think we're down to 14 athletes in the field, and 2 women, 12 men. But yeah, some big records being chased, which is very exciting. And I think one of the nice aspects of this short loop is you get a very intimate experience with all the athletes over 24 hours. You really get to know them.
One of the things that I've spoken with many-time Desert Solstice runner Jake Jackson about, and he has a saying, and it's, you can't hide on the track.
No.
And we've seen, I remember very vividly times where, some very high-profile runners, Courtney DeWalter that first year,
Yep.
she was in a knockdown, drag-out battle for the first 100K with Camille Herron, who set the world record that year, our very first broadcast. And at one point, Courtney basically just walked off to the side of the track on the far end and I believe that she was being met by Kevin, her partner and crew there, and that was when she decided to pull the plug. Another time, it was, I believe, 2 years ago when Zach Bitter was going for the American 100K attempt, and he was flying until he wasn't, and it literally ended at the corner of the track in a garbage can. So, you can see there's no hiding on this course. I mean, you can see basically the entirety of where these runners are going to be, and that is the start line over there, where the runners going to be starting here in just a few moments. And they've got 24 hours. There are actually 2 races going on here. The 100-miler and the 24-hour. All runners will have a 24-hour tally regardless of where they end up. And 100 miles are going to be measured as those runners hit that. And we might be looking at our first runners hitting the 100-mile mark in under 12 hours.
Yeah, I mean, I know Zach Bitter is chasing big things here today. And then, we have, I guess, a few athletes also going for shorter records, 50K, American record, with Christopher Danucci aiming for that American age group record. And then, of course, Charlie Lawrence going for the 100K world record here. Maybe we can convince him to do a few more laps after.
One of the things, Patrick, I didn't mean to interrupt you there, but whenever a runner says, I'm going to go for this and then see what happens, we never see what happens.
True.
It pretty much ends right there. So I see Jake Jackson in the chat. Jake, check your text messages. I sent you something here yesterday, I believe. So wish you were here, buddy. But I know that I had talked to a couple of people that, leading up and that had looked at the field, and they asked why there were not very many women in the field. There's only 2 actually at the start line this year. And that's because at one point we did have 13 men and 11 women
just a few
in the
weeks ago.
field. And just a complete collapse of the women's field in terms of the numbers. We still have a couple competitors that we're going to be following here. But that's what happened in that regard. It was, basically they try and maintain about a 50-50 split or as close to it as possible, but we just didn't have that opportunity this year.
It is tough being December 20th, so late in the season that, what you're planning back in January, things can change quite a bit come December. Yeah.
And also, like, there is typically a wait list that is maintained for Desert Solstice, but it's such a unique event. It's not like, I guess, it's not like you're going to drop into this the same way you would another ultra, simply because, like, this is specifically for doing things like chasing national team berths and American records, world records. Like, that's really what this race is tailor-made for. That's why it was created, actually. I remember speaking with Jamil Curry about it, very early on, and I asked him why he created this race, and it was because at the time he wanted a 24-hour qualifier that he could run. So, if you have a racing company at your disposal, so... And, I'm looking forward to it. Typically what will happen is at about the 11 or 12-hour mark, the runners start to hit the 100-mile mark, and then but we'll be hitting a lot of those splits earlier. They've all been measured out on the track. I got here a little bit later than normal because I started to head over to the original location, but before I remembered. But I know that they will be coming out, and they've got teams of volunteers to measure the numbers, but we're about 30 seconds or so. I'm not sure if that is exact. I can't see the on-track clock right now, but the 15 or so competitors is that Charlie Lawrence on the far outside end.
It's interesting just seeing his warm-up strategy from some of the 24-hour runners who warming up for 540s or 550s pace is a little different than your 24-hour pace.
And they're off. The 2025 Desert Solstice presented by HOKA is underway.
And making our way over to us.
So you can see on the course, basically they started on the far end, and that is where the timing mat is located. You can see Charlie Lawrence, the American 50-mile record holder, and going for the 100K. You can see Zach Bitter coming by. And it's not just the world records as far as the open records. There's going to be a lot of age group records being chosen or chased after. I saw Bob Hearn. Bob Hearn has had many age group American records in the 50 to 54 and 55 to 59 categories, and he just turned 60 this year.
Yeah,
so
new records to chase.
Yeah, actually, it was funny because that was one of the things, and he was on the wait list for Desert Solstice at one point, and he and I were texting, and he said, "Hey, do you think I'm going to get in?" He goes, "I just turned 60, I'm feeling fit," and he goes, "You don't get faster with age." So basically, he was, he said he wanted to get out here, and sure enough, he was able to get in.
This will be his 7th Desert Solstice, which is pretty impressive. Only topped by Zach Bitter, who this is his 8th.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to follow that. So, I mean, Bob Hearn, a fascinating guy. And when you have a race like this, Patrick, where you've got 24 hours to talk about 15 people or so, you kind of delve pretty deep into their lives. You can see that on the screen right there is the pit row area where the runners are set up with their crew. Every runner in Desert Solstice has their own dedicated crew space right on track, so they don't have to go any further than you can see right there. There are 2 lanes open on that stretch to keep them as close to exact numbers as possible. And right now, of course, it's still very early on. I know that another veteran of this race, Pete Kostelnik, is out here as well. Pete representing HOKA, and I think it's fair to just address something that he had put on his socials earlier this season, and that this is his final race as a HOKA athlete. Mm-hmm. He's had a long, illustrious career with them. Success at Badwater, success, running across the country and back again. Yes, basically,
that's one of the more.
At one point, he did hold the Desert Solstice course record here, dropping like 165 one year. So, we'll be following Pete as.
He's got big goals today.
Yeah, he does. Pete has put it out there, and he's chasing the American 24-hour, which is held by. Aravaipa's own Nick Curry.
Yeah, and Nick's actually out at the Marathon Project this morning going for sub 2:30 time there. So, yeah, Jamil was mentioning taking off and cheering on his brother for, the back half of that.
Yeah, we'll have to see if we can get Nick to come in and maybe talk about his experiences when he's done with that, because Nick has... very interesting strategies for running Desert Solstice. I remember when he did set the American record here a few years ago. One of the things I found amazing about his run was that the very first...
nice work.
Hey, Zach. One of the very first things I noticed was that his entire first 505 laps around the track, which is a pretty staggering number, were all within a 15-second band. Wow. Like, he didn't have any variance at all. Yeah. It was all between, and they weren't like what you would think to be quote fast. They were all between 2:01 and 2:15.
Yeah, that's the thing. They don't need to be fast per lap to have a impressive overall result. Yeah.
His fastest laps were actually the last ones where he had actually leveled up and was running about a 140, 135 at the end of that. It was just the mark of consistency, and that's what makes you succeed at an event like Desert Solstice.
I remember, I think it was, that first year in 2018, the battle between, I think it was Greg Armstrong and Nick Curry.
Oh, that was classic.
That was legendary.
Yeah.
And especially the sandals on Greg Armstrong's feet.
Yeah, that was actually an amazing thing to witness because, we were still learning at that point. We didn't really have an idea of what we were doing, I think. And we didn't know what was going to happen, but yeah, we were primarily focused on the Camille Herron, Courtney DeWalter duel there that Camille ended up setting the world record for. But we had some drama on the men's side of the race where Nick Curry and Greg Armstrong were basically fighting for a spot on the U.S. national team, and Greg Armstrong was running in Teva sandals, and Greg was roughly about a half mile ahead, maybe about 800 meters ahead of Nick with less than an hour to go. And Nick whittled it down to 91 meters, basically on adjacent corners of the track where the two of them absolutely collapsed at the end of the race. And Greg held off Nick by 91 meters. And the visual that I remember from that was when Greg basically collapsed into the turf on the inside of the track, was that his feet were so cut up from those sandals.
The chafing on the back of his ankle. I just remember. So you're gonna feel that in the shower tonight.
Yeah, that was pretty amazing. And we've seen some other amazing performances. We said Nick Curry. We've seen some shorter age group records taken down. I believe Christina Pham had a couple of Masters records that were set here in the 50K range. Actually in 2018, I think, as well. So. And last year was the story of that race was the women. I mean, we had, I believe, 3 women hit 150 miles in 24 hours, which had never been done outside of a world championship. And I just want to verify that. We had 4 women hit top 150, and that was Stephanie Gikel, Lauren Jones, Meg Eckert, and Marissa Lysak, running basically 155, 154, 153, and 152. And then Stella Springer running 141. And a lot of those numbers enabled runners to make their national teams. Stephanie, in this case, France. I don't know if she ran with the French team, but I know that Marissa Lysak did. I know that Lauren Jones did, and then Stella Springer ended up joining the team as an alternate day of. So, Colleen Dreyhus ran last year, ran 126. I mean, to speak to the depth of the women's field last year, Colleen Dreyhus ran 126.5 miles last year and finished 7th
that's
in a 24-hour race. Yeah, that's pretty staggering to show. I mean, with the history of this race, Camille's record at 162.91, which is a former world record, is the top. But you're talking about the number 3, 4, 5, and 6 performances at Desert Solstice history. And if you go to Ultra Running Magazine and you go to their top times page, lots of Desert Solstice numbers in the 24-hour and 100-mile numbers. So.
Yeah, I think it was over 100 plus records have been set here across, whether it's world, age, national.
That makes sense. And we'll have to, and we'll be talking about that again. Like I said, Patrick and I have a ton of time to talk about these things. I love this split shot here. You can see a beautiful shot of Phoenix in the background. Pivoting over to, that looks like it's towards the south. Yeah. That is where we are positioned, the Mountain Outpost tents. Of course, thank you again. This is our 8th broadcast of Desert Solstice presented by HOKA. You can see the 2 women in the field.
Chatting it up, having a good time in the early miles.
Colleen Dreyhus and Joyce Payne. I've seen Colleen run here before. I am not familiar with Joyce, but we have plenty of time to see what she's capable of doing. We can give a couple of quick numbers for Colleen Dreyhus. Her PR in the 24 hours, 133.89, and that was at the Raven earlier this year. Her 100-mile PR is 16:57, so just under 17 hours. Her goal today is to get as close to 150 miles as possible, and we know that we've seen it happen here, and I think that it helps to have other strong runners on the track that keep you going, because we've had times where things have gotten a little bit quiet
Yeah.
in the wee hours when runners decide to call it a day earlier, or maybe are just walking to accumulate more miles.
That window, after sort of people hit their 100-mile mark, it can be another 10 hours until the finish.
Yeah.
Until 24 hours is up. So, it can get a little bit challenging, I would say, in the early hours of the morning there.
So Joyce Payne, her PR for the 100-miler is 17:06, so less than 10 minutes shorter than Colleen Drejos's. So there could be a little bit of a competition there, even though there are only 2 women in the field. And it looks like she's hoping to place in the top 10 overall in the 24-hour. So, and she is the Kansas State record for the holder for the female 48-hour. She has the opportunity to set some more marks here today. So, thanks to HOKA for decking out the track here. You can see Charlie Lawrence going for the 100K record here.
Yeah, I'm curious what his strategy is today. He hit a pace of 5:51 per mile for his 100K world record, or not world record eligible, but trying to break the world record time back in August at the Adidas Chasing 100 event, and did get under Alexander Sorokin's time of 6:05. I think Charlie ran 6:03 and change. So I'm sure he learned a lot from that experience, and be curious, what he's taking from that to apply today.
And we'll also be talking with people throughout the day who have run Desert Solstice in the past, have put big numbers down here, and we'll talk about their experiences. You can see Mark Marsden going by there. And that was Hans van Zanten. A couple people, again, I'm not really familiar with, but, talking about Mark Marsden. He ran a 15:37 at Jackpot earlier this year, shooting for 155 miles today. Hans van Zanten out of Missouri was 5th at Badwater in 2022, and he's going for 145 plus. So that'll be interesting to watch. Charlie Lawrence, Pete Kostelnik just went by. Of course, we mentioned Pete, the former record holder here at Desert Solstice. I believe his number was about 165 and a half, or 163.68. That's Danucci there. Christopher Danucci, as we mentioned, going for the 50K American age group track record. So that would be 3:24:08.
And looks like he attempted it earlier this year at the Midnight Dreary Track Ultra in the 6-hour, and missed it by a little bit. So, I'll be excited to see him chase that today.
Colleen Drejos right there.
Just pulling up the chat here. We have Proud Dad cheering on Zach from, I'm not even sure how to pronounce that, Wauwatosa.
Wauwatosa?
Wauwatosa.
That must be like a
34
Milwaukee suburb or
degrees.
something like that. That sounds like pretty much every other Wisconsin name. I actually got my, Milwaukee County, Wisconsin. I was
Perfect,
like, that's
spot on there.
My very first full-time radio job when I was back in the business was in Beloit, Wisconsin.
Okay.
So I have a little bit of experience with the state of cheese.
Yes.
There's Pete Kostelnik, looking good out there. Pete's journey in ultra running has been pretty fascinating to watch. Of course, Pete had been the previous course record holder at Badwater, and or at one point had the coast-to-coast record across the country, and has been involved in the sport for a long time. Still fairly young. I mean, still in his 30s, but had a devastating car accident up in Leadville a couple years ago, the night before the race, where he fractured his pelvis and had to have a couple of huge screws inserted, but worked his way back. I was actually really worried whether or not his racing career was going to draw to a close, but came back, and since then he's set a PR on the 100-miler, which for a guy with that resume is
Not easy.
yeah. I mean, he's gotten his 100-miler down to about 14, like maybe 14:05, 14:03, and I'm always excited to see him out at the track. Just got married this year, so congratulations to him and Lindsay. And had, since I've known him, relocated from Ohio to Arizona, and now makes his home in Flagstaff. Yeah, so far so good. Charlie Lawrence moving very well in the early going, going for that 100-mile world record attempt. And we've gotten, and Pat, we've gotten to see so many records set here at Desert Solstice. Are there any, what are some of your memories of covering Desert Solstice? You've been here several times. And it always feels like when you're not here, I miss you being here. So.
Thank you, Chris. No, definitely the first year I think was incredibly exciting with, Camille Herron chasing the world record, and then, in the battle with Courtney for that. And then also, those 4 or so men going for, the team spots, and like we discussed, that final hour or so of the race, I just remember running around the infield of the track with a GoPro, and then all the, the flaggers with their flags sprinting after. So that I have fond memories of that year. But no, I mean, I'm definitely, the Charlie Lawrence goal is very exciting to me. I think we tend to see more of the 100-mile 24-hour record attempts here at Desert Solstice, but just the the sheer speed of the 100K world record is impressive to see. I just feel like sitting here talking like he's in front of us before we know it.
Yeah.
Oh wow, he's back.
It keeps us on our toes because we're so used to going into record mode maybe about 11, 12 hours in. If Charlie is to do this, we have to be completely aware of his splits like 2 hours in, and also, he'll be doing it in about 5.5, 6 hours.
Yeah.
So, do you remember offhand what that record is?
So 6:05 is the ratified record. 3 men ran under that 6:05 time at the Adidas Chasing 100 event back in August, but similar to sort of the breaking 2-hour attempt with Kipchoge, like it wasn't record eligible.
Yeah.
Some of the shoes that they were wearing, stack height of 50 plus millimeters. So they were really just trying to optimize performance, not necessarily, have it be a certified, attempt.
Yeah.
But one athlete broke 6 hours, which was, insane in my head. Just 5:59, and I think it was 5:59 in 20 seconds or so for 100K. I mean, 5:45 pace.
Yeah.
Wild. But Charlie ran 6:03:47 then, and I imagine he knows he's capable of that time. The conditions are pretty optimal here today. Just, 50 so degrees now. It will heat up to the mid 70s, but, by the time he's done, it might not even be that warm.
Yeah.
And I know back, in August in Italy, it was a lot warmer. They actually did the event. We'll be here all day.
Charlie Lawrence has time to just chat with us as he goes by.
Charlie just asked if we'll be here all day.
He won't be.
Yeah.
He'll be here till about 2-ish.
But yeah, I think they attempted it in the night at the Italy event back in August, and yeah, I guess with the time change, maybe that aligned well for Charlie. But also, I can imagine, it can be tough when you're switching several time zones.
Yeah.
So this, I think there's a few advantages to being here at Desert Solstice Forum.
Your shot in the upper left-hand side is basically looking north to northeast. That is Camelback High School. That would be actually Piestewa Peak in the background on that shot. So that is the Phoenix Mountain Preserve that you can see. One of our favorite playgrounds here for locals here in Arizona. And the lower shot is trackside. Basically, is that on our side or is that the far side? I think that's our side, but I don't see a camera. Oh, it's this camera right here. So you're seeing what we're seeing right there. That's Chris Danucci and Pete Kostelnik, followed by Charlie Lawrence yet again.
Trying to spot some of the shoe models.
Yeah, that actually was one of the things.
I always enjoy that.
No, I mean, like there are two shoe gurus in covering races that I defer to, and Brett Horning is one.
Yep.
He's the West Coast rep, and you, Patrick, are the East Coast rep when it comes to shoe gurus, as far as I'm concerned. So I know that that is a huge interest of yours, and you know more about these shoes than just about anybody. And there's quite a few brands out here represented today.
Yeah, Zach rolling by in his Pumas, the faster Nitros. I wonder if that's exciting to him now to be able to just, try
Be a
bunch
free
of
agent?
different shoe brands.
You know what? That is kind of interesting. You think about it. Of course, his association with Ultra for many years, and now he's able to try new things. You doing a little bit of digging on the?
This is what he's got. Yeah, the faster Nitro Elite 3s. They're a weird looking shoe.
I've seen a couple people in some Sauconys, at least a couple pair of HOKAs. Also, one of the things about covering this race and other track slash looped, I guess, non-trail races is that when you're watching these runners at such an intimate level as we are here, you notice very quickly when something is starting to go sideways for a runner. Like if you can see there a little hitch in their gait, a little bit of a shift in their cadence, like you can kind of tell that things are, perhaps, maybe teetering or something like that. That'll be something we'll follow as the day goes on. Of course, we are going to be here for the next a little over 23 and a half hours. Also, want to shout out to our broadcast colleague, Andy Jones-Wilkins, who would be here if not for feeling a little bit under the weather. So get well, buddy. He lives actually very close by. He would have probably actually run here if because he only lives about maybe a mile and a half, 2 miles away. So, but maybe we'll rope him into a call from home to talk about his experiences covering this race.
Yeah, I'm sure he has a little bit of FOMO tuning in from home.
I can see Chris Danucci, who is going for the American 50-mile or 50K age group record, already fueling.
Yeah.
That was actually something I hadn't even thought about. The fact that if you're only going to be out here for, maybe three and a half hours. I mean, we're 25 minutes in. He's already popping a gel. That's actually I don't think I've ever seen somebody go to the well that quickly. But it makes sense.
The era of high carb. You see it more and more. That's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, that's something that over the course of Mountain Outpost covering Desert Solstice and other races has obviously exploded, and it's not just the elites, it's everybody down the line. I mean, it's changed my strategies for doing ultras, that's for sure. So, Patrick, I know you've done a few 100-milers and had some success in them. Have you ever done like a flat and fast or track style race like this to this distance, or?
I have not. No, yeah, 100 miles sort of topped it for me. I've done some fixed time, 6 hour, and not the 24-hour distance or category yet. I'll say it is. Hopefully
Well, you're
in my
still quite
future,
young, so
but
you've got plenty
yeah.
of time. I mean, Zach Bitter's out here at 40, 41 years of age trying to set American records. So,
It is definitely an exciting challenge, I feel like, and when in my 100-milers, just the thought of my best performance in the 100, thinking that I still had another 11, 12 hours of running for a 24-hour, like, okay, that's a little bit.
because your PR was what, about 14?
13:50.
That's amazing.
Yeah, and
That's a qualifier for this race, Patrick. What are you doing over on this side?
and that was on trail, albeit flatter trail, but it definitely excites me, just the potential of what you can do in optimized conditions like this. But there is a huge mental component here. I think, I for sure, I think prefer the point-to-point or large loop, 100-mile races than this, quarter-mile lap. And although thankfully the scenery here is quite nice. So they do have that going for it. The mountain views, yeah.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious. Of course, we'd previously been at Central High School just off 7th Street in Phoenix, Arizona. Now, this year we're actually at Camelback High School, which is off of, is that 26th Street, between 26th and 28th Street here. And it's in a more residential area. I was thinking to myself, are some of the houses adjacent to the high school going to be wondering what's going on? Because they've never had this happen before. I was thinking
that this morning. I got out for a few miles at like 5 a.m. and the lights are already bright, and I'm just thinking, these people might be wondering why there's all this commotion.
Might have to, like, if they're facing the track, they might have to close the shades to get some sleep this evening, because the lights will be on and bright.
It'll probably be extra confusing, come this evening when they say, hey, they're still out there.
Yeah, and into the morning when they wake up for their coffee and they see people over here still. But that actually could end up causing us to get some looky-loo traffic as well. So I know that we've occasionally had people swing by Desert Solstice who didn't quite know what was going on, but they saw, a bunch of adults on a track, which is a little bit unusual. So,
and for anyone listening who is local, feel free to swing by. We'll be here till 8 a.m. tomorrow.
One of the things I've always said is that, when you're watching Desert Solstice, if you're watching from Los Angeles, you could literally come here and catch the, more than the second half of the race. If you're within a 6-hour drive, you've got no excuse not to be here. But again, we know it's a very focused discipline that is, that doesn't have, some of the nuance that trail perhaps has. But, I think we're both fans of it for completely different reasons than that. So.
Yeah, and I think the statisticians out there can get a lot of, out of just the following the live splits and tracking that. I think diving into the details there, it's fun to see sort of just the consistency of some of the runners lap after lap after lap.
Yeah, we'll be talking about all of the various records that runners are going to be chasing here today. Shout out Mike in the chat mentioning that Cave Creek Thriller is going on here as well. And so Aravaipa has 2 races in Phoenix going on today, Desert Solstice and Cave Creek Thriller. Desert Solstice actually was moved location-wise, and Cave Creek Thriller was changed day-wise, because Cave Creek Thriller was originally to take place back in October, but due to flooding out on the course, they had to pivot and postpone the race. So they postponed it to this weekend. It's a beautiful day here in Phoenix, and no worries about flooding out in the north reaches of the valley today. So good luck to all those runners out there. I know that several people are going to be out there and then coming here to volunteer later on. So we've got a great
Double
community
duty.
for that. Yep.
Yeah, and I know some of the runners will be potentially joining us in the studio from there later this afternoon after their races.
And you also alluded to something. We mentioned the current American men's record holder Nick Curry, of course, is local to Phoenix. What is he doing today, you said?
The Marathon Project,
Yeah.
Sort of a event similar to this, tailored to, chasing those, they have different classes, so they have, an elite sort of specific, but I think Jamil was saying maybe around 500 athletes in the field this morning, chasing personal PRs and, a short looped course, really optimizing conditions for athletes, optimizing the number of, aid stations available, and kind of giving like your, sort of amateur athletes an elite experience with, just the crew and bottling and all of that. So, it's actually where I think where the HOKA Carbon X 100K.
Oh, out at
event-
Rawhide?
Yeah, I think
Okay.
it's over there.
That was an event that I remember pretty vividly watching. I think that the thing that I remember the most about that Carbon X event was Jim Walmsley running and actually, I don't know what it was, but he wasn't paying attention or he's too focused on what he was doing, but he ran too close to a gate
Oh yes.
and cut his arm in the middle of the race and just like didn't skip a beat, but like eventually this little trickle of blood
Yeah.
started like coming down his arm. And
Who knew ultra running was a contact sport?
right. Yeah, that was a pretty great event to follow because some amazing numbers were set out there at the Carbon X.
Yeah, so I have the Marathon Project pulled up here. They're calling it the deepest, fastest amateur marathon in America, starting this morning at 7:15 a.m. And then tomorrow is the professional race. They have pace groups in 10-minute increments from 2:20 and above. So
Where do you find a 2:20 pacer for a marathon?
I know.
Here, you're basically just at just below an OTQ. Can you? I mean, I would assume in that case you probably have to tag it off, unless you've got some like guys who are Olympian
Yeah.
podium finishers, doing that kind
Yeah,
of
that's
pacing.
not an easy pacing rig, that's for sure.
Yeah, that sounds like definitely a tag team kind of pacing situation.
Wow, and then the professional athlete race, pace groups, including groups specifically dedicated to 216 and 237.
Yeah, that has to be a team effort. Because even if you're that capable, unless you're, of a certain caliber, to pace a race like that solo.
Yeah, maybe they got CJ Albertson out there, after probably his 10th marathon of the year. But they've got some good prize money out there. $10,000 for first place. Not too shabby.
Yeah, that's fantastic. If you're interested in seeing exactly where the runners are at here, you can see that the Desert Solstice runner tracking has been pinned to the top of the chat. Charlie Lawrence, who is shooting for the the world 100K record at the 33-minute mark, 5.5 miles in. So,
Just
Charlie
about 10K.
doing what he needs to in order to get that done. So running exactly on 124 pace for the last several laps.
A little quick, 5:31 pace average, and I think 5:51 is the world record currently.
Mm-hmm.
So he's either got lofty goals to break it by several minutes, or he's maybe banking some time in the early miles.
I mean, do you think that he is eyeing 6 hours as a target here?
I imagine. I think
It's a nice
even
round
that,
number.
It's got to be. I think he's got his eyes on sub 6 hours. But even, just knowing from chasing marathon PRs, like knocking 3.5 minutes off at that pace is, 3.5 minutes. It maybe sounds like not a lot, but it's a lot when you're running.
When you're at that
sub 6
level,
minute
it's like
pace.
it was like trying to drop an extra 90 seconds off the marathon.
Yeah.
Like that's really what it's like that when you're at that level. I mean, maybe somebody like me might, dropping, 5 minutes off my 50K PR is doable if I focus on it for a few weeks, but when it comes to like, this kind of level, it's like a once in a lifetime shot in some cases. There's a question for you from Jake Jackson in the chat. What's the carbon shoe count looking like at the start? You're so much better at this than I am.
I'll just start tallying. There's an interesting mix for sure. Yeah, I know Chris Danucci was rocking the Alpha Flies. We have Charlie Lawrence with some Adidas carbon shoes on. We have the Puma Faster Nitro 3s. But there are some non-carbon plates in the mix.
Yeah, I know I've talked with some people who, know that the carbon does make a difference in terms of the speed, but, when you're talking about being out here for, 12, 18, 24 hours, comfort does, hold some sort of, some sway, so. Looks like Jordan Camacho is wearing some Ultras.
Ultra Torrens, maybe.
That looks like, I didn't catch who that was, but some New Balance Fuel Cell, maybe?
Yep, yeah. I think the Rebels, New Balance
Yeah,
Rebels.
oh my God, that's my road shoe. The Fuel Cell Rebel is...
Nice and soft and squishy.
And light, and so light. Yeah, when you're a Clydesdale runner like myself, it's comfort above all. Speed is nice, but at the same time, you're really looking for something that can take a pounding. So,
All right, confirmed in the chat from our own team at Mountain Outpost.
Thank you.
Charlie Lawrence, he's absolutely gone on record saying he wants to break 6, so love to hear it.
and I'm sure that Alexander Sorokin will be tuning in at some point to follow the journey. We actually got to interview him a couple years ago, and we had him on. It was actually pretty great. I had reached out to him to ask if he'd be interested in coming on, and he said, "Yeah, when is it?" And I said, "Saturday." And he was like, "Oh, I can't. I'm busy Saturday." He's like, he goes, "I could do it Sunday." And I thought, well, wait a minute. How far ahead are you?
Yeah.
So he said, what time is it? I said, what time is it there? And like, oh, they're 9 hours ahead of us. So, he basically was able to sit down and have a chat with us for a little bit at noon. It was 3 a.m. our time. So, that was, a reminder that for people who follow this segment of ultra running, they're all over the world. I know we'll have people, tuning in because there are some numbers here that could potentially affect how other people approach things. Most notably Sorokin, if that 100K mark is approached and
I would love
surpassed.
to see him come join us here one year.
I have been lobbying for that. I mean, if you look around, on social medias, I have hashtagged Sorokin to Solstice, a few times.
Sorokin to Solstice. The campaign begins.
Yes. It's more resurrected than
Yes,
anything
yeah.
else every year, and I would love to see, obviously Worlds is a huge deal every other year, but like for instance, in an off year, like to see not only Sorokin, but like maybe, with what we saw last year as an example, where you had 4 women just pushing each other, and Don Reichelt as well, basically right there in the mix. You had 5 runners hitting 150 plus, and all basically, probably it's probably a lot easier to get that kind of number when you've got somebody else pushing you, or you see somebody else moving like that. And I would love to see that kind of field set up here, where maybe not just Sorokin, but like maybe have another 3 or 4 people who are capable of putting up 170 plus miles 24 hours. There's not many people in the world that can do that.
No.
But like why not try and set it up so all of them are in one place? I mean,
It boggles me the fact that the American record 173 miles and the world record 198 miles.
it's so far off. I mean, that's another marathon.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, Nick Curry runs 173 and sets the American record here at Desert Solstice a few years ago. That's great. Now see if you can squeeze another marathon in there in order to get to the world record. That's staggering.
Yeah.
I'll adjust it.
And I can see that this is an all hands on deck event for Aravaipa. I mean, despite the fact that we've got Cape Creek Thriller across town, I see we've got Zach Marion here, we've got Operations Director Noah Doherty. I've seen Jubilee Page, the Haviland 100 and Black Canyon race director, Jamil Curry out here himself. So. The
Who's who?
yeah, trying to make sure that Desert Solstice has, and that's because there's so much at stake for these runners. They want to make sure that everything is, all I's are dotted, all T's are crossed, so that all of these runners, these marks can be documented correctly, and it's important to make sure that everything is perfect.
Yeah.
And also, like for instance, Jubilee is here to do photography and document these events in her brand new Aravaipa staff hat that she got the other day.
Styling. I am sad to not see Fox here, though. I did get to meet Fox yesterday, Jubilee's dog.
I love
And
Fox.
Fox is so cute. Yeah, I was hanging out in the HQ yesterday afternoon and spending some quality time with Fox.
We had our group run holiday party this Wednesday at a local establishment. Shout out to Rift, and they technically don't allow dogs in there. But I asked the bartender, I said, "Is this gonna be a problem if we have that dog here?" And she's like, "What dog?" And you could
no
tell she was just
problem that
so
I see.
smitten, with how cute Fox is. So, if we do have, if we do get eyes on Fox later, we will definitely share that because we know that through extensive experience on Mountain Outpost, that the doggo cam is always a big deal. So, literally, we could put Fox in the shot in the background here, laying in the sun, and people would love it.
Sunbeam. Someone asked in the chat, and Jake was, right, quick to respond. But are there any conventions, courtesies for lane 1? Do slower runners move aside when being passed? And as Jake responded, runners, must pass in lane 2. But yeah, what have you seen over the years in terms of that?
Actually, I've already seen it this morning in a couple cases when, Charlie or Zach has come by. Actually, Charlie, Chris, and Zach, they're actually running in a pack, the 3 of them across the, from where we're at now. But then
awesome.
Charlie kind of accelerating a little bit, but...
Well, got the white top and black bottom.
Yeah. But Charlie going for the 100K record, Zach the 100-mile American record, and Chris Danucci the 50K age group record. It seems as though with a race like this where everybody, to qualify for Desert Solstice, you have to be a high-level runner. I mean, the qualification standards for this race are, for most people, pretty astronomical. So what I've noticed is that even though the rules state that your pass has to be on the outside, I think a lot of runners just kind of meander to the outside themselves when they know they're being passed by somebody else. And that's entirely, that's not against the rules. You're able to run your race in this format. So if you're running your race and your race just happens to slide you over to lane 2, that's not against the rules. So but
maybe your hips start getting tight and you need a little less sharp of turns.
Yeah. Well, what's funny is that, over the course of there will be attrition at this race. There always is. And I've seen some times where, I remember in Desert Solstice 2023, Scott, by the time it was maybe about 2 or 3 in the morning, we had one person running.
Mm-hmm.
one person walking, and a few other people who had like kind of taken a break that had extended into sunrise. And I've also seen, I mean, I remember one of the more moving visuals was when Marissa Lysak, as Nick Curry is hitting the American record, Marissa Lysak is crawling across the timing mat to get that one last registered lap. And I was, and the thing is she had already like locked in the win, the national team qualifier spot, but like these folks are built different.
Yeah, trying to get every last step out of themselves. And they do, is it every 6 hours, the change in
Yes, that is correct.
distance on the track?
Yeah, and that's to help preserve their hips and everything like that. And that's one of the things, like, for you don't do at Worlds or anything like that. There's too many runners to do that kind of thing. But also, when you look at the course that Sorokin set, the world record, 198 plus miles on, there's like 90-degree and hairpin turns on that. I would love to see what somebody like that could do on a track.
Well, and it was an open field. It wasn't sort of this sort of qualifying only event, and so the amount of runners that he was also having to pass too over 24 hours, I'm sure his watch data probably has a few extra I mean, not miles, but at least a little bit of extra change at the end of that 198.
And I would really love to see what what some of those runners who have put up big numbers at Worlds, because that course is always a little bit funky no matter where it takes place. There's always at least like one 90-degree turn and maybe some like quote non-efficient turn, whereas on the track it's completely optimized, I think, in terms of being able to make sure you're not adding any extra steps or any extra miles.
I do appreciate Thomas Bayer's Canadian kit. He's got the Team Canada singlet, hat, and then some red calf sleeves, and he's going for several Canadian age group records in the men's 55 age group. So it looks like the 50-mile Canadian age group record in that age group is 6:46, 100 miles 16:07, and all the way up to 24 hours, 222 kilometers, which, this will be exciting to see him chase some of those Canadian records.
Absolutely. I just saw Jordan Camastro go by. Jordan is a veteran of this race, having run it multiple times as well. I believe that his best placing was third in the 24-hour a few years ago. I think he placed third with a number around 140, but I don't want to verify that. Jordan Camastro, if you follow him on Strava, I highly suggest it, because his numbers on his training runs are just comically large. Like, it is not, he's out of Tucson, Arizona. It is not uncommon for him to like go and have a month where he's doing 3 solo runs of 100K or longer, just out on his own.
Wow.
Like, he puts down massive numbers, and his leg turnover is insane because he's not very tall. Like watching him on a track, the first time I ever saw him was at the Hotfoot Hamster back in 2017, and his leg turnover is just insane because he is shorter than most of the other runners. So, but Jordan is somebody that has had success here and will. No, Jordan Camastro. But it'll be fun to see and follow his journey as well. That is the pit row right there, where each runner has their own dedicated setup, and everybody typically has at least 1 or 2 crew people, especially if they're going for big numbers. They'll have somebody dedicated to them. I think I saw Nicole Bitter out there on the other side, perhaps taking care of Zach. And there's also like a usual local cast of characters involved with this. Like I tend to see some of the same local and regional crew people out here every year. Like for instance, I know that Pete Kostelnik is being crewed by Jimmy Strayhorn. And Jimmy Strayhorn has run Desert Solstice multiple times as well. Jimmy actually used to live in Camp Verde, just north of Phoenix, about an hour and a half, but moved to Oklahoma. And I had texted with him a little bit ago, a couple weeks ago, talk about the fact that I was looking forward to seeing him out here. And it's one of the people I'd love to have in the studio in a little bit to talk about his experience. Of course, first and foremost, he's got to make sure Pete is on the ball. But I'm sure that Pete's wife, Lindsay, is probably doing the same as well. And Pete has big stated goals for today. He wants to... I think he wants to throw 175. Like he's chasing that American record. If Pete has a day, I mean, and he's put 163 down here before too.
Yep.
So
this will be this is his 6th Desert Solstice.
Mm-hmm. And again, like it's hard to think about the fact that Pete has been involved in the sport for so long. I mean, his numbers, go back, so many years. I mean, if you go to his ultra sign up, like, he has numbers back to 2011, 2012, and winning ultras back then. As we mentioned, multiple Badwater wins, former course record holder. He's still only 38 years old. Like in this discipline, he's got a lot of time left to put down some big numbers still. He's also dabbled in some pretty intense trail running. He's done Cocodona. He did Mogollon Monster. I know that he wants to take a shot at Leadville, but yeah, his bread and butter has largely been. Actually, he did Leadville a few years ago as well, but his bread and butter really is the flat and fast track stuff. So.
Charlie Lawrence speeding up a couple seconds. Looked slightly faster to me that lap. 82 seconds for the 400.
I'm not sure what somebody's asking about Charlie's fueling strategy in the chat. I'm not quite sure. This is actually the first time I've seen Charlie race in person. He most of his racing has been in the Midwest, so I haven't gotten a chance to see him. Like I know that he's run at Tunnel Hill, and that's where he really kind of exploded onto the scene. That 50 miler at Tunnel Hill a couple of years ago was pretty ridiculous. Like I think if I remember correctly, sometimes there's events where like it's not just who wins it and what they run there, but yeah, that Tunnel Hill 2023. Say you're Raj Panu and you run a 5:02 and you finish second by 14 minutes. It's like I remember I think it might have been that same Tunnel Hill in the 100 miler. Yeah, it was. So Phil Young out of Davenport, Iowa, shout out Phil. I've gotten to become friends with him over the years. But he ran a 12:27 at Tunnel Hill and finished second by over an hour. Like some of those Midwestern flat course races, because Elov Olsen ran an 11:26. And I had actually posted onto to Twitter, I said, can you imagine running a 12:27 and finishing second by an hour? And I didn't know that Phil followed me. And he responded, yes.
Yeah. It's like, well familiar.
And it was funny because I had not met Phil at the time, and I was all apologetic. And then he actually, shout out to him and his crew at Fleet Feet Davenport, Iowa, for their support of the Hennepin 100, which I've run multiple times. And I went up to him in person, like, dude, I am so sorry. And he's like, no. He goes, I thought it would be pretty funny to respond. And I'm like, yeah. I said it was pretty good. But yeah, I mean, when you reach like certain levels in the flat and fast, as I like to call it, discipline in ultra running, the numbers get crazy. And yeah, I mean, you can run a 5-hour 50 miler and not win, or you can run a 12.5-hour 100 miler and not win. Like, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, exciting to have the competition at that level, because often it is so much a time trial.
Okay. For those that are looking to see what the splits are available on the timing link at the top of the chat. You can drill down into each runner's tag on the Aravaipa or live.araviparunning.com website, and you can check to see what each runner's splits are on the laps. So, and it's got actually half lap splits as well. I think that might actually be a new feature here at Desert Solstice. But we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. You are watching Desert Solstice 2025, presented by HOKA. I think we should have like some evergreen ads for Aravaipa races just to beef up the, like, you know, we don't need to make new ones every time, but like every couple of years refresh them or something.
That would
like
be cool.
And it looks really professional. Northeast of town, this is what's known as the Biltmore area. It is a pretty high rent district, just south of Camelback Road, just to the west of Camelback Mountain. I used to work in one of the big glass buildings in the background.
Okay.
In accounting for a large company. It was not my cup of tea.
You don't miss those days.
No. Well, actually, there were some things about it I did miss. Like there were, you know, pretty good catered lunches that I do miss. And you know, I mean, it's a very vibrant area. Like the restaurants in this area and the places to shop are great. You know, but I do like having a little bit of a more low key 9-to-5 life now. So.
I mean, the aid station buffets got to rival what they had.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, shout out to Hannah, Patty, Jen, and everybody at Aravaipa Running who works to make sure that the aid stations at the events here are top notch. One of the things I always find interesting at Desert Solstice is that, you know, despite the fact there are just, you know, a handful of runners here, the aid station is done up just as much as every other event, but there's a lot less traffic taking advantage of it because of the fact that each runner has their own dedicated aid station every quarter mile. You know, you're passing your crew and your aid, you know, every 2 or 3 minutes.
Approaching this fairly self-sufficient in terms of what they bring.
Yeah. And that's because they're all dialed in so much. Like, you know, they know exactly what their nutrition plan is going to be. Like, there are very few people, I think, that show up to Desert Solstice with the idea of winging it. You know, I mean, it's not that kind of race. One guy I actually was curious about, you know, what his approach was going to be was Jeff Browning when he ran it a few years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Simply because he had never done anything like this before. And he came away, which is funny. You talk about a guy who's won Hard Rock. He's finished top 10 at Western States multiple times, and you know has run like every, you know, big burly 100-miler there is to run in the United States. He came here and he said that was hard.
Yeah.
He said it was a completely different sport in a lot of ways. That is a shot of Camelback High School Stadium. Those glass buildings and the background are actually on Camelback Road. That's looking to the north. You can see the Optima building, that red building with, or it's a reddish trim on the building on the left, and that white building between the glass buildings and that is a very, very expensive condo building. I believe that even to get in the door there, you're talking $2 to $3 million minimum. It's a very nice opulent place. But 24th and Camelback is basically the center of the real estate accounting operations here in the valley.
Okay. Well, we just hit 1 hour into today's and tomorrow's 24-hour desert solstice, and so checking in on some of our top runners, we have Charlie Lawrence with 42 laps in 10.4 miles, Christopher Danucci, who, as we shared, chasing the 50K age group national record, 36 laps and 8.9 miles, and Zach Bitter with 36 laps and 8.9 miles, so they are on the same lap. And then on the women's side, we have Joyce Payne, 27 laps in and 6.7 miles, and Colleen Dreyhouse, 26 laps, so just one behind with 6.5 miles. And Charlie is definitely still on pace for his sub 6 hour 100K world record attempt. We're looking at probably multiplying that by 10. He's low 550s, mid 550s pace currently for.
Danucci is also on pace as well. Kind of eyeballed that. It looks like he's about 9 miles in, so it'll be kind of close there, but I believe that if 324 is the mark he's chasing, might be tight, but he's got a shot there. Also, we don't know if in some of these cases that some of these runners are kind of banking on negative splitting here too.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is the kind of race where like I remember when Nick Curry set the American record, he did negative split the day out here, which is pretty amazing to negative split a 24-hour race at that
He is
level.
the master of the negative splits.
I mean, the guy negative split Hard Rock one year, so
I've enjoyed some of his blog posts about just the breaking down the advantages of negative splitting.
yeah. There's Zach Bitter going by. I noticed that Zach Bitter has already begun the cooling process. He was showering himself with water the last time he came by us. So the runner's trying to get ahead of it early here, and it's not warm yet. It's not cold anymore. It's not cool. It's still fairly cool, but currently getting a reading of 57 degrees locally here. And in the case of this setup, I mean, they're in the sun all day long. So, it is important to get ahead of things when you're doing, your evaporative cooling.
I'd say that, the majority of people are wearing hats. Charlie Lawrence an exception to that, but pretty much everyone else out there has got a cap on. Some rocking it backwards, but...
I have to say that I think that Mark Marsden might be the only person not wearing sunglasses out here. I think he is, and that's kind of a bold choice out here because it's really bright today. You can see that is our timing tent. And there's our drone overhead on the other shot. Coming in for a landing, I think. There we go. There's Bob Hearn. We mentioned Bob Hearn going for whatever. I think this is kind of what I would call a scoop race for Bob, where basically he's just going and doing what he knows he can do. And Bob just turned 60 this year, so he's going to grab as many American records as he can in one shot. So we'll see what that'll entail. Saw actually another runner, Isaiah Jansen, somebody I'm not familiar with, but give you a little bit of background to him. His 24-hour PR 154.5, shooting for 160 miles, which would set him up for the U.S. 24-hour national team in all likelihood. And we'll talk about that as the day goes on as well, because a lot of runners here are going to be shooting for the 24-hour national team, in some cases returning to the 24-hour national team. And we will be joined with some guests as well. I know some of those guests have experience on the national team.
And I think this is the case, Chris, but for USATF record, eligible attempts, headphones are not allowed, right? I know some athletes are wearing headphones out there, but I think...
I'm not sure, actually. I don't know if that is... I mean, I think that's... I know that was always my understanding, so you might be right.
Yeah, the people who are chasing American records do not look to be wearing headphones.
I'll be honest, I don't know how I couldn't handle that. I need something to keep my mind off how much pain I'm in. That is a shot from the aid station cam. I don't know if that... Okay, so that's... shout out to Greggy. Greggy was part of our Cocodona commentary team this year. This is George Camastro, Zach Bitter.
Christopher Nucci rolling by us, popping a precision gel. John Aldrich in the chat shared some miles with Bob at Javelina. Great dude. Bob is definitely a standout at Javelina with some of his attire.
Yeah.
Or lack thereof.
Yeah, Bob, I mean, we could actually fill 24 hours talking about the uniqueness of Bob Hearn. That is for sure. Bob Hearn has won the, quote, best ass contest at Javelina multiple times. I believe he's a 3-time champion.
Yep.
He won it this year with his costume of an astronaut, and you can spell that however you see fit. Bob has been known for bringing a banana hammock out there to Javelina and run a couple laps out there in the desert, which is a pretty interesting choice. Bob is also like one of the smartest human beings you'll ever meet. He was one of the early day employees for a company called Apple. Perhaps you've heard of it.
Unfamiliar.
He's also he was at one point, I believe, a Rubik's Cube world champion.
Wow.
And he spends his time creating math puzzles that are just so far beyond my comprehension. I mean, and that's what happens when you're an MIT level mind, Totally a great guy though. When he's not running Solstice, which is rare because he loves coming out here, he has joined us for some commentary, and he's definitely always adds a lot. He also is a coach for the U.S. 24-hour national team, along with Pam Smith, another legend in the ultra running space. So we'll be following Bob as he is on a journey to try and set as many American records as he can today.
Love that. Yeah, and I have a friend, one of our timers of events back in the Northeast, Norm, who he competes in the Excel World Championships. And I just love that there's an Excel World Championship.
Yeah. No, Bob is truly one of a kind. And and a guy who is just I know that he likes to run Spartathlon as often as possible over in Greece, and I believe he is also a regular at the Burning Man 50K, which allows him to wear whatever gear he chooses to or not to wear. So coming up on your screen on the left-hand side, that is Isaiah Jansen out of Colorado. We mentioned a PR of 154.5. That's pretty stout. 14:44 PR in the 100 mile, and also has has climbed Mount Everest. So the vert doesn't scare him. Don't have any here.
In fact, 0. Yeah, I love on the Desert Solstice race page, you have the Strava file for in case anyone needs to download the course map.
I mean, I do know a few runners who might need that. They need to turn on Strava Beacon just in case, but I don't think anybody here would have to worry about that. So, Camelback High School, long associated with Aravaipa running. We used to have Camelback track workouts here back in the, I would say, 2016 to 2019 range. Every Tuesday night we'd come out here and we'd do pre-miles around the track, and then we would have our track workouts hosted by a friend of the community, Larry Klein. And we don't do that anymore, but it was a great era in our local running community to have that kind of thing available. Anywhere from 15 to 60 people would show up, given like what season it was and everything and what they were training for. And it was a great opportunity to do a track workout. I know that every so often when you host a group run page on social media, there's always the questions, is there a track open to do track workouts? Now, personally, I don't see the need for it. I can walk on a flat surface and I can measure out a quarter mile, draw a line in the dirt, and then like go back the other direction. But for some people who want the certainty of exact footage, on the track, I get it. But yeah, this was a track that was utilized by many runners, including Nick Curry, who would occasionally come to the workouts back in the day. So, Desert Solstice. Pivoting over to Camelback High School due to some construction at Central, but we are grateful to have a place to have this event. So,
and what's the group run schedule look like now for Aravaipa?
So we actually locally have group runs on Mondays and Wednesdays. Our Monday night runs are at South Mountain at the Pima Canyon Trailhead, and then Wednesdays we rotate around the valley, and we'll get anywhere from, in a low week, maybe 25 or 30, in a big week 70 to 100 depending. So
you just had the big holiday run.
We just had our big holiday party. I think we had about 110 people show up for that.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I mean, we're very lucky to have the running community we do here. This is the first year I can think of in a while where we didn't have any locals, like true like Phoenix locals in Desert Solstice, as a matter of fact. We had Jordan Camastro from Tucson, and we have Pete Kostelnik from Flagstaff, but yeah, I don't think that we have. Yeah, this is the first year in some time, I think, that we don't have a Phoenix local. It's got to be nice to get out of bed and do an ultra without having to do a long trip or stay at a hotel room.
Yeah.
Have you ever done that where you've run a 100-miler like basically out the door in a 10-minute drive? Or?
No, mine have been, I guess, within an hour, some of the ones
That's
I've
not bad.
done, so that was nice.
Well, plus you run them fast, so like,
Yeah, you can maybe get home the same night.
Yeah, exactly. I was going to say, like, if the race starts at 7 a.m., yeah, you're probably in most cases, are going to be getting home about midnight or so.
My friend Josh back in Massachusetts, he just outside of his house in Arlington, there's like a highway mile marker sign that says 100.0, and he saw it on all his daily runs, and it eventually gave him the idea, that should be the finish line of a 100-mile race from my house. So indeed, he ran I think he called it the L'Chaim 100, and finished at that sign.
Nice.
But I just love the creativity there.
Charlie Lawrence has hit the half marathon mark at a 13.2 miles in 1:13:35. That's a pretty good half marathon for most people. Chris Danucci at 10.9 miles in 1:12:38. Zach Bitter, same distance in 1:12:53. Peter Chadovich, somebody who we haven't talked about yet, in fourth. at 9.7 miles in 1:13:36. Hans van Zanten, 36 laps, 8.9 miles in 1:12:36. They're rounding out the top 5. Behind them, Thomas Bayer, Mark Marzin, Isaiah Jansen, Pete Kostelnik, Jeffrey Toffrain, Bob Hearn, and Jordan Camastro. Looks like Jordan might be struggling a little bit here as far as his mileage total. This can't be right because he's been moving, but it's showing that he's only at this has to be incorrect because we'll have to get on that because it's showing Jordan doing a 16:10 pace, which he obviously is like probably half that, to be honest. Like probably doing about a 8.5, 9 minute mile pace. So we'll figure that out. In the women's race, as we mentioned, unfortunately, we only have 2 competitors due to several dropouts, withdrawals rather, at the late stages. Joyce Payne, your leader, at 8.2 miles in 1:12:39. Colleen Drehos, 1 lap back at 8 miles in 1:12:50. Swinging the drone around, following the runners as they go by us. Looks like we've got eyes on, that's Charlie right there, Charlie Lawrence, in the center of your screen. Charlie is going for the world record in the 100K, as we mentioned, and shooting for 6 hours in that regard.
I was just reading a little piece from a recent video that he put out on YouTube and talking about his training for this record, and it was interesting to hear him talk about, which is a term that I would feel like it doesn't go around often, but leg spring stiffness, LSS. But he said a big part of his training is that leg spring stiffness. He says how durable I am, how basically poppy my legs can stay throughout the course of a workout. But he certainly does have a lot of pop in his legs, that's for sure.
Yeah. I mean, the thing about a record pursuit such as this is that, he's going to have to keep that spring going for 6 hours, basically. And so far, so good. And actually, he just passed Zach Bitter, who is going for another sub 12-hour 100 miler, which would, it's kind of cool. Like maybe some people might become jaded, but there's not many people who have run under 12-hour 100 milers, particularly Americans. And you're talking Zach Bitter, Raj Panu, and I can look it up, but there's not many people who have done it. And to witness it, it's just happened so infrequently that, I feel like, I don't know if we might take it for granted, but, it truly is a pretty amazing thing to witness. So, Raj Panu ran in 11:52 earlier this year. Zach Bitter ran in 11:51 last year. Prior to that, it had been several years that somebody had run Taggart Van Etten. No, not Taggart Van Etten. Zach Bitter ran a 2019. That was the American standard that he set 11:19:18 at 6 days in the Dome. And at the time, that was still the world record, right? The 11:19?
Yeah.
Yeah. Of course, that has since been shattered, like with Sorokin running sub 11 hours, which is, again, a hard thing to comprehend. So, yeah, there have only been 2 Americans who have broken 12 hours, and you can count it on one hand the number of times it's happened. So, whether Zach hits his personal best or not remains to be seen. But, say he comes in 10 minutes short of that, that's still going to be the second best performance by an American in history. And one of the best performances of all time in the world. Because Sorokin, I believe, is still the only person to run sub 11 at this point.
Yep, that's correct.
Yeah, Charlie is absolutely flying at this point. Keeping a 5:38 pace so far.
Yeah, even just looking at the 100K all-time list for American, Jim Walmsley with 6:09, and then a full, 18 minutes back of that, Max King with a 6:27. Only three men ever under 6.5 hours.
Yeah, and part of it is, I think, the lack of specific aiming for some of these results. But I think that it's one of those things where you do have actually several guys who can take shots at these records right now. I mean, you look at you've got Zach Bitter here, you've got Charlie Lawrence here, you've got Raj Panu who could very well take a shot at 100 miler or 100K record. Like some of these runners, that are out there. I mean, who's to say that somebody like David Roche doesn't take a swing at it?
Yeah.
Jim
or
Walmsley.
Even, Christian Allen, who just ran 2:09.
Yes,
at
yeah.
CAM. I mean, he has experience with 50Ks and, running for 5+ hours. So just the fact of a 2:09 marathon and, for sure the 50K world record is in his, in his grasp, but like a 50-mile time from Christian Allen with a 2:09 marathon, I would love to see that.
And also on the women's side, I mean, we've started to see, look what Courtney Olson did, a few weeks ago at Tunnel Hill. That was, pretty amazing to. Oh, actually, Tunnel Hill had all basically up and down.
Flower.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that was,
Well, and I think actually for the fastest time for 2025 in 100K is Courtney Olson tops the list overall for men and women with her 6:59.55 performance there. Ultra Running Magazine, for those who don't know, has a great both all-time list and top performances of the year.
Yeah, Tunnel Hill had the 50-miler, 100K, and 100-miler records, I believe, all set this year. An amazing event. Catriona Jennings running a 12:37.04 100-miler. That's pretty amazing. I mean, that's where we're at in the sport. I think that maybe we are at the point where some of these flatter, faster numbers are going to be under assault. I mean, I know that there are hallowed numbers at events such as Western States, Hard Rock, Javelina, Broken Arrow, like some of these more mountainous and trail races, but we're getting to the point now where the influx of athletes into the sport means that some of these records are starting to come down quicker and quicker.
I was just looking up Charlie Lawrence's marathon PR, which is 2:16.10.
It's pretty solid.
So very, solid. But I think is the new OTQ 2:16. I think.
It is. Yep.
Yeah. So
Went from 2:18 to 2:16, right?
No, not fair.
Yeah, I had a friend who was chasing the 2:18 and got down to within about 4 minutes of it, and then they adjusted it to 2:16, and I think he was pretty heartbroken.
Yeah. We have Aid Station Fireball joining us in the chat.
Talk about a guy who knows his trail or his trail and ultra running numbers. Shout out to Aid Station Fireball. Always a pleasure to be at events with him. I mean, when he is able to get work release and come out to hang out with us in the States, he is always like feeding us so much intel and so many numbers behind the scenes. It's always great to have him on location. So shout out to Aid Station Fireball, one of my favorite people in this sport.
Just saw Charlie break out the ice bandana of sorts, or some cooling method around his neck. So seems like he's starting to feel the heat, or at least being proactive.
Yeah, one of the cool things about the race this year is that if everything holds serve, now, as we mentioned, there's going to be some level of attrition that we can't anticipate, or can't, like, as far as who it is, but it's going to happen. But we have somebody going for a 50K, a fast 50K record. We have somebody going for the 100K world record. We have somebody going for the 100-mile American record. We have several people that are going to fire off and shoot for 160, 170 miles in 24 hours. If things hold serve, we could still have a great day here. And I see Bob Hearn now. He is walking, or he walked basically part of a lap there. That's by design. Like, if you've ever seen like Bob Hearn, like a chart of him running, it is like shark teeth. Like, it is the most perfect shark teeth that you'll ever see, because he is so strategic about the way he runs. Like, he walks X amount, and he's so meticulous. It just appeals to his mind so much, you know.
Yeah, you could probably ask him what he's going to be doing on lap 325, and he'd know.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If things go as hoped, as anticipated, that's just how he operates. I mean, Bob is a legend in the sport. Set the Vol State 500 record by like a day and a half or something like that when he ran it a few years ago. One of the most amazing performances, basically running across Tennessee in like 2.5 days. Like, pretty amazing to witness.
Crude or screwed, right?
Yeah.
Those are the two categories.
Yeah, I think it had serious consideration for Performance of the Year that year, and just because of the unique nature of it. So it's the beautiful thing about this sport, is that there's so many different levels, aspects, and apparently our on-site DJ has decided to drop a beat. You can see a shot of Zach Bitter right there. I have a fond memory from our very first coverage of Desert Solstice back in 2018. So I was doing follow cam work, and fun fact, I actually had to switch my data plan in the middle of the race because I was streaming so much that I actually got throttled like a couple hours in. So I switched to a nearly unlimited plan. But I was trying to be artistic.
Yeah.
And so I'm like, kind of like, as I'm filming, kind of like coming at them from an angle, and then kind of like along them for a couple feet, and while I'm in the turf, and then cheating back out as they go by.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, that's got to be a great looking shot. I get a text from our director saying, please be sure you are not running alongside them so as not to give the impression that you are pacing. And I get it, and I understand it, and I believe, I understand the point of the directive. However, the notion that anybody would mistake me for pacing Zach Bitter for any amount of time was also a very funny thing to
truly an honor
to comprehend. Kimbo asking in the chat, they know Zach is going for the 100-mile. Are Chris and Charlie also going for that? The answer to that is going to be no. One of the things about Desert Solstice is that while everybody does register a 24-hour result, they don't necessarily have to go for the 100 miles. Now, in some cases, they do. And as we mentioned earlier, one of my favorite phrases at this race is, I'm going to go to do this and then see what happens.
Yeah.
I can only think of one runner who actually did that
See what happens
thing. And it was actually Zach Bitter. I don't know if you were here that year, but there was the year where Zach Bitter went for the whole 24 hours.
Yes.
And
yeah.
it was a rough go. Like, he got to 100 miles, and he had run it very well, probably like a 12 and a half, 13-hour 100 miler. But his whole goal was to stay out in the race and engage for the entire 24 hours just to see what would happen. And he was pretty rough by the second half of that race, simply because it was not something that he had been accustomed to doing.
I think, he ended up with 125 or so miles
Yeah.
total.
But it was a learning
But,
experience
yeah.
for him, But for the most part, the runners are going to, like, for instance, in the case of Charlie, going to call it at 100K, and in the case of Chris, calling it at a 50K. One interesting byproduct of that is that their ultra sign-up is going to take a hit.
Yep. Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Because they do get registered for a 24-hour time regardless.
It's like the backyard ultras just can really destroy your
And I don't
sign up.
And that's always why, like, I think that, because I know people who are quite obsessive about their ultra sign-up score, and it's like, you have to understand that there are certain things to take into consideration there. Like,
Yes.
Talking about Aravaipa founder Jamil Curry, he jokes about the fact that he has several single-digit percentage performances on his ultra sign-up simply because, like, one of the things that he always does is he registers for across the years every year, and he will do laps with his son Taggart, who is like 8 years old.
Yeah.
And like, he might only do 5 laps and, maybe register 7 miles at across the years when the winners are registering 500. So he gets considered to be like 90th place out of 92 people, and an ultra sign up running score of like 1.5%. So, I maybe it's because I'm not a fast runner. I've never really cared about it, but it's always interesting to see people, take that so seriously, because it's. I always joke, like, what's that pay? It's. But
Well, then it's interesting because if you don't finish,
mm-hmm.
it doesn't impact it at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, you can have as many DNFs as I do, which is like, I don't know, like well over a dozen, and those aren't what's hurting my ultra sign up score. It's my finishes that are hurting my. Yeah, the way that I run, I'm more impacted by finishing than not finishing. So.
But everyone's a finisher here at Desert Solstice.
Yup.
So, no DNFs.
Nope. There's Chris Danucci right there. Moving pretty well. I can hear that he's got a carbon-plated shoe.
Yep. Yeah, he's wearing the Alpha Flies.
Yeah.
There's a couple Alpha Flies out there.
Saw Zach Bitter there just making a pass of, that was Peter Chedovich, whose 24-hour PR is 151 and a half, and he's shooting for 160. I hope if we're able to get some 160 plus mile performers out here today, like, anything above 150 is staggering, and we're fortunate when we have years where we have multiple people hitting 150, and that's what I hope for every year at Desert Solstice. So.
Just checking in on Charlie Lawrence's splits. He's holding even at 83 seconds a lap for the last several laps. So, yeah, he's been going between 83 and 84 seconds a lap.
Very reminiscent of Nick Curry's American record 100-miler, where the variance was just so low. And actually, Charlie's even lower.
I think the variance is 2 seconds between his
fastest and his slowest.
Yeah. It's a fun game to play, though, to like stay on that pace. It does like give you something to think about in a very, broken up way. I do appreciate that aspect of running on the track.
So I'm going to pull up, just for the sake of argument, if I can, I'm going to see if I can find Nick Curry's Desert Solstice results from 2021. So apparently I wasn't giving Nick enough credit for his consistency. But yeah, his first... So his fastest lap out of his first 500 was 159.6. Oh, I'm sorry, he actually had 2 laps that were above 216. So, like, you know, the consistency is staggering. But, like, I mean, what Charlie's doing today is even more narrow of a variance band. So it'll be interesting to see if he's able to keep that up. And that's actually super impressive because Nick has that Bob Hearn type approach to this sport where it's like trying to focus on consistency above all. Welcome to those of you tuning in to the Desert Solstice 2025 broadcast presented by HOKA. Chris Warden, Patrick Karen, hanging out in the early hours, just an hour and a half in, about 22 hours and 24 minutes to go.
Starting to heat up. Looks like 58 or so degrees here in Phoenix.
Of course, in the sun, it's probably a few degrees warmer than that.
Yeah, we're nice and shaded. I've still got my double jackets on.
Yeah, I've got my long sleeve on still, but I know that the moment I step out of the tent here, I'll want to pop off a layer.
Thank you, Tim, for joining us from London. Hope the weather's nice over there.
One of the things about Desert Solstice also is that the field can definitely be affected by the presence of the World Championship, 24-hour World Championships. Of course, the 24-hour World Championships happen in odd-numbered years. And typically, well, I think they were in Albi, France this year.
Yeah.
The thing about the 24-hour World Championships is that it really does take from the power of the Desert Solstice field in most years. Like 2023, the Desert Solstice field was, I believe, we only had 9 runners that year, and it was a pretty sparse field. But this year we've got 15, including Zach Bitter and Charlie Lawrence going for very stout, high-level American and world records. So I'm super excited that we have that. But typically, Desert Solstice has more punch in even-numbered years, but we kind of got lucky this year.
Yeah. Well, I think I think there's a increased, interest in trying to make the 24-hour team. I think over the last, just few years that has gotten harder and harder, and also just a deeper level of talent trying to qualify for the team, which is really exciting to see. But I think across all the world championships, those teams have just become a different level from what they were 5 years ago.
Oh, the standard is I want to pull this up if I can. The U.S. 24-hour national team standards for the women. I want to compare them in 2025 to 2023 as far as the qualifying goes, and it's pretty stark. So in 2023, the qualifying to qualify for the national team, you needed to run 137, and that team had Marissa Lysak, Camille Herron, Jenny Hoffman, Allison Allen, Stella Springer, and Mandy Holmes. In 2025, in order to make the women's team, 148. So it improved by over 10 miles over the course of just 2 years. Like that is pretty impressive. And in the case of the men, that year, to qualify for the team, you needed to run 150.48 in 2023, and in 2025 it's 152.13. So a little bit of improvement, but not to the level that that the
women have
women's
taken it.
team. And the the numbers that the women are putting up have jumped to the point where the variance between the women and the men is less than 5%. And this is basically, outside of Worlds, this is the first real qualifier of substance for the 2027 national team cycle. I don't even know if
I wonder if the window has been posted there for.
Yeah, I'll see if that page has been posted as of yet. Nope. USATF does not have it up yet, so we don't know what the qualifier standards look like right now. I would assume that the baseline, the A and B standard, I mean, both sides are blowing past it at this point. The A standard for the men was 145 and the B standard was 140. The women's standard was 130 and 125. So, I mean, in 2025, you had, oh my goodness, you had 28 runners on the women's side hit the B standard and 21 hit the A standard. In the men's side, you had 16 runners hit the B standard and 11 runners hit the A standard. So, I mean, that's where we're at. Like, those are much bigger numbers than in years past. In 2023, it was 11 women hitting the standard and only 8 men hitting the standard. Okay. So, and also that's also due to the proliferation of these races. I mean, you've had a couple of like the Raven is a newer race that has basically exploded in popularity. Then you're getting big numbers coming out of that race in South Carolina.
I wonder too, with the also influx of backyard ultras, like if that is maybe spreading out some of the talent from the 20, like, because 8 years ago, or the backyard ultras weren't really a big thing.
Yeah.
Now they are.
They're insanely popular.
Taking much more of the limelight, and so I feel like the athlete, it's a different athlete, but there is some crossover between, your 24-hour runners and backyard ultra runners, and so maybe it's, a little bit more spread, the athletes there.
Shout out to Mandy Holmes, a member of the 2023 24-hour national team, a multi-time veteran of Desert Solstice. I believe we'll be talking with Mandy here in a little while. I could talk about her experiences here at Desert Solstice. Maybe ask her about her qualifying for Worlds, and also what her what she's got on her docket coming up.
Yeah.
So Mandy is a huge member of the running community. Has if she's not running something, she's still there. Like, if she's not running Javelina, Hard Rock, or Western States, she's always out there crewing, pacing, volunteering.
That's awesome.
Yeah, absolutely a huge part of our sport. We are live trackside here at Camelback High School for Desert Solstice 2025, presented by HOKA on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Clear blue day here.
Absolutely. It should stay warm, not hot. We actually had some record highs last weekend. I think we're not going to deal
I've been
with...
told that it's been a bit abnormally warm here in Phoenix the last couple of weeks.
Oh, yeah. We're looking at maybe a high of 77 today as our forecasted high. Last weekend, it got above 80, and that was quite surprising for this time of year. So,
coming from New England, I appreciate the sunshine here on the track.
Well, we're always happy to have you here, Patrick. I mean, like we said before, you were here from the ground floor, being a part of the Desert Solstice commentary. That first year where we basically think about how far we've come as far as the the production and
I loved that. We were just like winging it up there in the press
It was
box
kind of
and-
wild.
Yeah, it was some of them on Facebook memories were coming up, and yeah, just all of us squeezed in there in the press box, and we had some space heaters in there because it was getting pretty chilly at night.
Well, also think about like what we did in order to provide a dynamic scoreboard. Was
Yep.
we literally aimed a camera at a laptop,
Yes.
and so we were like your visual tracker. We don't have one on the screen right now. You can actually follow runner tracking. We have dynamic up to the minute tracking at the link at the top of the chat. But in order to provide a dynamic runner tracking, we literally aimed a camera at someone's laptop.
Yeah.
And that's how we provided that information. So we've come a long way.
No, I just remember, being trackside with like the GoPro, and then you'd have like, the live stream playing in one of your ears to like make sure that the signal was coming through properly, and
Yeah.
that was fun. And I remember sleeping on the roof of the press box.
I didn't realize that.
It was a lovely view up there. A little chilly, but
I just remember Jamil sleeping at the
Just-
floor of the press box,
yes,
basically
yeah,
right
yeah.
next to us. That man can sleep anywhere.
I know, it's very impressive. I feel like I've taken some sleeping techniques from Jamil.
Oh yeah, the press area, the press box or studio. I believe it was 2 years ago, as we were sitting trackside at Central High School and basically having a setup identical to one we have here. I believe Andy Jones Wilkins was actually sleeping behind the desk, like laying down on the
Yeah.
ground. So
That's great.
you take your opportunities when you can get them.
Yep. A few new comments in the chat.
Yeah.
Matthew LeBlanc from back east, warmer than mid-coast Maine, that's for sure. About double the temperature here.
Jed asking, with only 2 women in the field, what will Aravaipa do in the future to increase the field of women? Jed, that was beyond our control. The original lineup for this race when it was set was, I believe, 13 men and 11 women. Like, there's always an intent to keep the field at an even split or as close to an even split as possible.
Yeah.
But what happened was we had an absolute tidal wave of withdrawals. I know a few of them were due to injury. I know we had somebody, one of our women, withdraw due to illness just a couple days ago, like literally at the 11th hour. There's definitely spots reserved. Basically, I believe that it's, making sure that there's a minimum of, typically the field is between 24 and 28, and there is always there is always space reserved to have, like, at the very least, like a 55-45 split either direction.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and as you shared last year, I mean, the woman really,
it
like...
was an amazing women's
it
race.
was-
Yeah.
That was really what...
Yeah, that was great. And also, like, external forces such as we mentioned, Worlds this year,
Yeah.
definitely affected the field. I know that, people you would normally see at this race, perhaps, opting out simply because it's so close to Worlds. Pete Kostelnik ran on the national team, and it's a little bit of a surprise to see him here, but I know that he didn't have the race he had hoped for there. So
He's always someone who impresses me with his, recovery from big efforts.
yeah.
I mean, his run across America being a great example of
Yeah,
that,
multiple
averaging
times.
70 plus miles a day. And I think in his record, he even had one, like, 0 day, just like a reset day, and he still averaged, upwards of 70 miles a day.
And was he the innovator of having the stroller as his aid station, basically?
He
his
might have
portable aid
been,
station?
yeah. Ricky Gates also, that was, I think, after Pete, but in Ricky's Transamericana great documentary on that. But yeah, I love the stroller vibes.
Yeah, of course. As we mentioned, Pete is an athlete running for our title sponsor, HOKA, but he did post that he and HOKA are parting ways, but he wanted to. One of the things I thought was really cool, and this is just goes to show what kind of a class act he is. He, made a post expressing his gratitude for having the opportunity to be with the HOKA brand for so many years. I mean, he was with them for a decade. I mean, that's an eternity.
Yeah, when HOKA was just like a brand new, player.
Yeah, I mean he's been with them longer than some of the other names that have been with them for a long time.
From the Clifton 1s to the Clifton 10s.
That's an excellent way to put it. Yeah. No,
I think he's rocking an all black pair of Cliftons today. So, but yeah,
it's like you come into the world or you leave the world the same way you come into the world. In a pair of Cliftons, if you're Pete Kostelnik. Of course, yeah. Pete, as we mentioned, has had an amazing journey to get here, and in his running career, has set all sorts of records, doing, running across the country, Badwater, former course record holder. A devastating car accident a couple of years ago that he recovered from a shattered pelvis, where he didn't walk for about 4 months. I mean, it's been. And came back to set PRs in the 100-mile in his late 30s. So Pete looking to go out with a bang here as a HOKA athlete, and I think that it's his goals are pretty lofty, pretty ambitious here today. Shooting for 175 miles, which would be a new American standard. I'd have to check to see where he's at here, but I know that he's been pretty conservative so far. But somebody who definitely knows how to do this sport the right way.
Jake Jackson in the chat said, "I'm still waiting for the technology to allow the runners to watch movies during the race. 2 large projector screens along the course to make the miles fly by."
Jake Jackson, responsible for one of my favorite moments at Desert Solstice a couple years ago in 2021 when Nick Curry set the American standard. He and Nick and Jake were running side by side with one another as they got to the 100-mile mark. And they were the 3rd and 4th runners to hit 100 miles. And they literally, and I was filming it, and they hit the 100-mile mark at the stripe of tape at the exact same time. I mean, I went and freeze framed that thing, and I couldn't tell. Yeah, well, like their feet, basically their feet both hit the 100-mile mark at the same time. I didn't have the technology I didn't have access to it to tell anything closer because of how close that they hit it, and the people with the stopwatches were just kind of like, well. Because what happened was obviously humans hitting a stopwatch, basically they had one person had Jake by thousandth of a second, one person had Nick by 1,000th of a second, and one person had them both at the same time, or two people. It was what do you do here,
So what was the outcome?
Yeah, I think they just considered it a 3rd place tie. Yeah. I mean, I've seen some tight finishes, but that was the tightest finish of all time as far as Desert Solstice goes. I don't know, Jake, did you both get a 3rd place award? Because, of course, Aravaipa Artworks provides the award, so they could just whip another one up for you. But no, Jake has also won this event. He won the men's race back in 2018 in our inaugural broadcast of the Desert Solstice live stream.
He just had Charlie Lawrence spit out a big glob of Morden.
I was worried because he did it awfully close to the camera.
Yeah, I think he choked on that gel.
Charlie Lawrence just hit the 20-mile mark, so his day is a third of the way done already.
Yeah.
still holding a 5:38. His lap splits still basically hugging that 124 mark. Pretty amazing to see that level of consistency. You know, when Nick set the American standard, we were marveling at the fact that there was maybe a delta of 6 or 7 seconds for the first 30 miles or so. Like Charlie's delta to this point is 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Like that's pretty amazing. Every single lap between 122 and 120 and a mid 124. Oh, he had one lap that was 125.4.
Slowing down now.
Although he did actually.
He's speeding up. That was fairly early, right?
Yeah, I guess he does have somehow a lap registered at 2:48. That doesn't sound right.
Like cut that in half.
Oh,
probably.
you know what? It is. Like, let's see, half 10, half. So he had a split not register. So you split 248 in half. Yeah, 124. Yeah, the consistency that he's displaying here is otherworldly.
Yeah, I'll be curious his 50K split, which we'll be getting in the next hour, presumably.
I see. Now this is what happens. You have Jake firing off suggestions like making movie capabilities, and then you have Mandy Holmes, who's run Desert Solstice multiple times, basically co-signing on this, and it's like, okay. I mean, we do have the big Aravipa has those huge TV screens.
Yep. Yeah, you got a projector up on the wall there.
I can totally see this, being a thing. Yeah, and I'm sure that most of the runners would absolutely love it. So,
yeah,
because that's one of the things.
Vacation.
It's one of the things that we can ask some of these veterans of this race. How do you stay mentally engaged when you're trying to do if you're trying to search or seek out a record or something like that, not being able to listen to music or like headphones or anything like that.
Yeah,
it's got to be rough.
What's the longest you've run on the track, or Chris?
Successively, about 20 hours.
Okay.
I did. It's not like a track entirely like this.
Yeah.
So Nardini Manor out in the West Valley is a dirt track, and it's kind of almost like a very rounded triangle. And
what's the length of that loop?
500 meters.
Okay.
And that has been certified or ratified. And I believe my total that day was about 74, 75 miles or so. And I was just done. Even and that actually had a slight bit of undulation as you went over the driveway.
Okay.
This is less than that even.
Adds up.
That's
funny.
The old across the years location was at Camelback Ranch out in the West Valley, and there was it was flat with the exception of one small winding path where the vert increase was about 3.5 feet maybe, and we joked and called that Camelback Mountain. And this with the absolute zero elevation gain, I don't know if I could handle this for
Need a few
any
speed bumps out there to switch it up.
Because there's nothing to tell you when to. You have to be disciplined to tell yourself when to take breaks or when to try and do something different. So.
Jenny Mayer said running at Nardini is wild. There is an uphill in quotations.
Yeah, literally as you're going over the driveway where the car, that you pull into Nardini Manor, that's the only time you actually have a hill. And it does, and you can feel the downhill on the other side of that, You got a
little coasting moment. That's great.
But, but yeah, I mean, I've never done anything that's absolutely flat like this for for an ultra distance or anything like that. Even across the years has some undulation. I know some people have done 6 days at the Dome and other track workouts or track ultras, but I couldn't do it. And this is tough. This is tough. I mean, every step is the same pounding. I mean, I've done flat ultras before. I mean, I've done 100 milers with less than 1,000 feet of climb, but there was something.
Yeah.
You know.
Jake shared, you both tied on ultra sign up, 4th overall and 3rd place males. All right, we've just hit 2 hours elapsed here at Desert Solstice. And a quick update on the leaderboard. We have Charlie Lawrence with 85 laps and 21.1 miles. Probably, on his way to a sub 2:30 hour marathon in the next half an hour. Zach Bitter in second with 71 laps and 17.6 miles. And Christopher DiNucci with, on the same lap, 71 and 17.6 miles. And for our women, we have Joyce Payne with 53 laps and a half marathon under her belt, as well as Colleen Drehos on the same lap, 53, with also 13.2 miles. And yeah, with our top 3 men, Charlie Lawrence, as a reminder, going for the 100K world record of 6 hours and 5 minutes. Zach Bitter is looking for a fast 100-mile and 12-hour time, and then we'll see if he has any intention of going beyond that. And then Christopher DiNucci is going for 3 hours and 24 minutes for 50K, which is the attempting to break the 50K track American age group record for 45 to 49 years old. And we'll do the math to see if he's still on pace for that, but he's looking very strong. About now more than halfway into that attempt. And some of our athletes have started to cool themselves with water and ice bandanas. Not too many, but so far, most noticeably, Zach Bitter has been pouring water on himself for the last hour or so. Charlie Lawrence was wearing an ice bandana just for a couple laps and is no longer wearing that. Most of our athletes are wearing hats. It is starting to heat up and get close to 60 degrees here at the track with full sun exposure, so they're definitely feeling it. And Jenny Mayer just chimed in that Chris seems to have at least 2 laps missing according to his crew there. Yeah, I think there is a little bit of variation with what we have on the live timing with some of the lap splits. So there, might be 1 or 2 laps missing. I think we noticed with Charlie Lawrence as well that, one of his laps was recorded at 2:48 when, he's been running, 1 minute and 24 seconds for his laps. So that is, 2 laps there, and that'll all be fixed as we go along. And on the camera now, we can see We've got Jordan coming around the bend with his Arizona singlet. We've got Zach Bitter passing in the white singlet, and number 10, who is Thierry Joffrain, and then Pete Kostelnik, bib 7, rounding out the back there. And in the red singlet, that's Piotr Chevovich, Christopher Danucci coming through, and then we have Joyce Payne, one of our 2 women out in the field today. In the blue singlet there is bib 12, Hans Van Zetten, and then Charlie Lawrence blazing through with another fast lap. And representing Team Canada, we have Thomas Bayer. Nice work, Thomas. Thomas is 56 years old, and he is attempting to break some of the Canadian age group records. He actually set the new Canadian men's 55 age group record over 24 hours with 222 kilometers just in October. So coming off of a big effort there. Aid Station Fireball in the chat asking what shoes is Bob Hearns wearing, and is he wearing a thong under those shorts? We don't know on the thong part unless he starts to heat up and changes attire. For shoes, I think he had the Saucony. I'll have to check next time he comes around. But it didn't look like one of a carbon plated shoes.
I totally did.
Yep. That's
Sorry
all
about that,
right.
folks. Didn't mean to literally walk right in front of the camera.
Labeling some of the athletes as they come around, since we have this nice clean shot of them on the back half of the track here.
Yeah, there's a couple runners in Sauconys today, I noticed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of the Adidas Adios pros out there. Another Charlie Lawrence, and then a few other folks rocking those. We'll see Bob coming around this next lap.
That is a shot of the far side of the track where the timing tent is. That is the full lap timing split that the runners are getting. Charlie going by again, looking really strong, really steady. I remember the first time that we we did a live stream of Desert Solstice. It was my first time at this race, and I was so confused because I didn't realize when I first got here that people were going for 50Ks and for and shorter distances. And I remember Christina Pham just basically blazing around the track as fast as humanly possible, and I'm like, why is she going so hard? And I was thinking like maybe she's going for a 100 miler or so. No, she was going for age group 50Ks and stuff like that, and she got them. It's it was just kind of a a realization, and that's why. I mean, as we mentioned, you got Chris Danucci going out for a 50K and Charlie Lawrence going for 100K. I mean, they're not sticking around for 100 miles. They're not doing 24 hours. They're basically out here to knock out it's their own race within a race within a race.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much everyone here. It's like more individual pursuit of your own goal. I think a few people. I think maybe one person of our 14 athletes wrote in terms of their performance goal to win.
Yeah.
Everyone else, and that was Jordan. Said win. Said qualifying mark for USATF team. No one else said win, so I do love that.
And Jordan is doing that tongue planted firmly in cheek, Hey,
you never know.
I mean, Jordan has finished on the podium here before in the 24-hour. I know him, and I've known him long enough to know that he's basically out here to do the best he can do, and he doesn't want to win at the expense of anybody else.
Yes.
It's like if he has his great day and he happens to win, he's happy with it.
Yeah.
But I think that he would rather place third and drop 155 miles than win and place and drop 140. I think that's the way that pretty much everybody at this event would look at it. If you can come out here and run 150 plus over the course of the day, and maybe that places you fifth or sixth, it's like, well, you can be satisfied with that. And
we just saw Thierry Joffrain break out the arm sleeves and face covering buff.
Trying to combat the sun early.
Yeah, we do have one of our women, I think.
That's Colleen.
That's Colleen, right?
Yep.
Yeah, wearing the sun hoodie as well.
Colleen Drejos, this is not her first time running Desert Solstice. I believe that she ran it last year. Yeah, she ran Desert Solstice last year, put down 126 miles. And, yep. And then a few months later, improved upon that at the Raven in February with a 133.89. So, inching closer to those, those national team level qualifying standards. 133 would actually put her on as a qualifier, assuming that it holds up. But given that, as we talked earlier about how much faster the field has gotten, I mean, I don't think 133 is going to be a number that holds through the qualifying season.
Yeah.
I mean, I think what
were you saying the minimum it took was
148.
Or
148.
Wow.
So, if you're a woman trying to grab a strong foothold on the 24-hour national team, you got to run 150 at this point. That's pretty amazing to have a qualifying standard so stout for that team. I mean, as we mentioned, the delta between the men and the women is basically 4 miles at this point.
Oh, and to follow up on Aid Station Fireball, Bob Hearns was wearing the men's Endorphin Pro 4s.
Cannot testify to his other question.
Yeah.
I would assume he only breaks that out at Desert Solstice or at Haviland 100 and maybe the Badwater, not Badwater, Burning Man
Burning
50K.
Man, yes, yeah, Burning Man.
Although that's probably overdressed for him at the Burning Man 50K, and that's all I'll say about that.
Mandy Holmes, yeah, this heat sun really sneaks up on you on the track, that's for sure, yeah. No, it's definitely, I think, even if you're not feeling it yet, being proactive and because by the time you notice it, it can sometimes be too late.
Yeah, you really got to get ahead of it here. The temperature for this time of year, it's a little bit warm for us, but for those people who are coming from, the East Coast or from northern areas, it's definitely a lot warmer. Charlie's out of the Midwest, correct? Is that?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. So, I hope that he's been out here acclimating for the last few days.
Or no, he's Colorado.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, it's still colder up there right now.
He's approaching 3 digits for 100 laps. Very exciting. It's a lot of laps. See what his marathon split is. He'll be going through the marathon in the next 15 minutes.
One of the runners that I was not familiar with that I kind of wanted to do a little bit of digging on is Joyce Payne. Joyce Payne is one of our 2 women competitors. As we mentioned, it was not due to a lack of trying. We had, basically, we had 11 women originally registered for this race as recently as October, when I really started to get ready to do my homework, and then just through a series of unfortunate events, we're only left with 2 that actually hit the start line. But Joyce Payne, 100-mile PR of 17:06, has the Kansas State record for the female 48-hour. But as finishes at No Business and Prairie Spirit Trail. Prairie Spirit Trail is where she ran her 17:06. Ran 17:58 at Tunnel Hill back in 2019. Won a last person standing event in St. Louis in 2023, the Queenie Backyard Ultra. First place at the Frisco Railroad Run 50-miler in 2022 with an 8:07:20. That's an excellent time.
What did you say her distance for 48 hours was?
176.81. Okay. Yeah, that's pretty solid. It'll get you on podium at a lot of 48-hour events. Of course, 48-hour events are pretty wild. Talking about, Bob Hearn, I believe that he PR'd his first 48-hour by a significant margin, and he chalked it up to not knowing what the heck was going to happen.
Yeah.
He basically, tried to plan it out, but of course, when you're talking about something like that where you're running for 2 days straight, I can't remember what his number was, but he did say that he felt that the 48-hour was unique enough that there is a good possibility that the first time you do it, you're going to do your best because you just have no idea what to expect.
I can see that for sure. Sometimes your best races are the ones you're most naive about. and don't know what to fear. Because
anything more than 48 hours, there are runners that can push through that without having to take a sleep break. Anything longer than that, you have to take a sleep break. But 48 hours, there are a few people that can do it. I personally don't think it's advisable, but these runners are doing pretty crazy things anyways.
Yeah.
So love that drone shot of the. Everything is backwards here at Camelback High School. Where I'm used to the entry side being where the timing is on our side, the crew the crew zones, the pit row is on our side. We're on the complete opposite. I feel so isolated, being a good 150
Yeah,
meters
it's a
away
little
from the aid
disorient-
station.
Yeah.
Like, we're always on the same side of the track, and this time we're on the far side of the track.
But we don't have the sun shining in our eyes.
That is true. You know what? I wonder if that was by design. We'll have it tonight, though. The sun will be
True, yeah.
plenty
we'll get
in
the
our eyes.
setting sun.
You can see there is the aforementioned Joyce Payne. Yeah, you can definitely hear the carbon plates as they make their way by us here. So
Yeah, they aren't quiet, that's for sure. Yeah, I love it. Like the start of a marathon, like it feels like, you know, you've got like horses, you know, going over the road with all the carbon plate shoes. Alright, another mile and a half, and Charlie Lawrence will have hit the marathon mark. That's pretty bonkers.
yeah,
I'm just thinking like my marathon PR times like 2.
well, that's
You know,
that's the
like-
thing you have to remember is not to think of things in those terms.
I love it.
Yeah, for I mean, Charlie in pursuit of a 100K is going to run a, you know, what are we looking at here? A 2:27
Yeah.
marathon. It's pretty staggering to think about that.
Yeah, and he's done, I think, what is his 50K record. I had it up here. So he's run what 4:48 for 50 miles.
I mean, I will say, I mean, Charlie looks like he's pushing, but it seems like a natural push. Like he seems
No,
very
yeah.
comfortably pushing.
He does look still very comfortable.
He did have his slowest lap, a 126.76, just a couple laps ago, but still, I mean, overall holding a 5:37 average mile is just, again, like that's his marathon. Is a
Yep.
5:37 pace here.
Yeah, and Zach in the chat, asked about whether Charlie was wearing the huge Adidas or not, and he is not. Yeah, he is doing everything for this record to be ratifiable. So he, obviously in August at the Adidas Chasing 100, he ran 6:03 for 100K there, but it was not record eligible due to the shoes that they were wearing then. But yeah, I think he's just wearing the standard Adios Pro from Adidas. And no headphones. He's got his cooling. It's not really a bandana. I don't know what you'd call that.
I think it is. It's a specialized ice buff with
Yeah.
a zipper. There's Jordan Camastro. We're good, Jordan. Thank you. All right. Jordan is a character.
Cracking some jokes.
Offered to grab us something over at the aid station the next time he's around.
It's a good
That's
sign if you can
Hans Van
cracking
Zanten.
jokes
Oh
while
yeah.
you're
Well,
running. Always
Jordan's doing
good.
it all day.
Yeah.
You know, he's always
I
having a
love
good
it.
time.
I was doing this, I think it was a 6-hour maybe race, just volunteering, and it was a 3-mile lap. And yeah, every 3 miles, one of the runners would come back with a dad joke.
Are we going to be going to a guest here? Yeah, Charlie just looks so in control of what he's doing. There's Pete Kostelnik. That's Peter Chadovich, somebody we haven't talked much about, shooting for 160 miles. Jordan Camastro, Isaiah Jansen. Hans Van Zanten. Then Zach Bitter. Mark Marzin, Charlie Lawrence, Chris Danucci.
And Chris has about less than 1 hour or so to go in his 50K American age record attempt.
We also just saw Thierry Jaffrain. Joyce Payne coming up. Awesome. You can see Bob Hearn coming around the track. So Bob Hearn has been a fixture at Desert Solstice, and there's a handful of people who I consider to be fixtures at this race. And Bob Hearn would be one of them. Zach Bitter, Pete Kostelnik, who are here as well, and some who aren't here as well, like Stella Springer, Jake Jackson, and I believe our next guest. And we are bringing in 2023 national team member of the 24-hour discipline, as well as a experienced veteran of Desert Solstice, Mandy Holmes. Mandy, welcome to Desert Solstice.
Hi, how are you guys doing today?
We're doing great. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. You warmed my heart calling me a fixture of Desert Solstice. I
You
love that race
are.
so much, so that's really sweet.
You've been here so many times over the years, and you've had great success here, attaining national team status. And of course, you've been on that team. And I'm just so used to seeing you out here that I'm glad you're able to join us. But how you doing?
Doing good. Yeah, I'm out. I was supposed to be running this year, and I decided to drop last minute after how Tunnel Hill went for me.
Mm-hmm.
So I took everything that I budgeted for the trip out to Solstice, and now I'm in Portugal, running some hills and enjoying the sunshine and having a good time.
Well, I can testify that you're in a beautiful place. We definitely chatted about that, and I don't know if you'll be able to use any of my recommendations, but I know you're going to have a great time in a beautiful place. Your experience here at Desert Solstice has had a lot of success. What do you think are, maybe say just two of the most important keys to succeed at this kind of race?
Two pieces.
Yeah.
I think the first one is just acceptance that a lot of the time it's just going to kind of suck and just be really boring and really monotonous. And if you can accept that, you can get into a really great flow state. And one lap might go by in 4 hours, but 40 laps might go by in 4 seconds. And that's a really cool place to be if you just accept that the race is going to feel like 48 hours instead of 24. Um, Second piece, I would probably say for success is a really solid crew. Your crew at this race can really make or break you, for sure.
Yeah, you've had some pretty experienced crew here, I do believe, over the years. And also, one of the things about your success here would probably have to deal with heat mitigation. And you posted some excellent detail talking about heat mitigation strategy for another race here in Arizona, Javelina 100. And it's going to get to maybe about 77, 78 degrees here today. And so that becomes an important component. Is that something that has been a huge part of your success here?
Oh, for sure. Anytime I'm racing in Arizona, doesn't matter the time of year, heat mitigation is the biggest piece of that, especially because you're already dehydrating just being in the desert in that kind of dry environment. That I think because it's so dehydrating out there, that you have to be even more careful about your heat mitigation and your heat training and your use of ice bandanas and ice sleeves and all of those different techniques. So.
So, as you had to pull out of Desert Solstice this year, is there anything you have your eye on for 2026, or are you just kind of taking things as they come?
Well, you mentioned the Raven uh, earlier, so I will actually be heading to the Raven. I had back surgery at the beginning of the year, minor surgery, but still surgery, and it just took me a little bit longer to recover from that. But Jacob Moss over at the Raven, the RD, he does a really great job out there. He's giving you guys a run for your money for Solstice. So I will be really happy to go out there to get my qualifier so I can come back to Desert Solstice in the winter, next winter. So.
Mandy, a lot of the runners here are going to be going after that national team qualifying number. Can you talk about your experience as a veteran of the U.S. national team and what it meant to you to represent the United States?
Oh man, that's that's such a hard thing to talk about and try and help other people understand what it's like. I didn't think I would care so much about that experience going into it, but then once you get to wear the Olympic uniform, they send you the Olympic uniform to compete in. And when you put that on and you're surrounded by teammates who are all doing this incredible thing together and you're doing it for something bigger than yourself, bigger than your own performance, I still tear up a little bit. It's so powerful. We as adults, we don't get to compete as a team in very many contexts, particularly in the sport of running. And so you develop instant friendships, instant, really deep, beautiful, wonderful friendships with everybody on the team. And then to be racing for the United States, whatever you think about the current political situation or not, there's no putting into words. It's going to be a singular memory and moment in my life that I will never forget a second of, for sure.
When it comes to the Raven, do you have number goals that are, anything particular beyond a Desert Solstice qualifier?
Um, that's a hard one because I do want to post a qualifier for the team, for the 24-hour team, but so much of being able to post a qualifier sometimes is also about who else is there.
Sure.
And though the Raven is a wonderful event, the field isn't as deep as I might want it to be. And so the primary goal is getting the qualifier for Solstice. And if things line up, and I can go for the 24-hour team qualifying mark, which will hopefully be one of a couple for this qualifying season, then I'll do that. But I think it's going to be a come what may kind of day. So
Mandy, with your qualifier in 2023, you had a very stout number, 138, but in the last qualifying cycle, things exploded. Like the numbers just got ridiculous. Last year's Desert Solstice, watching, as many women hit 140, 150 miles, that's got to be daunting, but also kind of make you like salivate at the idea of seeing what can be done and what's possible. Like, does that intimidate you? Does that excite you? Like to know that in order to represent the country again in 2027, it's got to level up. We lost Mandy's audio. Mandy, hold on just a second. We're going to make sure we got your audio back because I really want to hear your thoughts on the qualification cycle. Do we have you back? We don't have her. Oh, I want to get this answer. Hold tight, Mandy. We're going to see if we can troubleshoot this. As I mentioned, what I was asking Mandy was that the number when she qualified for the national team was about 138, but now it's 148, with 150 being a real possibility. Yeah, we're going to have Mandy reconnect with us, and then we'll be able to find out, because I'm really curious to, as a veteran of the team, she definitely wants to come back and represent again. So
Sounds like we gotta hype up the Raven too. Gotta get some more
Yeah.
competition out there for her. She mentioned that Jake Moss, who's run Desert Solstice in the past, is the RD out there, and I was just looking at the 2026 entrance, and his name is on the list, so he's running his own race. I love it.
yeah, the Raven has very quickly established itself as a high caliber qualifier. I know that Jordan Camastro had his PR there this year with a 145.16. We got her back? All right, Mandy. Glad to have you back. The question was, how do you feel about the fact that the competition has leveled up so much on the women's side in order to qualify for the national team?
So I have a number that I keep close to my heart that I know I can do. If I can run about 138 and walk the last 8 hours of solstice, then if I can run the whole 24 hours, I have an idea of what that's going to take. And I think I would qualify for the team. Like, I'm excited because the unique thing about the 24-hour event is it's a competitive event, but it's a cooperative event as well. And if you get more women out there running 140, 145, 147, or even above, and you get them all in one track, we're pushing each other and working together because we know we make each other better and we make ourselves better. And that's a really unique thing I think about the 24-hour. So I'm bloody excited about
Love that.
so many incredible women choosing this format specifically, because we had such an incredible group of women last year at Solstice. Like it was electric, the air to watch the top four women perform like they did. So I'm stoked, absolutely stoked.
So not only are you a veteran of Desert Solstice and the fixed time 24-hour type races, you've also got an extensive trail running resume as well. I mean, you've run Ouray, you've run Western States multiple times. What do you prefer? Do you prefer the flat and fast, maybe quicker days that come with a track 100-miler? Or do you like the struggle bus concepts that you hit at Ouray and Western States and other races of that ilk?
So I need both. There aren't many hybrid athletes. Jake Jackson is another one, but I feel like him, me, a few other folks, we need both. The big mountain races, the really hard stuff, Ouray, things like Hard Rock, you do those to feed the soul, to get out in the mountains and just see what you can do for 3 days out there. But the flat fast stuff, it's fun. It's fun just to be the workhorse, just to be the athlete and just to remove all of the variables and see what you can do and see what your body can do and see how hard you can push yourself. So they're different sides of the same coin. I don't think I could be as good of a 24-hour athlete as I've been without the mountain stuff, but I don't think I'd be running without the mountain. I forget what I'm trying to say. The caffeine has worn off. It's kind of
No,
late.
yeah,
So
that's
I
fascinating.
need both.
Do you alter your season much, or like in terms of training, with that variation of events?
Yeah, so I'll do more speed work in the lead up to a 24-hour race. But over the years, I've also learned that continuing to run trail makes you super durable for the track. A track will expose all of your weaknesses. And so you really need to go in strong, especially with things like the camber and the track. It seems like
Mm.
such a little thing, just a few degrees difference. But as long as you keep trail running throughout the year, you will come into a trail race, come into a track race. Strength wise, durability wise, strong, but you need that speed work um, in the months leading up to solstice or like right in.
Mandy, when you're not racing, you're still omnipresent at the big races here in the U.S. I mean, if you're not running Western States, you're somewhere on the course. If you're not running, in the San Juans at Ouray, you're hanging out in Silverton at the Coffee Bear. If you're not running Javelina, you're in somebody's tent. Like, what is it about that is so important to you that you have this close relationship with the sport in general, not just as an athlete, but as an ambassador?
So I'm a person of a certain age, elder millennial. We were raised to believe that volunteering and giving back is like super important, both for yourself and for your college resume. And I think I never really grew out of that. Um, so I feel really good volunteering and doing all of these things. It just kind of fits with my ethos and my belief system. But also at the same time, trail running and ultra running kind of saved me from myself some pretty dark stuff in my life. And so to be able to give back to a sport that has given me so much and able to um, mentor people and bring them up in the sport and go out and pace and crew complete strangers or really good friends, it just it, it makes me feel like I'm a whole person and it just fills me with joy. That's probably not a great explanation, but I got so much from trail running and the ultra world that I feel so compelled to give it back. Um, yeah.
Actually, that reminds me of a time I ran into you out at Hard Rock at Cunningham Gulch, and you basically jumped in to pace somebody to a podium finish. Can you talk about that really quick?
Yeah. So I was crewing Katerina Hartmuth, who she had come over from Switzerland. She didn't have any crew. She had one pacer, and so I was scurrying all around the course to help her out. And she came into that aid station. She had dropped her pacer. First of all, I think it was Dakota, and he had come off states and had a knee injury. So she was solo, but she was also going blind. And I have a pretty intimate experience with corneal edema as well. I went very, very blind at Solstice the year that Nick Curry was setting the American record. That's a whole other story. But I, I, having been there myself, having been completely blind myself, I knew Katerina couldn't finish on her own, and it was nothing to jump in on no notice. And he was like a mountain goat. That was amazing. Even blind, it was everything I had to keep up with her on a Little Giant. But that was a really cool experience. So
That's a really treacherous stretch of trail to be handling without any vision.
yeah,
I could see completely well the time I did it, and I was afraid that I was going to slide down the side of the mountain.
yeah. Thankfully, she was bonking at that point, and so she was moving so slowly on the climb up that her vision started to come back a little bit. With ultramarathon induced corneal edema, the only way to get your vision back is to stop moving or to slow down a lot. So we had that going for us, at least for the super treacherous top part of that. But yeah, definitely a scary section of trail.
So I didn't realize you actually had to deal with corneal edema in 2021 because you still had a pretty amazing day. You know, dropping 133 and change to a podium finish at Desert Solstice. At what point in the day did you realize that it was happening to you?
I think we figured it out around mile 80.
Oh, so you went a
So
long
it's a
way.
really yeah, it's a really slow onset. You lose your peripheral vision, and your eyesight gets a little bit blurry. Like if you wear prescription glasses and then you take them off, and then the world is a little blurry. Um, then that sets in. Then kind of like a fog sets in, and just your vision kind of shrinks. And so we knew pretty early on that it was happening, and then that's why that year I ran a bit over 133, but I had to walk the last 8 hours of that year because if I tried to run, then my vision would get much worse, very, very noticeably. So I walked as quickly as I could, and even then the corneal edema progressed until I could only see the very inside of that track, that concrete white line. Like I could see the contrast between that and the track itself. And so I followed that and prayed to the ultra running gods not to trip Nick as he was doing his incredible race. So yeah.
Wow.
One more question before we let you get back to, let's see, what time of day is it there? It's about,
It's approaching 6 o'clock. So
okay. So you've been on the track when some amazing things have been taking place. You've been at Worlds when numbers are just getting hammered. What does that do to you as a runner in terms of keeping your spirits up or giving you something to strive for? Is it, to put it simply, is it really cool to be on the course when great things are happening like that? And how does that push you?
yeah, it's like every year something cool has happened. It's like there's an electricity in the air. There's just this excitement and this energy that it's like you swallowed a couple of caffeine pills. It really lights you up and just makes you want to push harder because other people are doing really incredible things, and it's part of the cooperation of this sport. We push each other so that we can go further, and that's just like another aspect of that.
Well, Mandy, thank you very much for joining us. We'll let you get back to your walkabout. Enjoy Portugal. And we look forward to having you back here next year. And if I don't talk to you between now and then, good luck at the Raven.
Yeah, thank you. Have a great
All
one,
right.
y'all. See you in the chat.
Yep.
Thanks, Mandy.
Mandy Holmes, 2023 U.S. 24-hour national team member, multi-time Desert Solstice veteran, podium finisher here. Has a lot of experience on the road and track ultras, on the trail ultras, and we were glad to be able to connect with her all the way around the world. When I found out she was going to Portugal, I was so thrilled for her because I knew, like, from personal experience. Actually, we had chatted a little bit, and she's not too far from where I was staying when I went over there last year for the first time, and it's a wonderful experience, especially this time of year. I saw somebody was asking about the how do you get into Desert Solstice, and the short answer is running very fast. But we can tell you exactly how fast because I have pulled up the qualification standards. For the women's A standard in the 24 hours, it is 130 miles. In the 100 miler, you have to run a 15:50. And the 100K, you have to run an 8:25. And in 50 miler, you have to run a 6:30. The women's B standard, you have to run 120 miles. The 24-hour, 120 miles, 100 miler, 17:25, 100K, 9:15, and the 50 miler, 7:05. The men's A standard for the 24-hour is 1:45, 100 mile is 14:15, the 100K is 7:35, and the 50 mile is 5:50. For the B standard for the men, 1:34. 15:40 for the 100 miler, 8:20 for the 100K, 6:25 for the 50 miler. So in other words, run really fast. And there's, and what's cool is you can go back through, and you have to have run it within the previous, like in this case, there's basically December 2022 to present. If you go back and you look through Ultra Running Magazine. On their website, they have the top times and top results for the past few years. In terms of Americans, there are not a ton of people that hit these marks on an annual basis. Like maybe a few dozen at most for the quote softer numbers. Patrick, given the 24-hour, 100 mile, 100K, or 50 milers, which one, if you were to say, like from hardest to softest to attain, what do you think, if you had to rank the 4 levels of standards, what do you think, are the, I don't want to say easiest because there's no such thing as easy, but what do you think is the most attainable to the hardest to accomplish?
I don't know. I feel like it really depends on the kind of runner you are. Some people do find their strength more with like, a longer event. Like, I mean, because 5:50 or 6:25 for men for 50 miles, like that is a fast.
That is insanely
pace.
fast.
Like, yeah, I mean, you're running, I guess that would be low 7-minute miles for 50 miles. So, like some people, I just feel like might not have the leg speed for that, but they can run a 14-hour, 15-hour 100 or go for the 24-hour. So. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's kind of like the half marathon and the marathon for like OTQ.
That's a good point.
Like some people have a much easier time. Well, none of it's easy, but easier running like 2:16 than trying to run like a 1:02 or 1:04, whatever the standard is there for the half. Like in my head, like for the marathon at least, like I feel like I'd have an easier time with the 2:16 than with the 1:02.
Yeah, and that 1:02 has actually come down as well. I mean, I think wasn't it 1:04 just a few years ago?
I think so. Yeah.
Like it's bad enough dropping the OTQ in the marathon 2 minutes. You drop it in the half marathon 2 minutes. That's cutting things down pretty hard. But yeah, I mean, there is no quote easy way into Desert Solstice.
Sure. Well, even just trying to also like some of these. Like finding a course suitable for this that's near you, or, I mean, many you'd have to travel to. I'm just thinking like as someone from the Northeast, like, there's not many flat and fast, 50, 100K, 100 miles out that, in my
Yeah,
neck of the woods.
that's another.
So, yeah, there's just a lack of opportunity to run qualifiers without having to travel. But Mandy in the chat thinks 100 mile is the softest, in her opinion, but it's clutch for more consistent pace, negative split runners. And yeah, that aligns kind of with what I'm thinking, I guess.
Well, I mean, just to go down the line here, I mean, and this is, just pulling numbers and keeping things pretty simple. But in terms of the 24-hour this year for the women's A standard, it's been achieved by four different individuals. For the 100 miler, you're talking 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 individuals. For the 100K, which is 825, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And for the 50 miler, oh, that's so fast. 50 miler is 630. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's actually surprising to me.
More folks in the 50.
Yeah. But, I guess it also, like you said, it's the accessibility. I mean, think about the 50 miler. There's one race above all that augments that number, and that's JFK.
Yeah.
So, even though.
Yeah, and you have 1,000 plus runners. Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, well, actually, interestingly enough, out of the 10 women that have run a 6:30 or faster in 2025 in North America, 7 of them were either at JFK or Tunnel Hill.
Checks out.
Yeah, that definitely tracks. But yeah, I mean, and thank you, Mandy, for providing your input as well, because as somebody who has run this race and knows how to get into it, that. Yeah, I think the 100 miler is probably a nice round number, but and you can also attain these marks at it doesn't have to be on a track. I mean, obviously, we've had several women run. I mean, the fastest 100 miler this year on any surface by a woman in North America was a trail race. Just a few weeks ago, and that was. I think it was Tara Dowers at Haviland 100, so where she ran a 13:31, which I was there and I still can't believe it.
Yeah, that was I mean, seeing her fly by every lap and then come into the finish, that was an emotional whirlwind for sure.
We shared a fist bump at Jackass Junction. We were in there at the same time. I was on lap 2 and she was on lap 4. Come on.
So we're approaching 3 hours, which is a good check-in for Charlie Lawrence's 100K world record attempt.
Yeah.
He is looking to break the world record of 6 hours and 5 minutes by our friend Alexander Sorokin, and Charlie is on his 50K lap, I think, right now. He just hit 50K in 2:56.
Oh my goodness.
So he's certainly tracking for sub 6 hours for 100K.
And that world record is
6:05.
6:05. So he's basically got to run a 3:08, or is that wait? You said 6:09?
6:05 is the record, and he just did 2:56.
So 3:09.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3:09 or faster.
Yeah, so he's definitely, giving himself lots of wiggle room here. He's been holding fairly even splits. He is definitely slowing down the last, 10 to 15 laps. He was averaging between 82 seconds and 85 seconds a lap for the first 100 or so laps. And in the last 20 or so laps. He's been more like 87, 88 seconds a lap. So yeah, just a small slowdown of like 2 to 4 seconds a lap. But I guess noticeable enough. So we will see whether he can keep his quarter mile laps within 90 seconds here. And then we have our friend Kristanucci, who is roughly a marathon in, a little more than a marathon in 2:57. And he, came in today with intentions for the 50K American age record. And it's looking like that might be a little out of reach today, with about half an hour to go.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty tough.
But he's still running a very strong effort out there. Zach Bitter just 1 lap behind Kristanucci with 107 laps and 26.6 miles in 2:59 elapsed. And as a reminder, Zach is going for 100 miles and 12 hours, looking for, one of his, he has so much experience at the 100-mile distance, having run 11 hours and 19 minutes as his PR, but looking to, run another sub 12-hour 100-mile performance, which is, he's one of 2 American men to have ever, run sub 12 hours for 100 miles. And for our women's leaders at 3 hours in, are both participants Colleen Drehos with 79 laps and 19.6 miles elapsed, and Joyce Payne 1 lap back of her with 78 laps and 19.4 miles. Both of them are looking to run for all 24 hours out there. Joyce Payne, this will be her first 24-hour attempt. She has a 100-mile PR of 17 hours and 6 minutes, as well as the Kansas state record for woman in the 48-hour. I think you said around 176 miles or so
176
for 48 hours. So I guess it's funny. First attempt at 24 hours, although she has run 48 hours. So
I always find that to be a funny qualifier.
Yeah.
When people will say, "Oh, it's my first marathon," when you've run like 10 hundreds or something like that.
Yeah.
It's like what 26.2 miles feels like.
That is funny. No, you felt like, because I did a 50 miler before I ran an official marathon. And I remember everyone after the 50 miles, like, "Oh, what's your marathon PR?" or whatever. I'm like, "I've never run one." But I felt so obligated to then go run. I literally signed up for one, that week. And I was like, well, I may as well.
Well, actually, I find that, surprising, but also not when I think about it, because you've been running, you're still pretty young, but you've been running ultras for a long time. And you have a pretty stout running streak, is that correct?
Yes,
Let's talk about that
keeping
one
the
for a quick
streak
second. So your streak is still alive. So how long has your running streak been going?
Since 2012.
And how old were you at the time?
I guess,
13 years ago.
Yeah, 13 years, so 14-ish.
So you were 14 years old when you started your running streak. And what is your minimum mileage per day for this running streak?
That's flexible. I feel like, most of the time I'm out there for more than an hour a day. I guess there's some exceptions, like post 100-mile race or things like that, it's more just hobble my way through a couple miles. But yeah, the streak is still streaking.
But generally you try and keep things an hour or 10K is what my understanding was.
Yeah. Yeah, I find just there's a funny, I think it's Bill Rogers who said this, but like, I don't know if I agree with the quote, but I find it humorous about, he said, never always run more than 2 miles because the first mile and the last mile are always the worst. So he was like, at least try to run 3 miles.
I like that.
And so I sort of take that mentality of go out for more than a few miles just to, often it does get better after the first.
I have to admit, Patrick, I'm a little bit concerned. Shout out to Jordan and our crew here producing us, and also just put up a barrier because it got warm.
Yeah, I'm feeling the
It
heat
got
with
warm
my winter
in
jacket
a
on.
hurry, and I actually had to ask him for a bit of shade here. Number one, because I couldn't see my computer screen. Number two, because it just got warm. Like all of a sudden, like my pants were like, okay, I maybe need to change into shorts or something like that, because this was it suddenly went from like really cool to all of a sudden like shedding layers moments. So but the chase is going to be on here for Charlie Lawrence as he chases history, really, going for the 100K world record. How close do you think he can get to his 50-mile record as a split? Like, I don't know. I would assume it's not in danger because that's not exactly how this works. You can't really scoop when you're going for a world record.
Yeah.
The only time you can really do that potentially, I think, would be if you're going for a 12-hour / 100-mile.
Yeah.
Like that's really the only way where I think that you can actually go for both. It's usually so, like when you're shooting for a specific record, it's got to be so specifically sought after.
Or sometimes, like the 6-hour records align with like a, I don't know, like
6
a
hour
50
with 100 with the 100K.
Yeah.
Good point.
True. But yeah, some of those, the distance and time records align. Someone in the chat asked, how about our oldest contenders? How old and how are they doing? I think Bob Hearn, 60 years old, is our oldest competitor in the field.
Yeah. Bob just turned 60 this year and made the declaration. Well, at least when he and I were chatting, that he's going for as many, and this is going to completely contradict what we just said, but he's going to go for as many age group records as he can hit today. Going for 100-mile, 200-kilometer, and 24-hour. Yeah. So, that's what he's shooting for today.
It's interesting that, Charlie Lawrence, our youngest competitor, 30 years old, and then the next youngest is 9 years older than him. Zach Bitter, 39, Isaiah Jansen, 39, Mark Marzen, 39. So, yeah, not, no one younger than 30, and then mainly 40 plus for most of our competitors out there, which I think, says a lot to, I think, often the experience required for this discipline of event. It takes, definitely a different athlete and a different mind, and usually one that is I feel like that discipline comes with experience of being in the sport for a while. I mean, there are some exceptions to that, but I think that's what we tend to find.
Well, very few people delve into this format at a young age. Like it just doesn't happen. I'm trying to think of the youngest person to basically call their shot at like being on the national team or something like that in recent memory, and I mean,
feel like Jake Moss was pretty young.
He was he was like 26, 27 maybe,
when back in 2018, 2019 when he was here. Jilsey also asked about the woman in the field. So we have 2 women in the field today, Joyce Payne and Colleen Drehos. Joyce is 44 years old, and Colleen is 41 years old.
Yeah, Jacob Moss ran Desert Solstice here at the age of 26, and that was
Okay.
exceedingly
Yeah.
young. I
Yeah,
mean,
these
Nick
two come
Curry's
to
considered kind of
mind.
young at it. You know, Nick is
Yep.
like 34 now, I think. That was actually just really cool right
Yeah.
there. So we had a moment there where Zach Bitter and Charlie Lawrence were running basically side by side. Charlie passed Zach, and I just heard Zach, and I know you heard it too. Zach basically just said, "Keep on top of the cooling."
Yeah,
Like
it makes
they're
a difference. Yeah.
cheering each other on like that, and giving, and Zach kind of, he might not be the oldest, he might even be the second youngest depending on birthdays.
Yep.
But there's nobody with more experience at Desert Solstice here today than Zach Bitter.
Yeah, and Zach's been cooling from hour one. He
Yeah.
was, running laps with a water bottle in hand, pouring water on himself and, just staying wet with his singlet. Charlie, coming through the aid station, is now doing exactly that. So taking his advice, running with a water bottle, pouring it on himself and drinking. So that's awesome. And he was also wearing a sort of neck cooler earlier on. So yeah, as Chris said, it's certainly heating up. What do you have on a temperature read? I know our monitor says 62 degrees Fahrenheit. I feel like
I'll take the
warmer
over
than
on that.
my phone says 67.
And that's in the shade.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, if it's 67, 68 degrees, like in the shade, the real feel is going to be closer to 80 already even, I think. I mean, it's getting warm in a hurry. And, yeah, we're going to see for those runners who don't have an ice buff out here yet, they're going to have them here real soon. Looks like, I would say more than half are wearing some sort of ice or cooling buff. So, hey, buddy. If you want to talk, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, several sun hoodies out there. Everyone's got a different technique. I think we've got the bandanas, we've got sun hoodies, pretty much everyone wearing hats, pretty much everyone wearing sunglasses.
What's your usual approach when it comes to cooling and, when it gets to be, 80 plus degrees?
Yeah, I find historically I've done pretty well in the heat. I've always been someone who doesn't sweat a lot and just I don't know, stays relatively cool. But yeah, I feel like just the arm sleeves, putting ice cubes in those, or yeah, I haven't really done much racing or running with a bandana.
This is fine.
But
be able to see the track as well.
in the chat, we have Zach still doing the no carbs thing. I think he's kind of been doing more experimentation lately and not sticking to primarily no or low carbs. But I haven't followed that as closely. But I feel like my understanding is he's been a bit more of a, I feel like Zach's always a scientist. He's always experimenting.
Yeah, there are certain runners that like to really kind of use themselves as guinea pigs to try different things, to push the limits and find what they can in the margins. Zach Bitter's one of them. Michael McKnight's another one.
Yep.
David Roche. I mean, these are runners who like to try and get a little bit outside of the box with their approaches, simply to see if there's something that is untapped, and in some cases, some of them have, bettered, American records, at some point world records, or, significant course record improvements. So there's something to it potentially. So that is the stretch right there. Just past us as Pete Kostelnik goes by, followed by Joyce Payne. That is right behind us where we're at. You'll see Chris Danucci coming up, followed by Charlie Lawrence.
And
Yeah.
Zach's got a great podcast. I've listened to some episodes, but the Human Performance Outliers podcast, and he
Which is like
dives
the
into-
greatest name for that podcast.
Certainly fits the bill for that name. Lives up to that one. So, but yeah, I feel like he brings on a lot of different experts in their field, and has different deep diving conversations on, various aspects of sports science.
Yeah, and Zach is also very engaging on social media as well. And unfortunately, sometimes that just causes people to like poke at him.
The trolls coming
Yeah.
out, yeah.
And you'll get a lot of people like that. But I think that Zach is genuine in what he's trying to accomplish or find out. Like, I don't think it's necessarily that he necessarily looks at things as like, this is my way and it is the right way. It's more like, this is what I'm trying. We'll see if this works. Like, he's very open-ended.
Being open
and,
is, I think.
He shares everything, and he's just simply is trying to learn as he goes. It's not like he has decided that this is the way I'm going to do it, and this is the way it should be done.
Yeah.
That's never been his approach. I don't think there's really anybody in the ultra space that really talks that way. I think that there are hot take artists out there that are kind of on the fringes that will like maybe try and bait for engagement and stuff like that. Like I would say I can't go a day without somebody on either Threads or Twitter saying running a marathon is bad for you or ultra running is bad for your health. And it's like, okay, I get what you're trying to do here. And that gets me a mute right there. So
Yeah. Yeah, there was one several years ago. It was a great episode of like a debate between Jason Koop and Zach Bitter, and I just remember that being super entertaining listening to. Both, especially, they both also have the coaching perspective and coach, numerous athletes, both amateurs and elites. I just remember like the meeting of the minds with that podcast was pretty fascinating.
Carl asking if the 50-mile and 100-mile checkpoints use electronic chip timing. Those are stopwatch timed. So the record chasing splits will get stopwatch timing as those points are marked on the course.
This may have been Jamil. He's pro carbs now, referring to Zach. Pro carbs. Charlie looking good. Yeah, let's get a check in here. We've got Christopher Danucci, 29.3-ish miles in, 3:14 elapsed. So he's got less than 2 miles for his record attempt here, American record attempt. I mean, he's not far off.
No.
It's, like he'd have to run 2 5-minute miles, which unlikely.
Yeah.
But still, like really, really close.
Very
and I
impressive
know
day.
there's a possibility that we were noticing earlier one of his laps was potentially missing. That may have been amended now.
Yeah.
Like one of them had doubled up.
Jordan Camastro never ceases to amaze. Somebody just walked in, was trying to figure out where they were going, and Jordan is like literally, as he's racing as a competitor,
Providing directions.
like, yeah, giving directions to people to where to go. That is Jordan Camastro in a nutshell. Truly one of the fun characters in our sport. And I know he's going to go and watch this back, and he's going to thank me for saying that. But I think it's true. He's just such a good-hearted guy. And one thing that you will see him do over the course of the race is he will start to flap his arms like a bird. I don't know. I think he kind of does it to center himself.
Loosen up the shoulders a bit, maybe.
And one of the things he also does, and I'll have to ask him about it later, or maybe I'll have to peruse the parking lot. He always rents even though he lives in Tucson, he always rents a car before a big race. And it's always a fast car.
Yeah.
And like I remember one
It's
time
like
he
spirit
showed up.
Animal.
Yes. He showed up to Desert Solstice one year in a slingshot.
Wow.
And it was like we, asked him like, why did you do that? He's like, because I want to feel fast. So he'll like rent
I
like
like it.
you know a very fast car, like maybe a muscle car or a high performance European sports car, or in that case a slingshot. Like he wants to drive something cool to a race. Like maybe like I remember one time, what was it that he drove? It was I can't remember what model car it was, but it had one of those iridescent wraps, and it was like the most gaudy looking thing vehicle ever. And people are just like, "Whose car is that?" I was like, "That's Jordan's rental. It
Jordan's
has to
rental.
be."
That's-
And sure enough, it was.
That's awesome. So I'm just looking at Charlie's splits here. For anyone watching at home, you can go to live.aeroviperunning.com and you can see every athlete's, each of their lap times. But yeah, the last like 10 or so laps, so we were saying like, minute 28 seconds, minute 27. Now he's like more in the 132, 131, 133. So, 4 or 5 seconds a lap slower.
Which will still get him where he needs to go.
Yeah, I don't know how much. Yeah, like at what point, at what point is it not?
Yeah.
I'm not sure like what. I have to do the math a little bit more on that of what, his average lap time needs to stay within. But he definitely has lots of wiggle room at the moment.
This is where we need Skylar Hall here because I believe he has something in Tableau or something that actually creates these visuals.
Yeah, nice graph for us.
Or is it Mike Dobies, I believe, that does that as well for a lot of the 100-milers. Shout out to him. I do love having conversations with the keepers of the number, like the numbers in this sport. I think that those who opt to help preserve records and establish records, like there's a guy, Steve Finkelstein from here in Arizona, that actually has cataloged age group records for every age number, not just like age grouping category. And I found out that my kid has multiple like age 11 50K records, age 12 50K,
Wow.
and had no idea about this until I happened to stumble on his website.
Yeah.
It's like, oh wow, hey Braden, did you know you set a couple of state
Yeah.
records? And he's like, what?
What? This
But
looks like Charlie Lawrence's aid station table, so you can see all those bottles. He's got a dozen plus bottles ready to grab, and his crew there also decked out in Adidas. But that is, I find the thinking through like the logistics. There's a lot of obviously, the fitness is one thing, but also like if you can minimize any sort of, decision making by just having everything pre-planned out in advance makes a huge difference.
Yeah, and also, even though Charlie is trying his stab at a new discipline, like he knows how to do this. He not only does he have experience like up to the, the 50-mile discipline, and also having run the Adidas project as well. It's like this setup is something that he's probably worked on for weeks.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd be curious what his 50-mile split ends up being and how close that is to his world record of 4:48.
It's pretty amazing to think we've only been here for 3.5 hours and he's closer to 50 miles than he is to 25. Like he's almost 1.5 marathons in like, already. It's pretty amazing.
So Chris Danucci is 1 mile away from hitting 50K, which is his goal going into this day was, the 50K. 50K American age group record, and I imagine it looks like he'll be right around 327 or so, 326, 327 for 50K. So within, I think 324 is the
Yeah,
the record.
324.08. And Chris just went by us. Of course, this is the pit row camera.
See Nicole Bitter on the screen. Zach Bitter's wife and crew. Also switching gears away from Desert Solstice, I was curious. Eric LaPuma, 338 at Cave Creek Thriller, the other Air Viper race going on today. And Jeff Browning, second overall.
I didn't realize Eric LaPuma was out at Cave Creek Thriller today.
Yep. Yeah, and then Eric's partner, Joanna, 446, taken first for the woman as well. Member of their Viper racing team, both coming from Vermont for a little desert vacation.
That is Thomas Byer that we just saw, Canadian runner, shooting for Canadian age group records in the 50-mile, 100-mile, 6-hour, 12-hour, and 24-hour. Like, basically, he's looking to scoop. I don't quite know where he's at in relation, but his PR in the 100-miler is 16:29:34, and his 24-hour PR is 1:38 and change.
Way to go, Chris. Throwing up the peace sign. As Jenny Mayer said, you'll miss a 50K age record, but great effort. Yeah, no, he's really given this his all today and has looked great all day. And, just
It really
really
did get
putting
warm
the
out here.
pedal to the metal.
Yeah, it got warm in a hurry.
Yeah, that
Actually,
makes a big difference. I mean, you see some of those calculations for how to adjust, times or pace for heat.
Mhm.
I see that on the marathon often, and it'll be 5 to 10 seconds a mile for a marathon for every, 10 degrees different beyond, say, 50 degrees. So it does make a noticeable impact.
oh, absolutely.
So I think we're going to switch over to the finish line for Danucci's 50K. So that's what you can see on screen there, him coming across the finish, stopping his watch.
Probably about a 3:26:58 or 57, if I had to guess.
Well done. Hopefully we can get him in the booth here. Get the play-by-play in a bit. There's Christopher Danucci, 46 years old from Oregon. Drew Darby in the chat, bummed to not be out there this year, but I think I filmed every possible angle of a 24-hour track race last year. Fair enough.
All right. Do we have audio over there? All right.
Noah,
looks
did we
like
get
we're
his
gonna
last
go.
chip time? Did we get his last chip split?
I filmed it so we can make sure.
Oh, I guess not. Oh, okay. Well, I know I'm positive we'll have content on Air Viper Running or Mountain Outpost's social channels. So hopefully you're following those on Instagram. I would be my best guess as far as where it's going to be first.
Our first finisher of the weekend. Now we're down to 13 athletes.
Yeah, that's one of the things about this this format is that as runners approach it and hit their goals, whether they be 50K, 50 mile, what have you, like we said, they don't normally stick around on the course for the junk miles to get to a round number at 24 in most cases.
Yeah.
They just basically call it right then and there as there's really no point if your focus is to hit a certain goal or certain record, then
Yeah, and like you said, if that's what's in your head, there is no and then some,
Yeah.
like
I said,
really, yeah.
whenever I hear somebody say, quote, and then see what happens, end quote, at Desert Solstice, I know that there is almost never any and then see what happens. Yeah, we've got several longtime veterans of the race out here today. Pete Kostelnik, Bob Hearn, and of course Zach Bitter, who is chasing the 100-mile American standard as well.
I think between all of our runners, 10 finishes, 11, 17, 18, 23 finishes already between our field of Desert Solstice.
For as few runners as we have this year, that is a high number.
Yeah. Charlie's definitely got a bit more of a grimace.
Yeah. But still moving pretty well.
Still moving well, yes.
I think he's moving a little bit better than he was a few minutes ago, to be honest. I thought there was a bit of a short stretch where I was a little bit concerned about his gait. And again, that's one thing that you tend to notice when you're hanging out with these runners for as long as we will be. You get to see somebody's gait and see how their arm swing or their cadence is, and you can often tell when somebody is starting to go sideways. I remember I think it was Arlen Glick was running Jackpot one year, and we were covering that, and all of a sudden I noticed that his arm swing had changed a little bit, and it was imbalanced, and I think I asked his crew, and they're like, "Oh, he's always had a little bit of a funky arm swing," and I'm like, "No, that's different."
Yeah.
So we saw it last weekend. We were watching the Tucson Marathon and covering that for Mountain Outpost, and the lead runner in the men's race was flying, and then all of a sudden we saw him hit an aid station around mile 15 or 16, and all of a sudden I just noticed this, he was still moving quickly, but there was a dramatic change in his leg turnover and just the way he was moving, and I was like, okay, something's not quite right, and he ended up withdrawing at about mile 20. So,
okay.
We get to know these runners pretty closely when all is said and done. So, but yeah. So as we mentioned, Chris Danucci, the unofficial time that we have on his 50K finish is 3:26:55, but we'll get clarity on that. It would be a second or two either way, basically. So. And, of course, you can follow along with those unofficial results as well on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. Or, I'm sorry, you're on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. It's the chat at the top of the chat. It's pinned there for you. Oh, it's too early for me to be fumbling. I had a late night last night. Not necessarily because I was misbehaving, but I bartend a holiday party for a friend every year.
Okay.
And I think that my total imbibing involved maybe a half glass of wine. It was the first alcohol I'd had in my system in probably 9 months. And it was, but I didn't get home until about 12:30 in the morning because I was helping them clean up.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, it's a late night for being here at 7 a.m.
oh, I didn't quite get here at 7 a.m. Apparently,
7:30.
well, what's funny is that for some reason I thought that the race started at 9. And then I decided to check one more time before I went to bed, and I was like, "Oh,
It's a good
it
thing you
starts
weren't
at
running.
8." Yeah, and I said, "Oh, I guess it starts at 8." And so I adjusted my alarms accordingly. But still, when I got up this morning, it was like, oh, it's kind of dragged a little bit. And then Camelback and Central High Schools are only a couple miles apart, but when you're like heading to one and you realize like halfway through and you have to head back down the city streets to get back, it's like, oh, you know, an extra few minutes. And then when I walked up, I was like, oh, you're here. You know, I didn't realize I was cutting it that close, but I'm here.
You were fine. I did see you. It was interesting. One of those Waymo self-driving cars at like 5 a.m. on my run. I was like, what is this car doing? It was sort of just going around this parking lot. It's kind of strange. And
You
then
should
I
take one while you're
realized,
here.
Oh, there's no drivers in there.
You haven't taken one yet?
I haven't. No.
You should.
Maybe I will.
It's an experience.
Yeah.
So Waymo actually does a year recap like Strava does.
Okay.
And so I took 5 Waymos this year.
Nice.
So I think that 3 of them were to the airport.
Okay. So
at
how
3
do
in the
you
morning.
request a Waymo? You go
An app just like
Yeah,
Uber or
okay.
Lyft, and yeah, I get a kick out of it. And I've never had any problems. Like there have been a couple times where I'm like, well, it could have taken a more efficient route, but
Yeah.
like there was one time where I think there was construction and it kind of got confused, and so it took me through this neighborhood, but I knew where it was going. It wasn't a big deal. It's very relaxing, and it's also fun to look at people as you're going by them.
I'm sure.
Because not everybody is on board with it. You know,
Yeah.
like you can tell people are still a little bit weirded out by the fact that there's nobody driving that car. And I took my son in one for the first time when he was visiting last year, and he got a huge kick out of it because we walked out to the driveway, walked out of the house, and he went to go to the car. I was like, no, that one.
Yeah.
And he saw the Waymo in the street waiting for us, and he's like,
Yeah.
and so of course he's filming it and going live on the gram and showing it to all his friends. It was a lot of
That
fun.
is very cool. No, that's not a bad idea. Maybe my trip back to the airport tomorrow.
There you go.
Be
I mean,
a
it'll get you to the
Waymo.
airport, but if you do take it to the airport, give yourself a little extra time because
Yeah, how does it navigate the drop-off?
that's actually the easy part.
Really?
It doesn't, like, I know that they're working on it, but Waymos are still not, to my knowledge, like I know that they're just about there, but they don't take the highways, so they're going to take the city streets. So yeah, I mean, perfect opportunity for you to take a Waymo for the first time. Of course, take video of it, send it to all your friends.
Yeah.
You know, like put your hands in the windows and start pounding on it like you're trapped or something. You know, it's. But yeah, I personally enjoy Waymo. You don't have to talk to anybody.
Yeah.
Like especially if it's early in the morning and
Can
you're
you
trying.
ask it to play music?
Oh yeah, like you've got
You got all the controls.
settings, and I always have it on like some like ambient type of like very chill type thing. So I mean, it's like they're on cruise control, not unlike Charlie Lawrence, who is as we segue back to Desert Solstice here, presented by HOKA. Charlie Lawrence here, chasing history, and currently 37 and a half miles in,
Almost 2/3. Not
holding about a 130, 131 pace recently. Had slipped back to about a 135, but seems to be back on track. And in this case, seconds are going to matter.
Yeah, this is, I feel like, at least in my experience, it's like the third quarter of a race. It's always the
Oh, yeah.
challenging one. It's like
You can't smell
you're
the
just-
barn yet.
Yeah, you're just in that like sort of no man's zone of okay, you're more than halfway, but then like the hurt, you're feeling the hurt.
Oh, yeah.
And yeah, you're like, you can sort of rally sometimes in that fourth quarter, but
Well, if I'm doing a 100-miler, like, I don't want somebody to pace me from miles 80 to 100. I want them to pace me from, like, 50 to 75 or 60
Yeah.
to 80. Like, that's... Because once you get to a certain point, and, the first time I did a 100-miler, I had access to one pacer, and he's like, "What do you want me for?" He's like, "You want me?" He goes, "I can go 20 to 25 miles at most." He's like, "You want me to meet at mile 75?" I said, "No." I said, "I want you to meet me at mile 53 and take me to mile 70." And he's like, "You sure?" And I said, "Absolutely."
Yeah.
I said, because once I get to 70, 71 miles, I can wrap my head around doing a 50K in X amount of time. And, I'm sure that, of course, they don't have pacers here, but, like, Charlie's probably fighting through some tough feelings right now,
Yeah.
and we see it on his face. He's definitely not all smiles right now, but
Yeah, I mean, he went through the half in 1:13, the marathon in 2:28, a 50K in, what was it, 2:56 or something like that. Yeah, 2:56
Yeah.
for the 50K.
but yeah, right now he's definitely, he's definitely going to have to work pretty hard to maintain the baseline he's at right now. So
I
he's,
wonder if we can get Chris to join us over here in a bit.
see it. He hit 37.9 miles at 3:38:45. The record is 6:05.
Chris is doing a little math over here.
Yeah, he's going to have to maintain basically under a little bit under a 6-minute mile at this point in order to hold 6:05. It's not exact math. I'm kind of ashamed that as a finance and accounting guy that I did not prep a spreadsheet for this.
Little plug and play spreadsheet.
I'm usually actually really good about that. But it is year end. Inventories must be taken and tracked, and the hours at the office have been a little bit longer. I wish that Mountain Outpost were my primary source of time and income, but not quite there yet. Hey, you know what? I always told myself, like, when we first started doing this back at Desert Solstice 2018, like, if this ever became a thing, I'll consider myself having made it if somebody gives me a place to sleep and feeds me.
Yeah.
And frankly, I have made it.
You've made it.
Like, you mean I can just drive out to Javelina and you've got a place for me to sleep, and or, going up to Hard Rock or Western States, and you'll give me food? Like, all right, let's go. Let's do this thing.
Win. Charlie just came by with a sponge.
That's actually really smart. I've never seen a runner carry a sponge here.
Yeah.
That's a great piece of tech for a race like this, because you can dunk it every quarter mile or switch them out. Like, I mean, yeah, you got the ice buff and everything like that, but you can literally control exactly what you're doing there. I really like that. That's a new one here.
Oh, move.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, I feel like you'll see, at Western States, at Forest Hill, runners coming in and getting sponged down, but no one running with sponges. Yeah, that is.
And at Western States, you're crossing creeks so you can use it.
Yeah.
Like, and it's
Packs down.
it weighs nothing. Like, within a couple of days, we're gonna see some running company with a run sponge that you put around your wrist or something
Yeah.
like that. Like you can
Oh.
pack it into a little pocket or something like that. Oh, dude, we are onto something here, Patrick.
I love it.
It's one of the things, that I learned about evaporative. Like, I ran javelina this year, and I always use, when I'm doing training runs, I always wear shorts with zip pockets, just because of comfort and like wanting to make sure I got my keys in a place that it won't fall out or whatever.
Yeah.
So I wasn't thinking about it, and I actually, a few years ago when I ran javelina for the first time in 2016. Several people were stopping to pick things up on the course during the race, and I didn't know what it was until later on, and I realized it was ice.
They were
'Cause it was-
picking up ice.
Yeah, because it was so hot out.
Wow.
And they were putting in their pockets to get that little bit of evaporative cooling. And then I decided to do that when I saw a pile of ice that somebody had dropped or something like that. So I put it in my pocket, and I realized, like, oh my goodness, these zip pockets are basically like an additional couple of ice
Yeah.
buffs. And so, like, sometimes you see things or you discover things when you're doing these races. We're still in the Wild West in a lot of ways. I mean, there are so many people who are approaching this race and these disciplines with a scientific bent, but there's still a lot that we can learn. Like we said, the idea of carrying a sponge at Desert Solstice, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
Even using it on yourself and recycling like your own sweat if you have to. So
Sweat
you said you're
sponge.
a highly, or you're not a
Not a
high
big
volume
sweater,
sweater.
yeah.
I am.
Yeah.
Like I sweat like you wouldn't believe. I had a personal trainer for a couple of years, and he used to joke about the puddles I would leave behind on the floor, and then I would sweat too.
Yeah. That's great.
Shout out to Adam Livingston if you're out there somewhere, hanging out in Japan.
You got a nice comment in the chat, Chris, from Mr. Jed Clark.
Oh, Jed, that was a tough one. I appreciate that. I just knew that I wouldn't be able to give the spot justice. I was selected by Ultra Running Magazine to run Western States this year. I sustained an injury in February, and unfortunately, I wasn't able to run it. And I want to address this, and we have been addressing this. Laura, we had basically a 55-45 split as of a month ago in this race. We had 13 men and 11 women, and unfortunately, basically almost the entire women's field withdrew. There was nothing we could do about that. This is not the kind of race where you can pull off the wait list at the 11th hour simply because of the logistics involved, and also the type of goals that these runners are trying to obtain. Like, nobody, at least very few people, drop into Solstice last minute.
Yeah.
We've seen it happen. Usually what happens as far as people dropping into Solstice at the 11th hour is, like 2 years ago at Worlds, Scott Traer had a pretty bad day.
Yep.
And then he decided to turn around, and 6 weeks later ran Solstice and ended up having an amazing day because he had the fitness, he had the training. But yeah, I mean, we had 11 women recruited to this race. I believe, we spoke with one of them earlier, Mandy Holmes,
Mandy,
who
yeah.
was slated to run this race, but decided that she was going to redirect her efforts to running the Raven in February, and is currently watching and hanging out in the chat in Portugal. We had Georgia Porter, who was all set to run, but unfortunately had to withdraw at the 11th hour due to illness. We had... there's always the intent of keeping the split even, or at the most, like maybe one or two runners either way. When it comes to having 24 to 28 runners, there's always going to be a minimum of 11 or 12 spots for men and for women. It just so happened, unfortunately, that, and I was really looking forward to seeing what the women would do this year, especially after
Yeah,
last
it was a
year's
really
race.
strong field, and yeah, as Mandy said, just having a lot of women in the field, helps just get the best out of themselves, I think,
Yeah.
and really all elevate each other's performances.
Yeah, and that 2024 Desert Solstice. I mean, you just look at what happened out there with the women's race, and it was special. I mean, I think that sometimes there are races that you talk about in very hallowed terms. 2018, our very first live stream. Of course, we had Camille Herron set the world record at the time in the women's 24-hour. We had Nick Curry and Greg Armstrong with that absolute knockdown drag-out battle. Like
Courtney
that was legendary.
there as part of the early hours of the event.
Actually, if you look at that 2018 field, listen to this line, this roster. It is heavy hitter. Well, first of all, there were 33 runners that year, but you had Camille Herron, Jake Jackson, Greg Armstrong, Nick Curry, Bob Hearn, Michael Morgan, Osvaldo Lopez, Pat Reagan, Michael McKnight, Zach Bitter.
Pat Reagan was a metronome. I just remember,
Maggie Gutierrez, Pete Kostelnik, Adrian Stanchu, Connie Gardner, Courtney DeWalter. I mean, that's a murderer's row of runners right there. And it was really a special year. 2021, when Nick set the record, and we had some strong women's performances. Marissa Lysak literally crawling to the finish to get those extra miles in. Last year was right along those lines, where you had women finish first, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth, and 8th and 9th overall. Like 7 of the top 9 spots were by women last year. You had
7 of the top 9.
Yeah,
wow.
Stephanie Gickel at 155 miles, Lauren Jones at 154, Meg Eckert at 153.4, Marissa Lysak at 152, Stella Springer at 142, Laura Sheridan at 132.6, and Colleen Dryhouse at 126.5. I mean, last year's race was really amazing to see. 4 women top 150 miles. That had never happened outside of a Worlds.
Yeah.
And even at Worlds it doesn't happen that often. I think it's happened twice. It's unfortunate. And I don't know how much I'm at liberty to discuss. The only ones that I'm really comfortable talking about are Mandy, who we spoke to about her decision to withdraw, and then I believe that that on the actual race roster, they did have Georgia Porter still in there. So, I mean, no secrets there. Georgia opted to withdraw. I believe it was on Thursday. So, but yeah, we always try our best to make sure that the field is split. And, I think that weird things happen in the odd years here at Desert Solstice, simply because it is a Worlds year, and that does kind of drain from the field, from the competition. Next year, probably going to be another completely spicy year, because that's just how it works. I had heard rumors of a potential 100-mile showdown this year that didn't come to fruition. And that's all I'll say about that. But Zach Bitter doing just fine out here. One of the things about also, well, it does help to have somebody push you. Like when you're running at this level, you're disciplined enough to keep pushing no matter if you've got somebody there or not. Zach Bitter is completely content to do his own thing. Pete Kostelnik, same way. Colleen Dryhouse, these are runners who have won these races where they're just, like, at some cases, literally all alone at the finish. So
someone had asked how Zach's doing, and he's our second runner currently behind Charlie Lawrence, but Charlie's just going for the 100K. Zach's looking to run both 100 miles, and then if he's under 12 hours, continue through 12 hours. He's 135 laps in and a little more than a 50K, 33.6 miles. He seems like he's been super consistent. He's been dressing, staying cool early, and has been, running with a water bottle, dousing himself often. Looks like his lap splits are pretty even around 144 and 145 for the last, 30 plus laps or more, which, is just 10 seconds a lap behind what Charlie Lawrence is currently running.
And Zach is so good at his pacing that I'll be honest, I'm actually excited at the idea that he might have a shot at cracking the American record. He's currently running a 6:41 pace, which of course, extrapolated out is going to be 11:08. So if you figure, maybe, a little bit of regression, like I think it's a tall order, but at the same time, it is, 11:30, maybe
We're
even
a third of the way there.
Yeah, I mean, I think that 11:20 is in the cards as long as it doesn't get too much warmer than this. I mean, Zach knows what he's doing. He lived here as well. Like he lived in Phoenix, so he knows what it's like to run out here when it's hot. So. And we're going to be following Zach and Charlie. Let's do a quick update on Charlie, where he's at, before we go to a short break here. I know that people are following Charlie Lawrence very closely here. Charlie is currently holding a 5:47 pace, just over 40 and a half miles in. Yeah, Charlie's going to need to, when all is said and done, run a 5:52 pace in order to break the world record, and his 2/3 of the way in at 5:47, 5:46. We're on to something here. It's going to be something to follow here real closely over the next couple hours.
It's not that much wiggle room, though.
No, but I mean, how much wiggle room do you need when you've got, you're 2/3 of the way done? So, we'll see if he's smelling the barn and is able to keep things moving, because, he's staying steady and aggressive, keeping his paces under 1:30.
Someone asked what shoes Zach is wearing, or they asked what Zach's wearing. I presume shoes. He's wearing the Puma Faster Nitros Elite. Someone said no time to go to the bathroom for Charlie.
No.
Nope. All right, we're going to switch to an ad here, so we'll be right back with coverage of Desert Solstice.
Yeah. We're back here at Desert Solstice 2025, presented by HOKA. Chris Warden.
Patrick Aaron.
And I guess bringing the OG crew back, all we need to do is drag Jamil Curry away from whatever device he's piloting here and and we'll have our entire Desert Solstice 2018
2018 crew.
Crew back together. So,
I want an update from Jamil on how Nick did.
oh, is he? Man, never stops.
Yeah,
Well, I see him
well,
over there. He's right next to the aid station.
I'm curious how Nick fared in the marathon this morning. 2:31. All right, we've got the update. PR? That's a PR? PR. Nice. So we just got the update that Nick Curry, who was at the marathon project this morning, ran 2:31. So stellar effort on that. His part. He is. And Nick Curry is our current American record holder in the 24-hour race, and also the Desert Solstice record holder with
173.
173 miles. That was in 2021.
Yep.
Yeah. So we have at least one athlete today going after that mark, with Pete Kostelnik, who's shared 175 miles as his goal.
Let's see. So 3:58:32 for Charlie's most recent split.
Oh, we've got
That's
the sponge on camera. I love it.
2:06.
On screen now is a nice view
So
of athletes.
Charlie needs to keep a 5:57 pace in order to break the record. So he's got a little bit of a buffer, but like you said, not much of one.
Yeah, and coming into the heat of the day,
Yeah.
Oh, they switched directions. I said, wait a moment, Charlie's running the wrong way.
So it's every 4 hours.
So, yeah, every
Do we
4
have
hours
the
here.
turnaround cam?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Jordan, do we have the turnaround cam? As the runners are now switching direction? Awesome, thank you. So every 4 hours, the runners switch directions to give them a little bit of a different viewpoint, I guess, and also probably help their hips out a little bit.
Don in the chat said he's fought off the FOMO for nearly 4 hours, but it's hitting hard now. He's bonking on
That's
the
Don
FOMO.
Reichel. So Don last year was the men's winner here at Desert Solstice. And he ran a...
Oh, Charlie is soaked now.
Yeah, that's good though. It's good to see. Don ran in 2024. His total was 154.34. Of course, that made him eligible for the national team, and he represented the United States at the 24-hour World Championships in Albi, France. And I believe we'll be talking to Don here in a little bit as well, so we can talk to him about that. But Don's one of those guys that is any surface, any distance. If he's not out here on the track tearing it up, he has no problem. Like, I'm trying to remember the first time I saw Don. I think it might have been at Cocodona.
Okay.
So, he'll do
Definitely a
anything.
different discipline than Desert Solstice,
Yeah.
that's for sure.
Yeah, I think that was my first in-person experience with him. But Don also has podiums at Badwater and Tunnel Hill. But then also, as we mentioned, has run Cocodona, Cruel Jewel.
Hard Rock qualifier there.
Yeah, Run Rabbit. So talking about spending most of the day at 10,000 feet. So Don's done a little bit of everything. So we'll see, and we'll talk to him about his experiences here at Desert Solstice, representing the United States, and things of that nature, and also just one of the cool guys in the sport to talk to. He's been a part of our Mountain Outpost crew for some event coverage, and
I do like his little bench interviews. that he
That's-
does.
Well, at Western States, he was great. Like
Yeah.
he was having fun. I remember he actually did an interview with Rachel Entrikin. It was a bit of complete hard-hitting journalism,
Yeah.
or not. Actually, that's somebody we might have to give a dial up to. She's never done this race, but like people don't realize, like, you don't want to talk about somebody any surface, any distance. You know, the Queen of Cocodona, multiple time champion there, has won multiple Hard Rock qualifiers. She's also she's also dropped she's dropped 200 miles in 48 hours at across the years before, a
Yeah.
jackpot. Like she's like different level, you know.
He has quite the winning streak of.
Yeah, like 6 years maybe. Like,
It's funny. One of the athletes just came by and said it feels so weird.
we're going the wrong way.
Yeah. Which I can imagine. Yeah, after 4 hours of going one way, it's gonna throw you off switching around. Especially in my head, I always go around a track counterclockwise. So going clockwise around would screw with me.
Yeah, now everybody is going the same direction. The chaos has subsided.
Until late hours. Yeah, we're 4 hours and 5 minutes in. Quick update on some of our top runners. We have Charlie Lawrence, 42 miles in, 4:03 lapsed here. So 20 miles to go.
So 18 miles or 20 miles in 2 hours, basically.
20 miles in 2 hours. That's fast.
Yeah, 6 minute miles.
Flat.
Folks, the math right here is off the charts.
Yep. And then Zach Bitter with 144 laps, 35.8 miles accumulated. Christopher Nucci has stopped at 125 laps for 50K, which he ran in just under 3:27, just a couple minutes off the American age record that he was shooting for. And then Peter Chadovich with 123 laps and almost approaching 50K, 30.6 miles. So those are our top men. And for women, we have Joyce Payne with 106 laps and just hit the marathon mark, 26.3 miles in 4 hours and 2 minutes. And right behind her, Colleen Drehos, just 1 lap back, 105 laps and 26.1 miles. So those are some of our top runners in the field today. And at noon, it is, now around 71 degrees. Looks like it's going to get up to about 76 by 3 o'clock.
And it feels warmer than that already.
And yes, it does feel warmer than that. So, yeah, Charlie, who's got, 2 hours to go, it's only heating up, which certainly adds to the challenge. It'll be, 76 when he is, hoping to wrap things up. But he's definitely been, running with the sponge the last several laps, doing a lot to stay cool. The first, the first 3 hours he wasn't doing it quite as much cooling, was wearing a sort of ice bandana, here and there. But now pretty consistently every lap he's been doing a lot to keep cool and is looking a lot more soggy than he was before. Jake Jackson never felt like so much of an imposter syndrome than in 2018 race.
Yeah, but Jake,
you
were the
proved
first
it.
place man.
Yeah, you proved yourself, Jake.
Actually, Jake had a hell of a 2018. I believe that was the year he won Coldwater Rumble, Heaven 100K, and Desert Solstice. I remember things. Let's see if my little widget works.
Charlie has slowed down a bit per lap
Okay, so I did.
recently. He's now at minute 37. Where he's a minute and a half, minute 30 just a few laps ago. So, 6 to 7 seconds a lap slower the last couple ones.
So, thank you. So Charlie's got to maintain a 6:05 pace the remainder of the way. He's got, in order to break 6:05.35, he's got to go 19.337 miles in an hour 57:46 from that time on the timing
Okay.
mat. So that's where we're at right now. So
Got the spreadsheet out now.
I actually,
so
yeah.
we're
Now,
equipped.
if he wants to break 6 flat, we're talking. I want to see if that's even
Would he
in
need
the
to
cards.
speed up from?
Yeah, he would have to be. At this point, he would actually have to maintain his pace entirely, and he would come in.
But that would mean speeding up from his current laps.
Yeah. So he would basically have to run a 5:48 at this point to go 6 hours. So 6 hours is going to be a tall order, but I think that the world record is still very much in play here, and
He's getting over the hump of this sort of, as we were saying, that sort of third quarter of the race is pretty hard. There he comes by.
yeah, I've got my little DS widget.
So at this point, 13 of our 14 athletes have hit the marathon mark in 4 hours and 10 minutes or faster. It's a pretty quick marathon if you're planning to run for 24 hours. A nice view on the screen now of all the aid stations and people's personal aid stations and crews.
Yeah, Charlie has had a couple of slow laps here. It looks like he's going to have to do about a 6:03 and change.
And what's his average pace right now for the lap? If you just do one
1:30, 1:32 basically for the last two. So we're getting.
What like mileage pace is that?
Well, he did a 1:35, and then he did a 1:30. So he's basically. What is that, about a...
1:30 week 6 flat, right?
Yeah, give or take a couple of...
Yeah.
The exact nature of the track numbers
True,
is...
yeah. 400 versus... meters versus miles.
Oh, maybe I'm a little bit off there. I got some bad intel. 4:11:41. Okay, yeah, he's slowing down, and it's gonna be like seconds are mattering at this point. Don Reichel. No, Don Reichel is doing this at warm up. There were a couple of people joining later on. Yeah, I got them. I got them on the. I just texted them.
So Chris, Watermelon King in the chat is asking if Charlie's on pace to break the record. I know you just spent a little bit of time running the numbers. If you want to share your findings.
Yeah, I would say the answer is yes, but it's going to be close. 4:13. I do not make any testimony as to the exact accuracy of my numbers. When they always ask you in an interview, what are your Excel skills? I always say a 6.5 to a 7 on a scale of 1 to 10. But I think he needs to maintain a 6:02 pace, and he's not quite doing that. It's gonna be close. He's gonna need to push a little bit if my numbers are correct. So,
And as a reminder, the 100K world record currently is held by Alexander Sorokin of Lithuania, 6:05:35 from back in 2023. And the women's record, it might be even more impressive than the men's, 6:33 from Japan's Tomo Abe in 2000. I mean, 6:33.
and for that to be held as long as it has, like records are not held in our sport for that long anymore.
And earlier this fall, Courtney Olson did set the American record, breaking a similarly long-standing record from Ann Trayson in the 100K. Courtney squeezed her way under 7 hours, 6:59:55. That was at Tunnel Hill not too long ago. And she actually has the fastest 100K of men and women for 2025 here in North America. And all of our athletes have officially hit triple digits when it comes to their laps. Bob Hearn just reached 101 laps in 25.1 miles. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, this is going to be really tight.
That's good. We like some drama, Chris. Gotta keep
we're
things
gonna
exciting.
get it. We're gonna get it. And we just caught an audible sigh from Charlie as he went by. I'm going to actually try and do this a little bit differently to kind of, because my lap splits are only getting about 1 decimal place, and I feel like I need 2, so I'm going to mess with my formulas a little bit.
Drummer boy in the chat saying, it's partially dependent if he's slowing down to cool down and fuel for a minute versus slowing down due to inability to maintain the pace. And just, yeah, to put it into perspective, unreal to slow down to 6:05 pace.
Right.
Still fast. And Charlie did actually run 6:03:47 back in August over in Italy as part of the Adidas Chasing 100 project out there. That was not eligible to be a record due to the fact they, a combination of factors, but the shoes the athletes were wearing, were custom made and had a stack height of over 50 millimeters, if I remember correctly. But yeah, 3 athletes there ran under the current world record of 6:05:35, with someone actually breaking 6 hours 5:59:20, which is bonkers. And then Alexander Sorokin, who has the record, he also participated in the event running 6:04:10, so about a minute and a half faster than his record.
Yeah, basically at this point, Charlie, the way that he is running, he's going to need to keep about a 6-minute mile pace still between now and the end of the race, or end of the 100K. And it's going to be tough.
Yeah. But American record, we should get a gauge on 6:09. He's Jim Walmsley. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, yeah, yeah. He's
record,
okay.
So he's
what is that?
He's hopefully leaving with some record today. I think 6:09 from Carbon X, but
6:09:26. I can plug that in.
And just to put it into perspective, the only 3 men who have run under 6.5 hours for 100K for Americans are Jim Walmsley, 6:09:26, Max King, 6:27:43, and Rajpal Panu, 6:28:31. So, small crowd up there.
Yeah, it's a very extremely limited company. And I think that it's fair to say that Charlie is also laboring right now. Like he's putting forth max effort here. Like you can tell that it's taken him a lot to maintain what he's doing right now.
He is speeding up though. Minute 33 for lap 179, minute 31 for lap 180. So
yeah, we need a lot of that.
4 or 5 seconds or so lap faster, which is a sizable difference. For anyone who doesn't have it pulled up, there's live splits at live.airviparunning.com. You'll see Desert Solstice right there, and you can click into the athlete and see each of their lap splits going all the way back to lap 0.
So in order to hit the American record, he's going to need to maintain about a 6:12 pace, and to hit the world record, he's going to need to maintain about a 6-minute mile. So he's got cushion on the American record, but definitely no cushion on the world record at this point. And he's getting closer, but we're still talking an hour 40. It's a long way to go. It's closer, but it's just not
17
closer
miles. Yeah, it's not a short short stroll.
Yeah, we're still, I mean, okay, lap 181. Let's see.
I want to start seeing in the chat some predictions. Charlie's finishing 100K time. Jed Clark is asking, Chris is a javelina expert. Do you think Charlie could be the first man to go sub 12 hours there?
God, I mean, we just,
He doesn't have a lot of trail experience.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to say the crossover there.
yeah, I mean, Tunnel Hill is a I mean, Javelina is not the most technical course out there, but Tunnel Hill is a far cry from Javelina even. I would not bet against him maybe setting a course record, but that's such a steep number to even think about. I mean, like, it was just a couple years we broke 13,
Yeah.
and now we're talking about somebody breaking 12. Just like, like what was the yeah, Dakota was the first person to run. Dakota Jones ran a 12:58:02 a couple of years ago, and now, Will Murray ran a 12:10. Although I will also say that Will got the greatest conditions this year.
Yeah.
In terms of the weather. Now the course was a little bit more rutted out than normal, but that doesn't seem to bother him. I mean, Will ran Black Canyon and was a few minutes off the course record there. But we really had as close to a perfect day as possible out there, weather-wise for Javelina. It was a little bit warm for a brief portion, but by the time the sun went behind the McDowells at exactly 5:17 p.m., I know that very well. It was, Will was just off to the races, and he looked fantastic out there as he passed me multiple times.
Well,
But
the competition helped also. I mean,
yeah,
so you could see, yeah. I mean, if as the field continues to get more and more competitive, pushing to, faster and faster times, but
Sure.
also blow ups as well, and it is.
I'd be more curious to see what Will Murray would do here.
Yeah.
I mean, you run a 12:10 at Javelina, like that would be interesting. I mean, I have you take away 8,000 feet of elevation gain, or what's Will Murray going to do on a flat track if this ends up being, something that he could do mentally. Yeah, basically at this point we're at the idea where we're going to need to see Charlie grab and hold on tight to a 6-minute mile
Here he is.
until otherwise calculated.
Wow, you just, minute 28 for that lap.
That's what we need.
3 seconds faster than the previous one. There
That's-
we go. Although I hope he's not turn on the heat too early. You know?
Yeah.
Like you said, it's still an hour and a half to go.
So lap 46, 4:28, 45, 1:27. Interesting. Things are getting spicy here. So at mile 46, he's at 4:28.48, 4:28.45. So that would be, yeah, basically he needs to keep about a 6-minute lap. And let's go even or 6-minute mile rather.
Drummer boy in the chat wondering if you hit a point to approaching the finish where you can afford to disregard fueling and sustainable effort a bit more and go full send. Yes and no. I don't think, this is definitely too early. He's got 16 miles to go. So I feel like as much as, maybe it gets harder to fuel, it's even more important at this, point of the race.
All right.
I will be very excited when we come with, just a couple miles to go. See what kind of splits he's laying down, because he has the leg speed to really rip out here.
Yeah, basically he needs to hug a 1:29 lap. So I just added that in.
That's what he needs to do from here on out.
Yep.
Well, he did just run 2 laps faster.
And what I'm doing now, because I've only got 1 decimal place on the mileage, I'm taking his 2 most recent timing mat splits and averaging them to give me a little bit more of an accurate number.
More accurate.
I mean,
yeah.
like, seconds matter at this point so much that I don't want to. I mean, I might be misspeaking by a couple seconds, but that's all I want to misspeak by, a couple seconds. And again, I am not the official timekeeper. I'm a guy with with modest Excel skills trying to figure this out. Yeah, and thanks to Don for being in the chat with us. As a guy who's done this and done it at a high level before, he can speak to it far better than you or I can. I mean, we've witnessed it. He's lived it. And that's one of the things I love about doing these live streams ever since we did our first one in 2018 at Desert Solstice. The fact that this community is so good about sharing its knowledge and information. Like, when somebody is going for a record, everybody wants them to beat it, even the previous record holder, because it gives them something to strive for, to keep going. We had Bob Hearn just go by us. There's Charlie again. And that is Hans Van Zanten. Charlie coming by again. I feel like we just saw him.
That was Zach.
Oh, was it Zach?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
They have similar kits. The white top, black bottom.
I was kind of looking out of the corner of my eye.
Like, wow, 30-second lap, not bad.
Hey, look, kids, Big Ben, Parliament. Shout out if you know what that's from. All right, let's plug in the most recent Charlie splits. Let's see. 46.4. 6.5.
Just a 5K away from 50 miles. Wow, and I think he'll hit 50 miles in...
So he actually, again, like, this is why I'm trying to do multiple multiple timing splits to use my as my source. Basically, I'm showing now a 130, but he is doing 127, 129, 129.
Yeah.
So-
He's adding a little buffer with those
Yeah.
seconds.
And yeah, he's got to maintain a 130 lap pace for another, oh boy, another 90 minutes.
Yeah. Just looking at the 50-mile all-time list for North America, which, Charlie currently tops with his 4:48.21 from Tunnel Hill back in 2023, and then Jim Walmsley going back to 2019, 4:50.08, and then going way back, Barney Klecker, OG legend,
Yeah.
1980, 4:51.25. But yeah, I imagine Charlie's on pace to be probably around 4:52-ish. So for 50 miles, fourth on the all-time list for North America.
And only 4 minutes or so off his PR.
Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty amazing. Thank you, Don, for catching that National Lampoon's reference.
Some of these, 1980, Barney Klecker, 5th, Andy Jones, 1990, Alan Carrick, 1980 as well. So, all the others are in the 2000s, but we've got 3 guys holding it down from the 80s and 90s.
How about the women? That Ann Trayson number held for a long time.
Yep, Ann Trayson, 1991.
I'm actually racing Ann Trayson later this month.
Oh, that's exciting.
We're both doing Across the Years.
Oh, wow. Yep. Oh, Marcy Swan from Massachusetts. I know her well. Yeah. 1982. Wow, someone from Maine on this list. I didn't even know. Kim Moody representing. Back in 1986, 6:01.53 for 50 miles. That is a speedy list of women. And yeah, just, a month ago, Ann Flower running 5:18.57 for women. Absolutely destroying the 50-mile record.
So Charlie's last 2 laps, 130 and 132. So he's got to keep hugging it. Got to keep hugging that 130. Yeah, basically he's got to run somewhere between a 6 minute and a 6:01 mile between now and the end of the in order to hit that. He is opening up his buffer by simply maintaining that on the American record, though. It was what was it, a little while ago that we said he needed to maintain a 6:12, and now he just needs to maintain, listen to us, needs to maintain a 6:16 pace in order to hit that American standard for the 100K. So that is definitely something that, as long as he's able to keep moving and keep moving well, looks like he's got a strong chance to hold. It's when it comes to the world record, though, it's still too early to tell. I as much as I would love to be more confident in it, I've seen this race enough times to know that it's hard to maintain. Of course, we do have other runners in the course, as we just saw. Mark Marson. Mark Marson shooting for 155 miles. We haven't really delved too far into what the paces are looking at for the 24 hours, and that's for a couple reasons. Number one, because we've had people chasing 50Ks, 100Ks, 100 miles, but also the variance in trying to handicap a 24-hour race.
Played that out to
yeah, I always
hours.
try and unless somebody's on some sort of world record type pace, I always kind of hold off on projecting until they hit the 100 mile at the very least.
Yeah.
Unless they're looking like possessed. And think about it, even when Nick Curry ran his American record, he was tied for 3rd in getting to the 100 mile. It's so early in the day for that kind of conjecture. As you can see, Charlie yet again. Behind him, the unusually heavily clothed Bob Hearn.
Too many.
I love Bob. He's just such a great guy, and also like he's been a kind of a well, not kind of. He's been absolutely a huge source of information and intel on how this sport works. To me and everything. So, and I believe, I think maybe some. Let's see.
For our woman, we have Joyce Payne, 119 laps in 29.6 miles, and she started to pull ahead more because she was always within a lap or so of Colleen, but now she's 3 laps ahead of Colleen Dreyhus, who's 116 laps in 28.8 miles.
So yeah, Bob Hearn has one more race on his calendar, and it's Western States. He got in via the lottery.
Oh wow, very exciting.
Yep. Although he would have just as easily qualified as a silver legend, as a 60-plus runner who has huge contributions to the sport. I wonder what his time would be if he ran 100-miler solving Rubik's Cubes the entire time. But he could do it in under
How many
18
Rubik's
hours.
Cubes could he solve?
That's a good question. In under 18, so he has to run a 100-miler in under 18 hours, but solve Rubik's Cubes as many as he can over the course of that time. Now that would be a wildly talented world record right there.
It's like the juggling world records or world Guinness World Records, I guess. But, the juggling ones are impressive to me.
Oh yeah. Some of those are completely out there.
Like someone ran a 6-hour, 50-mile juggling,
like juggling chainsaws and stuff like that. All right, let me do a quick little spot check on where Charlie's at. So lap.
Kristen, you said you're doing across the years. Which category are you in?
I am doing the 6-day, but I use air quotes on that simply because I basically register for the 6-day every year and come and go as I please.
Go home at night most.
Yeah, well, I mean, I still have to work my normal job and everything like that. So that's part of the reason why I kind of qualify what I'm out there for.
Yeah.
But my son is doing the 72-hour, doing the 3-day, and last year he did his first. He got his first buckle, did his first 100-miler out there at the age of 17. I actually put governors on him and put him on a hard limit of 40 miles a day just because he hasn't trained.
Yeah.
And, he's in wrestling season. So, but he went out there and he did it in basically a little over 3 days. So, I was super stoked for that. And now he, from what I understand, proudly wears his belt buckle at school.
It has a wrestling vibe to it.
Yeah. Doing absolutely crazy, intense things for little to no glory whatsoever. Yeah. Ultra running, wrestling, And he actually wants to run his first Western States and Hard Rock qualifiers this year after his wrestling career draws to a close. I told him we'll see. So Charlie is at mile 48. I got a time of 4:50:55, a 1:32 and 1:31 in his most recent 2 laps. 1:32. Ever so slightly slipping off the pace. Needs to maintain a 1:29-ish lap, maybe a 5:59 mile pace. So it's going to be tight. It's going to be very, very tight. And I know that we're both rooting for him to get it here. So I would love to see. I am always for seeing more world records. Being broken here at Desert Solstice. We get to see a lot of national records, a lot of age group records, but a flat out world record. It's been I think
15 total
Yeah.
world records here.
And I think Camille was the
It's been
last
a little
one that set an outright, benchmark number like that. So
He's got his crew on the other side yelling at him. Find that rhythm, find that rhythm.
Yeah. 4:43:12. Okay, so yeah. So and this is why I'm using multiple data points to try and be as close as possible, because if I only used a single data point, like if I use just his most recent split, it's not going to be entirely accurate because I've only got one decimal point, or access to one decimal point. So using an average of his two most recent data points gives me a more accurate number, I believe. So as I said, 5:59, now this says 6:01. So it's basically hug 6 minutes. And hug 6 minutes until mile 60, and then, full send for the, as if he hasn't been full sending for, 4 hours and 45 minutes.
Yeah, I'd be curious, like, how much, depending on how much you have left in you, you could potentially drop, like, 30 seconds a mile for those last, like...
Oh, yeah. I mean,
if you
to pull up... so, it can take a look at Nick Curry's last few splits at...
He's running like 7-something pace, or like he was...
Yeah.
moving. Wow.
Desert Solstice 2021. Yeah, so Nick Curry's last 3 laps at Desert Solstice that year, 130, 127, 131. That's at mile 172. Basically, he dipped under the 2-minute lap mark at about mile 158, 159, and never looked back. And then, yeah, it looks like he only had 3 laps under 150 the entire day, and they were his final 3 laps, and they were in the 130 range. Which, again, is why it's so hard to handicap a race like this so early.
Jeez, we almost flew into the pole right there with the drone. That was fun. Got a nice view of the track here. As we said, it's heating up. It's now 73 degrees here in Phoenix.
And it feels every bit of 80. It really does. Yeah, his most recent laps, 129, 131. As long as he's hugging this number, it's gonna be in play. I mean, I would have to, I think I'm in agreement with you that, if he gets to, like once he gets to mile 57, 58, like once he gets to that, like maybe 5K remaining, he is going to push even harder.
Yeah, if
So,
he has
if it's
that
in play.
reserve.
Yeah.
It's interesting how quickly, like, just the evaporative nature of the heat. Like, I mean, I feel like Charlie was soaking wet just a couple laps ago, and no longer running with the sponge, and he just looks fairly dry. But
Yeah.
just to show the heat out there.
Yeah, it happens fast.
That dry heat, not what we have in New England. Humidity's a little different out there. All right, so we'll get his 50-mile split in 3 more laps. looking to be on track for 4:52-ish or 50 miles.
Yep, looking like he's got to keep about a 6-minute, 6:01 mile, about a 1:30 lap pace.
We got Ben Blankmanship in the chat.
Oh, wow.
Olympian.
Yeah.
Thanks for joining the chat, Ben. Said this is legit. 128 laps for nearly 5 hours. That is good running. Good with an exclamation point. Woman of Distance in the chat asks, when you're mentioning paces, are you calculating off world record pace or sub 6 hour pace?
World
We've
record.
been calculating off world record pace. So 6:05:35 being the 100K world record. Sub 6 hour pace is, kind of
I think it's off the table. at
off
this
the
point.
table. Yeah, at this point.
I mean, he would have to go.
It was one of his, goals that he, publicly shared going into it. But, I think at this point, I imagine in his head is that 6:05 mark. And then as a
Yeah,
backup.
he'd have to average a 5:37 mile at this point.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, he'd have to be dropping 124s. And I'm trying to figure out, and I can't give the exact weather of Vilnius, Lithuania on May 14th, 2023, but I'm looking at their normal temperatures in May, and you're talking about 65 degrees. That's a bit milder than...
Bit milder, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's warm out today. It is very warm, and that would be a potential factor for anybody looking to take a swing at this record. It is warmer than normal.
And Desert Solstice is also this year a little later than
Yeah,
usual
it
as
is.
well.
It's Desert Solstice is typically around the 12th or 13th, give or take, and this year it's a week later, and it's still warm. But it was warmer last weekend. We actually
Yeah, it's a
had...
good thing it wasn't last weekend.
Yeah, we had some record highs in some parts of the valley last weekend. We were above 80 degrees. We're at 74 now, but it feels warmer.
So Charlie's got about 200 to go, or 100 to go for his 50-mile split. So we should have that within the next 30 seconds or so.
Yeah, it looks like maybe a mid 452. Oh,
4:52:45
That's 40. No, that's 453.28.
for. Oh no, I was just seeing. Oh, sorry, I was just.
No, yeah, and there's a discrepancy there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. No, I mean, these are. We need to make sure we're all on the same page here.
Yes. Oh yeah, I see here.
But I'll use that number. I'll use your numbers to plug in. I mean, like I said, it's not going to be exact because we are not, Patrick and I are not the official timing.
They don't pay us for that.
I wouldn't want the responsibility.
Yeah, Charlie Lawrence of Boulder, Colorado, just went through 50 miles in around 4:53 elapsed, and that puts him at, well, he already holds the world record for 50 miles at 4:48:10, but also just added his name to the top, 4 list here in North America. So he has 2 of the top 4 times, just behind Barney Klecker.
Yeah, I mean, the fourth or just fifth time an American has run under 4:55,
Yeah.
and Charlie has 2 of those numbers. Pretty amazing. At this point, for that distance, there's nobody faster in the U.S. I'd love to see how something like that could translate to an event like Comrades or something.
Mhm.
That would be an interesting event for Charlie to take a swing at.
Yeah, the American women have historically done very well there. I feel like on the men's side, there hasn't been quite as much interest from men in Comrades.
I think that you have the right person have a lot of success there, and that could change things a little bit. It's like success begets success.
Trying to think. I mean, I know Alberto Salazar, like way back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Like, these are the things that girls have to come into that we were too embarrassed to talk about. But it really is.
Yeah, as long as Charlie keeps maintaining this pace, I mean, he's going to come in well under and shatter the previous American 100K record. I know that maybe shattering isn't the right word for it. He's gonna improve upon it by a couple minutes. But yeah, like it's gonna be so tight with this world record here. I mean, I'm hoping that it happens. I'm super excited. We don't get to do coverage of a world record that often here, as
No.
you mentioned. For the high profile world records such as 50K, 100K, 100-mile, and 24-hour. Like, we've only had one of those since we started live streaming, and that was in our very first live stream, 2018, when Camille Herron set the women's standard at the time.
Someone said, "Watch this space for Comrades next year. It's gonna be big." I'd love to see it.
Oh no, I closed my...
Charlie's getting some good encouragement from his crew on the back side of the track there. Well, we're officially 5 hours into the Desert Solstice here in Phoenix, Arizona. Quick update on the leaderboard here. We have Charlie Lawrence leading the field with 51 miles and 205 laps. He is looking to break the 100K world record of 6:05:35, as well as the American record of 6:09 held by Jim Walmsley from the Carbon X event. In second, we have Zach Bitter with 174 laps and 43.2 miles. Zach's going for fast 12-hour and 100-mile, on pace currently for, a American record under his 11:19 performance in 100 miles. And then in third, we have Pierre Chadovich with 146 laps and 36.3 miles. And Peter is, I think, has his eyes set on 160 plus miles for 24 hours with a current PR of 151.5 miles and a 100-mile PR of 21 hours and 56 minutes. On the women's side, with our two women participants in the field, we have Joyce Payne, 130 laps in and just over 50K, 32.3 miles. And Colleen Drehos with 125 laps and 31.1 miles. Both Joyce and Colleen are going for, aiming for that full 24 hours out there on the track. For Joyce, this is her first attempt at 24 hours, although with an asterisk because she has done 48 hours, just she hasn't specifically done the 24-hour category yet. And then Colleen ran 133 miles at the Raven earlier this year and is hoping for as close to 50 miles as possible. Her 100-mile PR is 16:57, which is a pretty stout time. So, it's still very early on, 5 hours in, so, not entirely easy to say how things are tracking for the 24-hour runners, but, everyone's looking pretty strong out there. This is definitely the hottest part of the day, these next 2 hours or so. And then it'll start to cool down, and I'm sure athletes are going to be excited about that.
So just as a, how wild and zany it is for, us to provide conjecture about the 24-hour mark. Pete Kostelnik, his stated goal was 175. That's pretty stout. He's still got 140 miles to go.
Yeah.
So we will be concentrating, of course, as the 100K record is moved off the chessboard, and and everything. But yeah, I mean that is really kind of where we're at right now. Pete would also need to maintain an 8:10 pace for the next 20 or 19 hours almost. That's wild. That's absolutely wild.
Jody Thomas in the chat. Tell me about the older runner. How old is he and what age group record is he going for? What's his story? I'm not sure exactly who she's referring to.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about Bob Hearn at length, being the oldest runner here at age 60. Bob is a legend in the sport, has one of the more fascinating Wikipedias out there, too.
But yeah, he's looking for some American age group records in the men's 60 to 64 category. 100 miles of 16:23, 200K of 23:39:47. So that's a time-based result there. 24 hours in 125 miles and 125.59 miles. So he's got those 3 age group American records in his sights, and he has a very stout 24-hour PR of 154 miles and a 100-mile PR of 1444. He has said he's not going for either of those today. But
Well, and that was at Desert Solstice 2018.
Yeah.
And what's funny about that is that he was like shooting for 150, and he figured, oh, that would be good enough to get him on the national team and on the podium. It did neither. Like, he finished 4th with 154 miles. It was...
it's a tough one.
Yeah. If you go to his... I just love the lead into his Wikipedia page. Robert Aubrey Hearn is an American ultramarathon runner, computer scientist, and recreational mathematician.
Recreational. Who made this Wikipedia page?
Probably Bob Hearn. But no, yeah, and definitely a legend in the sport. But we'll be following Bob's journey, closely as the day goes on. But yeah, Charlie Lawrence.
Let's go, Charlie. Update. We're within less than an hour to go for a world record here.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing how, we were just talking a few minutes ago. It's like, well, it's 17 miles away, and it's like, well, now it's about 10 or 11.
Yeah, like how if you're watching track, it's like less than a lap to go. For us,
yeah.
Less than an hour to go.
Yeah, in this race, that's really exactly how it works.
Just a mere 10 miles to go.
I'm going to use his most recent full lap splits in order to do some calculating here. Oh, those numbers don't make sense. Bob getting encouragement from the other side of the track, from, I believe, perhaps coaches. Looks like he has slipped a little bit, having done 130 and 132 in his most recent laps. Might need to keep about a 5:58 mile pace, maybe about a 1:28, 1:29 lap pace, in order to get back in the good graces of the timing gods. Yeah, do we have a guest lined up here? Or think if we do, we'll, do our best to stay focused on what we've got going on here with Charlie as he chases history. And I know that our drones are going to be following Charlie as his day progresses and he gets ever closer to a historic number.
Yeah, and do you know where the 100K spot is on the track?
I would assume it's that
main
line, because that's where the 50K was.
Yeah.
I mean, it might be a few feet either way, one or another, because I
Yeah.
know they wheel it out to exact specifications. 5:05:31. Let's go 52.2.
Way to go, Charlie.
Yeah, it's gonna be really tight. I mean, he's got 9.73 miles to cover in 57 minutes.
Charlie's trying his best to stay in lane 1 and not add any extra distance. Still, yeah, holding pretty steady. Minute 30 for that last one. We have an athlete in the back corner who is maybe they're spitting something out. heard some sounds. I love this. Charlie's got his, support crew or coaches every lap, ushering him on, giving him words of encouragement and advice on the backstretch there.
Yeah, I need to figure out, somehow my numbers got a little bit askew. Because now it's saying, like, according to what I'm calculating, it says Charlie needs to do a 5:51, 5:52 pace. That seems like he didn't fall off the pace that much. Well, I mean, it's so close. I mean, that's going from a 1:29 to a 1:27 pace. I guess that's not much. But it, like, at this point, it does seem like a lot.
Yeah.
Because having to go from like a 1:29 or a 1:30 to a 1:27 would be an extreme example. So we're just gonna see mile 52.9 and 5:11:40.
Got some great drone work. Charlie here on the back stretch of the track.
He's got 9.25 miles to go, and 53:55 by my calculations. So it's gonna be tough. And actually, that does come out to a 5:50 pace. I don't know exactly what happened there, how I got a little bit askew, but. Yeah, that whatever happened with my numbers there, they're not making sense, because that would have meant he fell off the pace, because the world record pace is a 5:53 and his current average pace is 5:52, so he's still technically right on it. $53.2.
Mathin'.
Yeah, basically he's going to have, I think he has come off the pace a little bit. I think he's going to need to hug about a 128.
Eastern Adventure said we need a recreational mathematician.
If only we knew where to find one.
Pulling Bob. Give him something to do. And Run with Don pointed out it was subtle, but Pete just yielded lane 1 to Charlie on the turn. Not something that's expected of anyone, but mad respect there.
Yeah, I think that, and that's one of the things we talked about is that everybody's entitled to their position in lane 1. Lane 2 is the passing lane. However, and runners do not have to yield in the inside lane if they choose to. That's great. And, you want to talk about a guy, Pete knows the deal. Like, he's been a part of this this running scene for a long time, and is no stranger. Actually, the previous course record holder here at Desert Solstice, having run 163 plus back in, I want to say, 2015. Yeah, we're witnessing something that's going to be really tight here.
He's saying 34 laps to go is, I think, that counting down the laps for him at this point. Still sounds like a lot of laps, but he's probably used to running many 10Ks on the track, so he's familiar with that.
Yeah.
From his...
There we go. Drone has got eyes on
on the prize.
Charlie.
That's a nice shot.
Yeah, it's a wonderful shot.
Just ran by our booth. .33 laps to go. Helping him count it down.
Yeah, at this point he needs to lock into that 5:52 mile 128 lap pace here and sustain it the rest of the way. And he has the last few laps. He went from 131 to 129 to his last 3 laps have been 128. So he has picked up the pace ever so slightly. And I think he knows he needs to do so. I mean, his crew over there is keeping him knowing exactly where he needs to be, and of course we're following along in the drone cam.
Yeah, you can see him checking his watch there.
Our drone's having a hard time keeping up with him. Going behind the scoreboard this time. I do love this vantage point here. This is a great shot.
Cameraman's got a tough job running up alongside him there. Whew, I'm excited. Anticipation,
Yeah.
guys.
This is not
It's
an
good
everyday
stuff.
kind of, we don't get these opportunities very often to watch somebody chase a number down to the wire like this. So I'm looking forward to it. Charlie just passed us here in the Mountain Outpost tent.
Someone just commented 4:53:29 at 50 miles for Charlie. Is that correct? If so, the new U.S. track 50-mile record. A couple of years ago, they stopped delineating between the track and road records, and it's just an overall record.
It gets
IAU,
confusing.
but that
There-
does sound right.
There are a lot of lineages of records out there, and it
Yeah,
does
when we
get.
started covering this in 2018, there was the difference between road and track, and I remember, we were much more cognizant of that. And I think in 2011 or 2021, IAU, I think, changed their stance on that.
Yeah. Which I think is probably best for the interest of simplicity and consolidation. Okay, so Charlie has 7.737 miles to go and has to cover that in 45 minutes, 43 seconds, give or take. That is not exact. That's not a promise. That's just what I've got. So,
And the comment they clarified, USATF still has separate records in both. There's a lot of different record keepers out there, I guess.
it's like boxing.
I appreciate this person in the chat. I've never been so riled up to watch people run around a track.
Right?
I'm right there with you. It's very exciting. We're a unique bunch to be entertained by folks running in circles.
Oh.
Andy Carr pointing out that the old U.S. record is 5:21:21 from 1978. Let's go, Charlie. Thank you, Andy. We appreciate your diligence in keeping us honest here in the booth.
Charlie's last couple laps have been in the 131, 130, 132 range. He's going to have to dig real deep here. He's going to have to dig real deep. By my calculations, he's got to do about a mid 127 in order to get it done. Again, I make no promises that my number is dead on, but time on the American record pursuit, that is for sure. Time on the American record pursuit, that is for sure. The Jim Walmsley record that we were talking about.
Yep, 6:09. Yeah, it's feeling pretty safe at this point. The 6:09:26 from 2021. You should be solidly under that.
Man, this is going to be close.
Got a Morden gel in hand, still fueling. About 40 minutes to go. Hopefully he's able to stay on top of fueling and hydrating. Jake Jackson commented, changing directions is sometimes the only thing to look forward to. We hear you, Jake.
I'm sure, though,
Jake, which direction do you prefer, Jake? Counterclockwise or clockwise? Which one do you look more forward to?
you like the inside of the track on your left or on your right?
And Andy's pointed out the 100K US track record of 6:39:09. He definitely has that solidly in the bag. That was Zach Bitter back in 2019 at Desert Solstice. It's cool that we have Zach here still today, going for that 100 miles in 12 hours. Zach is 46.5 miles in, 187 laps. It's interesting. Jake Jackson said counterclockwise because it's easier to push off his dominant right foot.
You know what? In an event such as this, like, I'm sure that, you know, as many miles as he's logged around a track like that, like, he knows, like,
Yeah.
it's pretty interesting. So yeah, unless I'm mistaken, Charlie absolutely needs to hug a 128 lap, 556 mile here down the stretch, as he's basically just a little over a 10K away.
That's about 25 laps or so to go. He's got his coaches and crew over there telling him to pick it up. Just what he needs to hear, you know?
Well, okay,
As
so
if he doesn't know.
well, we've got Don in the chat. We've got Jake in the chat. Like, at what point do you, you're talking to a couple people. If Mandy, you're still around. At what point do you decide that it's like full send time to like maybe push, like if you're this close, I mean, do you wait until, the 5K point? Do you wait until the 2 mile point? Or do you try and, Jeff Browning famously says, you've got one match to burn in a race. And, when is he going to burn that match?
Yeah. Another interesting point, handoffs, and how that contributes to which direction people prefer. Jake Jackson said handoffs are easier for him counterclockwise, and Don said clockwise, since his left hand versus non-dominant right hand.
That makes sense too. Like they
Yeah.
both have extremely valid points, and I love the fact that we've got two veterans of Desert Solstice, fixed time racing, U.S. national team members here to share their insight into it. Because as minute as that detail might seem, it's what helps them feel more comfortable. No, sub 6 is. I mean, he would have to run a. You're talking 27 minutes to go
10K.
to go a 10, almost a 10K. Like, yeah, I don't think that I think we're really kind of tunneling in on 6:05 at this point. I see Stella Springer in the chat. Stella, U.S. national team member, part of that amazing women's race last year, where, several women dropped out, or not dropped out, but dropped big numbers, 140, 150 plus. So I think we'll be talking with Stella a little bit later on as well. So.
Two laps for Charlie. Someone was asking when he fell off sub 6. I feel like it was not shortly. It was pretty soon after 50K.
Yeah. I mean,
that he took a noticeable 5 or so seconds a lap slower, going from he was doing 124s, 123s, and then went sort of back to 28s and 29s, and then 31s, 32s. Yeah, sort of.
I mean, his 50K split was about a 2:57.
Yep.
And yeah, it was. I mean, he had so little margin for that at that point that I'm sure he probably did a little bit of math in his head, or his team did, and basically said, focus on getting the world record here. You saw pit row there, and on our lower right, you can see that is Charlie Lawrence chasing history here at Desert Solstice 2025, presented by HOKA. We are on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. Thanks for joining us. Chris Warden, Patrick Karen, hanging out. Of course, there are plenty of other runners still on the course, and we will talk about, of course, we just saw Bayer and Kostelnik right there. But right now, our focus is pretty solidly on I'm sorry, not Jake Jackson, on Charlie Lawrence. Sorry, Jake Jackson, didn't mean to get you excited. But, and again, it is cool that these runners are ceding the inside lane to Charlie. They are under no obligation to do so. But they also know Charlie's chasing history. So
Exciting stuff. So he's got 5 miles to go, right? 5 miles, and
I just saw Pete Kostelnik across the track give a shoulder check, and when he shoulder checked, he moved ever so slightly to the outside. Jordan Camaster doing the same. A tremendous amount of respect being shown here for Charlie Lawrence and what he's trying to accomplish here.
oh, we got another sponge. Team Sponge.
Dude, I am all about the carrying the sponges. Yeah. If it looks like Charlie's picking it up, he is ever so slightly quicker, but I think he's going to need to go just a little bit faster.
Sydney asked if spectators are allowed.
Oh, yes.
We
Oh,
welcome,
yeah.
We welcome visitors here for the next.
There's only been 1 year where we've had to turn away
18.
spectators, and that was 2020.
Got Tantrums Outdoor joining in the chat. Not too many vests needed today. No, I was just joking. Tantrum Outdoors has joined us, and I said not too many vests needed today.
No. Yeah, you hit your aid station, 4 times a mile here, so no need to carry anything excess here.
Awesome. Sydney is on her way.
Sweet.
Yeah, if anyone else is listening, feel free to come join us trackside here at Camelback High School.
Yes, and we are at Camelback this year. Previously, we've been at Central High School, so we're about 2 miles east of where we were previously.
Let's fill the stands.
As you can see, there's a couple of people hanging out in the stands. I think there we go. Our drone is having to come in for a battery swap. And as soon as our battery is swapped, we will be back in the air. In the meantime, we've got trackside. You can see some of the other runners there. We saw Charlie just go by. There's Bob Hearn. That was Joyce Payne. We've seen Colleen Dryhouse, Thomas Boyer as Charlie goes by. I can
Someone
hear the
asked what
drone.
the temperature is. I've got 75, but it certainly feels warmer.
Yeah. Although we are starting to get a little bit of overcast cloud cover, which is good.
It's noticeably, yeah. Definitely feel the difference. All right. I feel like at this point we got to start putting some predictions in the chat here. for Charlie's finishing time.
57.7. Okay. Just give us a moment and we will bring in our next guest to help us co-commentate perhaps this potentially historic moment here at Desert Solstice. Yep. All right, we are being joined now by a veteran of Desert Solstice. He was the men's winner last year, a member of the 24-hour national team, and also a sometimes commentator on Mountain Outpost. And that's what he's going to do here with us. Don Reichel. Don, welcome.
Hey guys, excited to be here. The
Yeah,
FOMO
absolutely.
is definitely real.
We could be witnessing history here in just a few moments, and we're going to get our drone back up
Yeah,
in the air to follow this. And Don, we'd love for you to join us as this moment draws closer.
yeah, it's been pretty exciting from my side watching Charlie. He's obviously just a little north of me in Boulder, and watching his training leading up to this and stories that have come out of that has just been absolutely incredible. And seeing him put this performance down, and I'm nowhere near a 100K runner, but he is a different world, and this is just super, super cool to see on this track at this day.
Yeah, it's going to be really tight down here. I mean, I'm getting nervous.
It's so close, and he's right there. And it's just, there's been some questions in the chat. I know you guys have thrown it out. Like, when do you send it? And I'm sure he's got his coaches in his ear that are telling him lap splits, pacing, things like that, and they have, I'm sure, a strategy that's going to be, hey, now's the time. You're either going to get it or not. Go.
He's got 16 laps to go at this point.
Whew.
Yeah, Don, if you have anything to contribute, just drop in. We're just kind of following along and
All
trying to
eyes
do
on
our
Charlie.
math as we go.
Yeah, no, it's hard. First of all, while we're kind of filling these last 16 laps, I want to take a quick moment and shout out Stella Springer. She's in the chat. Easily the most impressive and emotional and incredible performance of the year in the ultra distance at 24-hour world, to go from who knows what the day before to jumping in and scoring for Team USA. So this is a 24-hour track meet, and I don't want to miss the opportunity to give Stella the love that she deserves.
Looks like, yeah, shout out to Stella Springer. Looking forward to talking with her later about her experiences. She's had a bit of a wild year. And right now, it looks like Charlie is hugging about a 130 pace.
He's right there.
I heard somebody across the track yelling 89.
Yeah.
So they want him to drop a second.
Yeah, I would put money that his final 5K is going to be faster than my right hand.
Yeah, it's going to be. I assume that once he gets to like that mile 60, that he is going to be in full send at that point.
And that will be, I mean, he's a beautiful runner. He's incredible. Obviously, he set season records. So to see him opening this up, is going to be a thing of beauty, no doubt.
You are here watching Desert Solstice 2025 presented by HOKA, and we are here at Camelback High School in Phoenix, Arizona, as we are witnessing Charlie Lawrence chasing history here and the chance of a lifetime to set a world record, a full-blown world record in the 100K. The magic time that we need to see from Charlie would be 6:05:35, currently held by Lithuania's Alexander Sorokin. They are okay. So it sounds like the coach is actually firing off maybe his most recent lap, because he just said 90 at that point. So letting Charlie know what he has to do. It's going to be really interesting because now Charlie sits basically just over a 5K away.
Less than 20 minutes to go.
We're feeling it. I'm 1,000 miles away and I'm shaking and sweating waiting for this to come down. What's the general vibe track guys? I know there's not a ton of people there, but are the crews aware? Are the volunteers starting to perk up and take note of what Charlie's doing now?
Oh yeah, Don. Everybody here is dialed into what Charlie's doing. The runners have kind of ceded the lap one to him in a show of respect, and I guess in their own way, they're all fans as well, wanting and hoping to see that he does indeed break the world record here. It's not a ton of people, and we are unlike previous years, we're across from pit row, so we're not right next to them like usual. So and there aren't a lot of people there yet, but at the same time, there's a group of people over by the timing tent, and that is where the 100K mark will be. So I know that they're getting ready to hopefully document measure twice, cut once, and see Charlie get it done here.
Yeah, it's close, and to go back to what you said before, the athletes are yielding lane one. They're under no obligation in the sport to yield lane one. Mm-hmm. So that is a pure sign of respect and honoring the performance that Charlie is doing to move up lane one and allow him the easiest path forward around those turns. And you could see it on the video a while ago. I think the athletes are starting to notice if this is real and this is happening. And they started stepping into lane two, even around the turn, to give him that space. Why? And again, that's not required. That is the choice of every athlete to do. But I can tell you from experience, it is a huge honor to share a track with somebody setting a world record or a record in general. And we had Sarah Webster at 24-hour World Championships that broke the women's 24-hour world record, and it was so inspiring every time she came by, and incredible, and everybody was cheering for her. And I have no doubt it is the same at Desert Solstice this year down on the track.
We're at 12 laps to go for Charlie Lawrence. Looks like about a 132 for the last lap.
Yeah, 132 is probably needs to drop a couple seconds on that.
15 minutes.
Yeah, less than 15 if he wants the record.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be tough.
Gosh, I can't imagine how stressful it's outside right now. Sitting in the office, be able to watch him go by every time. You want to send that energy and that encouragement. It's got to be so incredible.
Blue shirt.
Noah's in the blue shirt and the white hat. Yeah. I'm not sure other than the porta potties. We just had staff from USADA come by our little booth. So sorry for the interruption.
No, it's glad they made it.
Yep.
You will be tested after this.
Mm-hmm.
So that's good news. They're ready.
So 10 and change laps. Oh man, this is going to be really tight.
I remember when
Charlie.
Also seconds, right? Like 9 or 10 years ago at that HOKA challenge, and this is shaping up to do similar. It's going to be so close. And you can see everybody on the two there. Every bit of space that he wants.
Nice. You just dropped it back down to 129 from 132. We'll take that.
He needs
10 good minutes. That's what we're asking for.
Sounds so easy when you say it like that. Somebody in the chat earlier asked, when would you stop fueling and send it? And
Yeah, he's already sending it.
we're here, and it might not look like much different, but 2 seconds a lap is a huge difference. Gosh, his gait looks so smooth still.
Yeah, there hasn't been a noticeable change gait-wise. Definitely facial expressions and the grimace was coming out, but his gait is looking still quite poppy.
Yeah, it looks really healthy, and you would hope that the grimace would be on the face, and he'd be feeling it and wearing it right now. Everything that you can put external for pain means 1 less ounce of pain internal, so get it out.
All right, another 129 lap. Single digits for laps left. Whew.
We have the back of napkin lap.
Yeah, I've got some math, but I'm reticent to share it because
Someone asked what shoes. He's wearing the Adidas Adizero Adios Pro 4s.
unless I'm missing my mark, it looks like he's going to need to do about a 550, so about a 127.
Wow. All right, we'll get another lap split here in a moment.
But you're talking about 8 laps to go?
All right, so that was 130. Cindy in the chat said Zach Bitter. Kind of have all eyes on Charlie at the moment, but Zach has 190 laps in 47.2 miles.
Yeah. All the runner tracking is available at the top of the live stream chat there. The live results to live airviperrunning.com.
It's such an interesting format. The 100K wrapping up all early, and then after that it'll be all probably.
I'm starting to get
and
my stomach is really getting tight here.
Another 130 lap from Charlie.
Okay, so and that's the thing. They like what they're seeing and what I'm seeing are, not the same.
Come on, Charlie.
I'm looking at his live tracking, and it last pinged about 30 seconds ago. As far as Charlie's goes.
Yeah. He's got less than 2 miles, and he's got what?
128 on that last one.
So his last lap was 128. That's more what we need. Six laps to go.
So a mile and a half, and what's the math on that? 7 minutes?
Yeah.
That's
It's tough math.
math is not mathing well.
Yeah. We're going to, obviously, we're rooting him on. You can see Jordan Camastro over there on the far side clapping for him.
Whew.
I don't know, man. I think his grip on it might have loosened a little bit here in the waning minutes. But again, I have to qualify that he is moving faster now. But my math shows that it's going to be a little bit uphill at this point. We are not, like, I don't have the official timing. It's over on the far side. The race director, Noah Doherty, is the one that has everything under control over there on the timing side. I mean, we've got
6 hours elapsed now, so 5 minutes 35 seconds to do 5 laps, which is you could do 4 in that time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
That was a 127.
we've got, Jamil, Curry, Noah Doherty, and Jubilee Page all on site. So, I mean, every I is going to be dotted, every T is going to be crossed. So, we will see. I see David Roche in the chat. Thanks for joining us, David. You going to come out here next year?
Please do. Got one of our participants picking up trash trackside. So how kind.
Yeah, I'm getting really nervous at how the math isn't mathing for me here.
The sponge is back out. Charlie's got his sponge in hand. Lucky sponge. David said he'll come out next year to watch Charlie break the record. Could use a little competition to push him.
Yeah.
Yeah, 127. It's good stuff.
I mean, we're talking. Oh man, I really don't like what my math is telling me.
Yeah, it's really hard math at this point.
He's leaving with some record, though. Way to go, Charlie!
And he's pushing so hard every time he goes by us. You can see he's living it all out there.
Just gotta run a 4-minute mile for his 60-second mile. Hey, anyone running a sub 6-minute mile pace 60 miles in, very impressive. In fact, only one person. yeah, no one else is in that territory.
He's thinking it's the coach track or something. Yeah.
Looks like we've got some. We'll have some finish line audio as soon as Charlie gets done.
And Charlie actually ran 6:03:47 back in August for 100K at the Adidas Chasing 100 event, but that was not record eligible. So we just surpassed
128,
that.
129.
Yeah, I think it's gonna. It's just.
You can say it, Chris.
Yeah,
I
the
don't
math
think it's
isn't
happening.
fair.
It breaks my heart. It breaks my heart to even utter it.
There absolutely is. We're going to be crying and making what happened here, whether we got the record or we didn't.
Still an amazing run here, regardless of what the final 100K ends up being.
Yeah.
So
Ultra performance of the year.
And then change back of the record. But still solidly under 6:09.
Yeah, and Charlie's going to scoop the American records here for the 100K. Gonna give him one more thing to shoot for though in the future, because I would assume if you get this close, you're going to take another swing at it here sooner rather than later.
Absolutely. He's going to go home tonight, dissect this race. And
Charlie is on his final lap. 6:05:35 was the necessary time. We're currently approaching the 6:06 mark. So Charlie Lawrence, going to set a new American standard on any surface for the 100K, at least a ratified 100K. As we mentioned, he had run a faster time in a non-ratified situation, but you know, a great day by pretty much any standard.
All right, this is the last time he'll be running by us, Chris.
Yeah.
Closing 200. There you go, Charlie. Woo woo.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm
Ellie,
done
it's technically this, right?
Yes, it's the primary line.
Finish line footage.
Here we go, baby.
Woo!
Primary line.
There you go.
Let's go.
Okay.
Fuck.
Bad word.
It's a bad word.
Watch the track. We still have runners. Yeah.
It hurts so bad. My hip hurts so bad.
Okay.
Like I needed that turn so bad.
Yes, we did.
Did it.
Atta buddy.
Yeah.
Way to hang in there. Way to hang in there. Let's go have a beer and a burger.
Way
to go. Pretty good. That was great. It's all him.
Does his watch say world record? Does his watch say American record?
That wasn't a world record.
6:07:10.
No, I know, it's
Charlie, you need some ice or anything on the neck?
Yeah, do you need something?
I'm okay.
Dylan's got,
That hurts.
Dylan's got some stuff.
Do you want me to drop more water on you?
No, it's okay.
Hey, thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you. Nice job, buddy.
My hip hurts so bad.
Yeah,
I want to drop at 20. I'm
I
not
know.
kidding.
No, I know. I thought
Labs
you
was ready to
were
pull
done.
you at 40. It was.
No, it hurts so bad. Like I was like,
But
it
not
hurt,
now, though, right?
it hurt worse than it did before Indy.
Abby said on television you could hear, let's go get a burger and a beer.
Jamil, thanks, homie.
Dude,
Exciting, good
congrats,
done.
man.
I'll let you get a photo by yourself.
Oh,
Incredible to watch you run.
bro, yeah, I had kind of a bum hip all fall, so that left hip, so that was
That's a good angle.
screaming at me for first. I mean, first hour and a half was fine, then it just like.
Good job, buddy.
Thanks, Peg.
Didn't let it stop you. When your training on the track was probably somewhat limited, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I
You
would
got
do.
like a little bit in here and there.
Yeah, I mean, like I did a 40 miler 4
Right.
weeks ago. Last 10 on the track.
Yeah.
Thank you, man. I know. Well, I need them here.
No, I know. No, just let you.
got the American record? Yes!
Woo! Awesome job, man! Awesome
You look
job!
so good! Thank you.
Oh.
Now everybody else wants to quit.
His hair is still fabulous too.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's not limited. So I've done, I mean, I think my biggest was like 16 on the track.
Yeah.
I mean, still. But it was all at like, probably 5:10 pace.
We were just talking. He's like reviewing the race.
Gotta get this kid in an ultra.
He's like,
Who?
yeah, I know.
Haptamu. See you next year.
Yeah. Well, of course.
Oh.
You heard it, guys. He said see you next year.
Sounds like a solid verbal to me.
What's up, bro?
What do you need? Anything?
To help up.
Yeah, we're,
Dude, I just. Yeah, it was warm, dude. Like, it hurts so bad.
Charlie, did the direction change help?
Yeah, a lot. My hip was fucked.
Should have petitioned for 3-3 split.
I would have taken that, dude.
In hindsight.
That's all good. The bathroom stopped too. That was miserable. like 20 seconds. Bro.
Yeah, it was 22.
Yeah. Caught up at the end.
I did. I did. I'm sorry. I'm gonna take I gotta get a ketone shot. I can drink like stuff, right?
I got you.
For a piss.
She would have to talk to her.
Yeah. I can drink water and like, okay.
Just water or anything else?
Okay, like a protein shake or. Okay, thank you. You got it.
At your own risk.
At your own risk.
It was a nice caveat.
I want to stand next to him. Just easy.
I'm gonna have to piss right now anyways. Can I have some water?
Yeah.
Very strong.
Of course, part of the process involves drug testing here at Desert Solstice.
Yeah, still one short.
Ensure that the record, the U.S. record, be ratified.
Non-caffeinated. It's in the top bag of mine.
There you go.
We don't know official time.
No,
I think it was
10:09.
07:10.
Oh, hell yeah. Okay.
That's what it shows.
All right.
6:07:10.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. It's just nitpicking then. Thank you, man.
Yep.
That is number 2 on the world Alzheimer's.
Ketones.
Or no, I think it's 3.
3?
Yeah, Yumpe ran like 106 something.
Alex sent me, said it was
Alex Saroma. Yeah.
Still a race going on.
Bro, yeah.
I'm just broke. My legs are. I didn't have it today. I feel that. Yeah. You kept it together nicely though.
So yeah,
Dude, I need that like my left.
like
I had
You needed that turn.
Yeah, I strained my left glute this like October,
exactly what they do.
and it was pretty like I couldn't do workout. Like I could long run, couldn't do anything for. I could do long run stuff. I couldn't do anything under like 5:20 pace.
Okay.
So like the turns
Look
just.
like the Adidas.
I mean,
Just ate it up.
yeah. I mean, it's like
It was better the other direction though?
way better.
Oh,
Yeah,
nice.
Yeah, it comes with the territory though when you're running.
Yeah,
on
right.
track,
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
Check out your toes.
I had it.
Yeah, I'll get it, dude.
Oh, you got it.
No blood.
You wear Adidas?
Yeah. Yeah, you're out here yelling world record. I'm like, shut the fuck up.
Well, you know,
I'm not gonna get it.
Well, you know what? You got something, all right? So that helped clearly. Yeah.
You got something.
You ain't going home with nothing.
Yeah, thank God.
I mean, a finish number 1, but an AR is good.
Just gotta go for a 100-mile now at some point.
That'd be like a jog compared to this
so
pace.
fucking far. Like 6:30 pace or 6:32, I think it is, or 31.
But yeah, what is the... I guess what is
10:51 something change. I don't
Right.
know the exact second.
But it's 6 something.
You straight off, or is it good?
They're fine. Yeah, they're good.
All right. Yep. They're right there. All right.
Subscribers will get me pissing in a cup.
Uncensored.
I want to see some brown pea.
We'll see what we get there.
Yeah, I recorded your bathroom stuff.
Thank you.
I know.
Bro, thank you.
Thanks for coming out, man. Glad it worked out. Good pivot.
Yeah. Yeah, I knew I was fit, so. And I think, well, I should have gone a little more, in hindsight's 2020, probably should have gone 85 from the gun versus 80 for a couple.
Yeah, flies.
82s,
Yeah.
you know, 81s. It was like, feel good.
A little hot.
But it should feel good at 20 miles, so.
Did you feel that heat?
Yes and no. I mean, like with, like I was telling you, like
The cooling and everything.
cooling, the
And
heat,
just
like
your heat
just the
training, probably.
protocols done. Yeah, it's like it was dry, so it's what we have in Colorado. Basically, it's never humid. So if it is humid, you're suffering. So, and just getting ready for Italy, it's like we're preparing for 95% humidity and 75 degrees. So
that whole run was hot, even at night.
yeah, we got a good day,
That's crazy.
but the humidity there like goes kind of like midnight, like spikes, and then like 3-4 starts going down, but it spikes at 95% in Italy. Dylan was there, so he knows the. Yeah. Like I said, I mean, we got a good weather day, and it was.
It's like it's the storm that rolled through the day before.
Is that the Evo 2?
Evo 2.
Yeah.
I'm on my hip was blown up. I'll throw those back on, bro. When my hip was blown up and shit, I was like, I don't know, like maybe I should have won the Pro 4s or something because my legs started to feel something like those protects me a little more, but I'm rocking, I don't know how many grams, like exponentially lighter shoes. So. Hey, thank you, ma'am.
Everyone in the chat is like talking about the shoes.
Shout out Adidas. What's your name, ma'am? Amy. Nice to meet you, Amy.
All your interviews were over.
Yeah, you're good.
You're the star. I don't want to be the
Haha.
first.
Nah, everyone likes the drug test stuff, so you might be the star at the end of this. Oh.
All right, so you need consent to doping controls because it's a record test. You can read it all if you want to, or you can just sign it.
I've read it a few times before.
I read this one.
You have to go legal name, or does it really matter?
I'm sorry.
The legal name or Charlie doesn't matter.
Probably do Charles because that's what you came in as to me, and that's how it is on the iPad.
There you go.
Actually, it's Charlie on the iPad. You can do Charlie if you want. Oh, here.
The date is 20th.
So you're gonna run the marathon tomorrow too?
That is not the plan at this point. I was joking with my buddy Noah Girardi on a run the other week.
Will you be over there tomorrow?
Yeah. Say it again?
I'll be there tomorrow.
Oh, cool. Yeah,
I can do 2 days in a row.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you?
Dang, spicy.
And I was like, obviously I don't have it. I was like, it'd be a flex if I ran this, and then the next day I had to go just chalk up an OTT or something.
We can chat for a while, you can drink for a while. I'm not rushing you in any stretch of the imagination. You can sit down way too long.
Say it again?
I just drove in from Tucson.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. That was today.
How far is it?
It's only 120 miles, but the traffic is back up. Just
Good.
crash after crash after crash.
Yeah, I'm over that. I'm over traffic, so.
Yeah, where do you live?
I'm in Boulder, so the traffic's not bad.
No,
but
it's not too bad. I was in Steamboat Springs last week.
Okay, yeah, it's not Phoenix, not LA, not New York or anything.
We did big air last week, so the temperature was a little different. All right, so notified today at 2:09 when whoever you're with.
Decided to come out of the
Oh,
booth
yeah.
and smell the roses.
So here,
See it in person.
this is the thing.
Adjusted or?
Yeah, I got
I begged and begged and
Shut
begged.
down
and begged.
Nah,
those
2
Evo
minutes off.
2s. So sick.
I'm in
Next
the
year.
orange now.
Yeah, like going off the battles, like doing that
So,
stuff.
so you made the American record in 2 minutes.
Trying to pay attention.
Yes, ma'am.
What's the world? How much more?
6:05:35.
You're like 6:07. Yeah, that's deep. All right, my turn.
Yeah, it's been
So it was like 90.
I'm impressed though.
and this is a dumb question. Last time I did this was April. Do you guys save my supplements on there? Ah, damn it.
Well, you know what? I haven't got there yet.
Pardon my French.
No, there's a chance that we might have.
That'd be awesome. Cause I was gonna type out a list of it yesterday to have, but
Do you have driver's license or passport with you?
I have my driver's license.
Yeah, when I get to that page, maybe they're there because they knew I was coming to see you today if you made the record.
Cool.
Maybe it's no guarantees.
Oh, it's good to ask.
No, it's all right. And I'll see when I get to that page. So did you have fun today?
No. No, that was pretty miserable. That was not fun.
You can keep going and go for the 24 hours.
Those guys are. Eventually, one day.
You really want to do that?
No. No, I think 100 miles is far. I think 100K is far.
It was 100K, wasn't it?
Yeah. I'd be a 1,500 guy if it were. I still could do it.
I'm gonna give you that.
Thank you, man.
Do you want to play or coach?
Yeah, give me class.
Yeah, you want to coach? And then you put a doctor if you want to. If you don't want to, just put in. You're young, you're faster at this thing.
I just put you down Plaza, my coach, that's it. Yeah, the address is still good too, it's nice.
So we did put that in, so we have a chance. Yeah, and the extra on Pine Hill Street.
Yes, ma'am.
Supplements are here.
They are? Let's go. Yeah, my dad like 1 or 2 more, but
Okay, I have
nothing.
Endurance multivitamins.
Yep.
And when did you take it last?
Yesterday.
Take it once daily.
Yes, ma'am.
I have Revive Magnesium.
Yes, ma'am. 2 every night.
Last night?
Last night, yes.
No, I don't need anything.
Thanks for the Sammy.
I have
If I would have known this container was down here, I would have been.
Nature Man melatonin. Yes, ma'am. Last night.
I'm fixing this. I don't like spelling errors.
Oh, those are definitely my typos.
Was it you?
Yeah.
Okay. Usually us. That was last night too.
Give
Last
people
night.
what they want.
Yeah, that's. I felt that one. They felt better before. They've also been worse.
Okay, I have Live Momentous Recovery.
Live Momentous Recovery, yes, ma'am. Honestly, 2 scoops. I'm gonna have a sip that right now.
Frequency.
Say it again.
Frequency.
Daily. Yep.
I have L-carotene.
Every day. Yep, every morning. 2 capsules. Or today. Or excuse me, yesterday. Within the last 24 hours.
And the 2 is correct.
2, so yep. 2 servings.
Okay, I have Revive Fish Oil too.
Yep.
Today,
Yesterday.
Why don't we fish oil before a long run with you?
No, I'm not messing that. I'm messing with that, excuse me.
I have Zequel.
Yes.
2
Zequel.
capsules.
1 last night.
Frequency once daily.
Yes. I like sleeping.
Which is not terrible.
I have Revive Collagen.
Yep.
1 scoop.
1 scoop.
That's taken.
Last Wednesday.
Okay, so yesterday was Friday.
Yes.
Thursday 17 is.
Wednesday the 17th. Yep.
Okay, and how often?
Daily.
You're supposed to end up with.
There you go.
What's that?
You're supposed to go
Okay, yeah. Yeah. Okay, yeah. My bad.
Alright, I have Elite and Duo 2.
Enduro 2, yep.
Okay,
This morning.
is that once daily?
Once daily.
I have Metabolic Elite
Synapsin Pro.
Pro 2
Yes, ma'am.
pills.
Yep, this morning.
Once daily.
Once daily, yep.
I have Metabolic Elite Tetra Cure.
Last night.
2 capsules.
2 capsules. Metabolic wheat glutathione, yep. Last night.
2.
Yep.
Frequency once daily.
Once daily.
I still get my I still get my.
I have raw whey protein 1 scoop.
1 scoop daily.
Today or yesterday?
Yesterday.
And that's all I have. Do you want to add
I
something?
take 2 new supplements. Yes.
Okay.
One's a prescription. It's just Luna stuff. LUNESTA. Yeah, 3 milligram tablet last night.
This would fit me. Frequency once daily?
Wow. Yes. As needed, I guess. Yeah, for I take my travel.
Okay, and the other one?
It's with and then it's T-O-N.
That's not separate.
Oh, wait a minute. We're still on the one like this, right?
Yep, yeah, we'll go like this. It's the that's the brand. That's
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, and the dosage is what?
200 milligrams.
No, it's not. He said I couldn't. Just 9.
T-O-N-G.
Another one?
Oh, sorry, it's the live on like this.
Oh, it's all one word?
Yeah, all one word. Yep,
Oh,
sorry.
that's why. Okay, that's why I was thinking.
Yeah.
You spell it.
We worked. We went literally. I got January this year. I played pickleball and my leg into a hole. Well, I mean, so I ended up having a hematoma on my ankle. So, and I wasn't ready to work together at the time. I literally got done with it. No deal. Cool. There you go. Let's go. Let's go.
Okay, and you just taken that?
Like a week ago, a couple weeks ago.
Oh, so that's why you have the 11th?
Yeah.
And how often do you take it as needed?
It was daily up to that point. Yeah, right now, none of the happens to get right now.
Okay, anything else?
That is it. Oh wait, one more. Alright, cool. Alright, yeah. Jar formula is blown up.
Leave it there.
Starting on Monday.
It would be better for my
Yeah, and I don't think that it's going to be upsetting.
How many of those?
One serving.
What's a serving considered? A tablet?
Yeah, 2 tablets.
1,000 milligrams?
So it's 300, like it's a third of that, so 333. Yeah. It's like 2 a night.
Is it a pill?
It's a pill, yep. And then, before I forget, I actually forgot to put these on there last time.
And when did you take the phone up?
Last night.
Frequency once daily?
Once daily.
It's like that third quarter lull.
Okay, next one. Okay, nature made.
Nature made. Excuse me.
65 milligrams.
65 milligrams.
Okay, taken.
Yesterday. Yeah.
Once daily?
Twice daily.
And the other one's vitamin C, nature made vitamin C?
Yep, 500 milligrams. And that's like twice daily. There's one more too that I like take once a
You
week.
said 500 milligrams twice daily?
Yep, twice daily.
Sorry, I'm getting the whole regimen here on the camera.
I agree, bro.
I'm so happy that
Yeah, me too. Like I said, I took a picture of it all like on my bed. I said I almost typed it up, but
vitamin C, and when did you take that
last night.
You said twice daily?
Twice daily, yeah.
Next?
Last one is gonna be Hemaplex, Hemaplex. That's like once weekly. Last day taken was on. It's a serving is I can get the exact amount I need
You
it.
can say one tablet, one pill.
It's one tablet
We're
like
gonna keep this
once
simple.
a week. Okay.
We don't have to work this hard. Once a week?
Once a week.
So when did you take it last?
Saturday. Saturday the.
Isn't today Saturday?
Saturday the.
So it'd be the 13th.
13th, yes, ma'am.
Mikhail, would you get my credentials out, please? Oh, you know what? I
gotta go get them though.
My credentials. See if they're in the bottom of the blue bag, because I just tucked them in there. I got rid of
No, I do workouts.
And anything else? And if you think of anything else, we can always ask.
You got it, yeah.
You want consent to research, yay or nay? They just would be floating free without a.
What did I say last time?
I don't know.
Sure.
Okay. Orange and then sign. No, they wouldn't be in there. They just would float free in the bottom of the blue back. They just got them in the sand, threw them in there. And I had tucked them into the iPad, which I might have. I wonder if I dropped them someplace.
There you go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And all he was peeing, so whenever you know, ooh, my new ones. That's me, I got them yesterday.
There we go.
The other ones,
Credentialed.
last year they took them and they did this. So they called this a little teapot.
There's a little,
They just made it warm.
He's right here. He's just.
Thank you. Put it on my list. My list is in here, but. Okay. So do what you need to do, and when you need to use the restroom, you can use the permanent ones over there.
Cool.
Okay, these are.
Yeah,
You don't want to do two of you in that one.
It honestly would have been easy if I didn't hit the bathroom at like 51 miles, but
Yeah, it sounds too.
that'd be good. I'd be definitely be ready to pee, but
That's okay. You know, we can't run with that.
that is correct.
At that pace, what did you do, 5 something miles?
5, probably 54s, 55s.
I like them ones better. They lost weight. I lost weight since the last picture.
Sorry about that. I don't know what's in that.
Can I walk by? I don't want to get spit out.
You're good. They have more bottled water.
We'll find this out. Yeah. Thank you, miss. Like two. There's water right here though. We can do. Do we have any bottled water? No. Who's left? We're supposed to have bottled.
Red Bull. Red Bull or red salt.
There's a bottle on the table. I took a real long. Hell, Southeast.
Gatorade there.
Have you come with me?
Yeah.
I have to go get the popsicle.
Okay.
There's a dog. A person. I feel rough. So, I'm literally just here. Yeah. I started running like years ago. I played tennis.
No, it's somewhat impressive.
What's that?
Somewhat.
We are here live at Desert Solstice 2025, presented by HOKA. Chris Warden. I believe we've still got Don Reichelt hanging out at home in Colorado.
Yeah, I almost threw up. I had like 3 or 4
And we were able to witness Charlie Lawrence come ever so close to a world record, established a new American record for the 100K with a time of 6:07:10. Basically coming up 1 lap short is the best way to put it. The record is 6:05:35, and Charlie came up just 95 seconds short. But it is a warm day out today, unseasonably warm for Arizona. And I truly believe that if everything were working just perfectly, that Charlie could have done it. He did take 1 bathroom break that apparently I heard his crew say, yeah, that was 21 seconds. You know, and the more you look at it here and there, I think that this is definitely far from Charlie's last swing at the number. What do you think, Don?
Yeah, hopefully you guys can hear me okay. I'm getting a
Yeah, we
little
can hear
audio
Don.
weirdness on my side, but yeah, it's so tough seeing somebody come so close to a record so hard.
Yeah, Don's audio is a little bit, it kind of faded out a little bit. See if we can reestablish connection there. Is that cool? All right, cool. So we do have a couple things to update. Charlie Lawrence with the new American 100K record, 6 hours, 7 minutes, and 10 seconds, pending ratification. He is awaiting drug testing right now. And unfortunately, in the buzz and the hype that was going on with us following Charlie's story, Zach Bitter had to drop out. He had to withdraw after just over 47 miles and cited, at least from what I understand, I didn't speak to Zach personally, but race director Noah Doherty told me he had a leg issue and had to pull out, but no stranger to this race, and he knows the score, and I'm sure we'll see him back here. Zach Bitter, unfortunately, had to withdraw as well. Right now, passing in front of me, our clubhouse leader, as far as the active runners go, Pete Kostelnik.
Pete's running a pretty good race so far.
Was on the 24-hour national team this year for the second time. And Pete currently at about 45.7 miles. I know that Pete was talking big numbers today, and I don't know if he's quite going to hit those numbers, but Pete had basically made his open declaration that he was going to shoot for the American record when he let us know. I don't know exactly where he's at on that. I can actually do the math right here, though.
So, Chris, if you can hear me, the American record is about 8:22, 8:23 pace.
Yeah, I think.
And it looks like as of 6.5 hours in, he's at 8:34 pace.
Let me put my headset back in. Don Reichelt, you with us?
Yeah, can you hear me okay? I'm trying to talk over here, but
perfect, much
better. We're having some remote connectivity. Yeah,
looks like we got you.
There we go.
So what are your thoughts,
yeah,
Don?
so I was saying on Pete, so he was going for the American record, which is 8:22, 8:23 pace for the 24 hours at 173 miles. And he is currently through 6 hours and 30-ish minutes at 8:34 pace.
Yeah, I think
so. That tells me that AR is off the table.
Mm-hmm.
But he's still running a really, really strong race, and he knows how to pace these things better than just about anybody else on this planet.
Yeah, I agree with you there. Pete would need to average 8:06 the rest of the way. That's a pretty tall
It's pretty
order.
Unlikely.
Yeah, but I would not be surprised to see Pete push for a 155 to 160 type number, which is rare.
Yeah, and easy math. 160 miles is 9-minute pace. And that's an incredible number to put up. And his PR is 163.
Mm-hmm.
And he's been through so much in his life personally since that number. So for him to get back to 160 would be incredible.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I was talking about earlier, Don, is that Pete started in this sport, in this subsect of the sport, so young. He was in his 20s when he was a national team member.
It's wild.
Yeah, and now Pete... grand old man at the age of 38, now married with a family, and he still made the national team again this year. And even after his huge car accident up in Leadville, had a PR for the 100-mile.
Yeah, incredible to go from, to my knowledge, like a shattered pelvis or broken bones in the pelvis to not knowing if he was going to run again, to U.S. national team, and now have the fitness and have the courage to say, I'm going to go for an American record. That's really impressive.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. And, I've been a fan of Pete's for a long time. I've gotten to know him on a personal level, consider him a friend. And ever since he moved out to Arizona, he's been a familiar sight to events all over. And not just the stuff on the road either. Like you, he's the kind of guy that'll run something like Cocodona as well as run Hard Rock qualifiers. And, you two are a different breed.
Well, we're both from Iowa, so I don't know if that has anything to do with it, but I'm going to chalk it up to that as good corn and good Iowa genes.
Oh, I used to work at the machine shed in Davenport.
I'm from Bettendorf, and I used to eat at the machine shed in Davenport.
Yeah, I
good cinnamon
worked
rolls.
There, back in, that would have been about 2001. You were probably still eating off the kids' menu at that point.
No, I was in high school. I'm older than you think I am.
Oh, well, you carry it well. We are
a lot of older, inspiring folks in this sport. I mean, you see Bob in front of you right now. You see Thomas Byer as well, who was just on the Canadian team for the World Championships. Jeff Browning doing incredible things.
Yeah, we
age
have
is a number
Jeff out here. He's going to join us.
All right. Yeah, he made it go at Desert Solstice, 3 years ago?
Yeah, that was something to behold. He
learned a lot from what he told me.
Yeah, that's one of the things that, we didn't know what to expect from Jeff. I think that he got to 100 miles and ran it in 16 or thereabouts. And when he came off the course, came off the track, and came over to talk with us, he was feeling it.
Yeah, he was not used to the repetitive use side of just flat 100 and track 100.
Yeah, that was definitely a new experience for him. And from the sound of things, one he doesn't intend to duplicate anytime soon.
No, I got a chance to pace him a little bit on the Colorado Trail, and we had some good conversations about fast hundreds and 24-hour running, and he said, absolutely the heck not.
So, Don, you won the men's race here last year in 2024, and you were also able to bear witness to one hell of a women's race. Can you tell us about what it was like to basically be in the middle of it all? You were right in the thick of that women's race last year.
Yeah, it's really interesting because it was me and the women, and it didn't really feel like me versus the women. It was just all of us were running on the track and doing amazing things, and at no part did I think, hey, I'm racing women, I'm racing anybody. It was just really cool. And then closer to the end, you realize that there's really just 4 or 5 of us going for it, and I was the only guy. And so it became, holy crap, this is special. If you look at the top, even just the top 3 Americans, women's 2, 3, 4, that would have won a world championship just a couple of years ago. It was just such an impressive performance. And my teammate Lauren at 24-Hour Worlds this year caught up to me in the last 10 minutes. And I didn't know it. I was just kind of chilling, and my crew finally says, hey, she's on the same lap as you. You better go or you're going to get passed. And it was just a friendly competition, and obviously it meant nothing. We both ran amazing races, and she's a good friend now. But it's such a cool sport because we're all in it together. And I had no idea where people were. I wasn't looking at the leaderboard. I was running what I knew I need to run to be able to make the. And what the women were doing, what the other men were doing, didn't really matter. and I zone out really, really hard. So it wasn't until, last maybe 10 minutes or 15 minutes that I actually became acutely aware that, wow, we're all really packed up in very similar standings. And then it just became something pretty special to be a part of me. And one of the probably most impressive women's performances at a single race outside of a world championship.
Yeah, I'm in agreement with you there because, you look at the numbers from that race and, it was next level. And that was not your first foray into 24-hour racing. You had a couple of previous results at Fat Ox, 6 Days in the Dome, most notably, where you won Fat Ox and you finished on the podium at the Dome. But I wonder, was Desert Solstice the first time where you really felt like you stuck the landing?
Ooh, I would argue that I didn't even stick the landing at Solstice. And
really?
I think if you ask most 24-hour runners, we will all tell you that on my best day, we can do this, we can do that. You can both be incredibly happy with your performance and also know that maybe that's not my peak.
Fair. That's fair.
So I was thrilled. I was ecstatic. I did what I needed to, but it also left me with a feeling that there's a lot more in these legs than 154.3.
So, Don, your performance last year at Desert Solstice got you on the 24-hour national team, and you got to represent Team USA in Albi, France earlier this year. What was that like?
Oh, that's opened up a can of worms. I'd say there's two sides to that answer. It was an incredibly humbling and honoring experience to be able to wear the red, white, and blue. It's something that I grew up dreaming about. I have thought about for a long time in my life of just representing America at the highest levels. So it was one of the greatest honors in my life. I am emotional about it to this day, thinking about what that means to wear that flag on my chest. And and not to make it political, but it's all about racing for what that flag should be. Maybe not what it is currently, but I showed up and honored Team USA at absolutely the best way I could. And that was staying on course and running the race that that was my day. And I had a tough day. I had a really bad race, but I stayed out there and I finished the entire 24 hours, which is what I signed up for and what I committed to for Team USA.
No, I think that's entirely fair. And of course, we're not here to, delve into political discourse, but the fact that you're representing a cause greater than yourself and representing a team, I think is, you're acknowledging that in talking about your experiences. When it comes to these races, these 24-hour races, it's so hard to get ahead of ourselves and be accurate. We talked about Pete Kostelnik, and we talked about earlier during our broadcast about, looking at, what people are pacing for in the first 6 to 10 hours. It's so far removed from where everybody ends up.
Yep.
What is it like when you start to realize things are going sideways, but you still have certain goals that are within reach, but you know that you're going to be walking through hell to get there?
I think partially that's what we all sign up for and what we know we're getting into when we sign up for one of these races. Nobody's ever walked out of a 24-hour race without going through hell of some kind. Like, it's just not going to happen.
Yeah.
We heard the audio from even Charlie's 100K that he wanted to drop at mile 20 and mile 40. And he went through it and came out the other side. And so to me, it's not always the most fit athlete or most prepared athlete. It might be the most mentally prepared that actually stays out, overcomes the adversity, and is able to finish on their terms and not just call it a day early.
Yeah, that's actually a good way to put it is, in a race, a 24-hour, whether you're doing so at the highest competitive levels, such as Worlds or Desert Solstice, or if you're, just going out to across the years or the dome for the first time, I think that you put that term out there, finish on your own terms. And, in some cases that means maybe hitting a certain number. In some cases that might mean staying out on the course for the entirety of the term, whatever it may be, whether it's 12, 24 hours. And it sounds like at Worlds, to circle back around, that's what you did.
Yeah. Yeah, I knew early that things were going wrong in that race. And to be totally transparent, I was not prepared for how do I put this? Maybe the chaos and the constant energy and stimulation of that level of the sport. So if you take a Desert Solstice, where last year there was maybe 5 or 6 of us that were really going for it past 12 hours, you have 400 plus people at Worlds that are all going for it. And at no point can you ever just zone out without running into somebody or somebody running into you or a turn. So I was challenged mentally early and came to the point where I had no mental tactics to overcome pain and issues that normally I might have been able to deal with. So the deal with myself was, do I pull off the track and say it's not my day? Or do I fulfill my commitment to representing Team USA for the 24-hour World Championships? And to me, that means 24 hours out there. And so the goal line or the goalpost moved to the target that I had in mind to, okay, I'm gonna redefine success of I'm not quitting on the team. I'm not leaving the track. I'm staying out here. And then once I feel maybe I've gotten through this, I can renegotiate with myself what that final success would look like. And for me, it was I stayed out walking for a while. And then ultimately, you can pace your teammates if they're the same gender at 24-hour Worlds. And so when I was going through my walking and I was in pain and I could feel the energy coming back a little bit, but I ultimately decided, okay, Chad Lassiter, who was running a hell of a race, and Matt Urbanski were both running still. So those are our top 2 scoring team members of the men's team specifically. And I decided, okay, success for these next 30 or 40 minutes is going to be running one lap at a time with those guys. Like, give them some mental kudos, give them some pep talks, however I can provide to the team, I'm going to do. And that energy actually then allowed me to feel a little bit better and run a little bit more. And then over the last 90 minutes, I was able to start pushing again. And at this point, I moved my way into a scoring member of Team USA. And then I knew, okay, I have nothing to lose, absolutely nothing to lose by going for it. And then my only goal was push myself as hard as I can. And if I collapse, I collapse. If I finish the 24 hours, I finish. But I'm going to send it because I owed it to Chad and Matt to do it.
So you actually ended up moving into a scoring position?
I did, yeah. So it was Matt was first on the men's team, and then Chad was second, and then I was third on the men's team for scoring. Yep, and then fourth was Scott Trayer, who had a tough day and ended up pulling at mile 100.
Okay. No, Don, I guess I didn't realize that you had moved up. I don't know if I saw the final tally for the men's side, but that's pretty amazing, and it speaks to the unique opportunity to be a part of a running event where, it's not a relay, but you've got a team relying upon you.
Yeah. Yep.
We don't get that.
Yeah, and seeing he was on the team as well, and he had a really tough day. Crosby was on our team, had a really tough day as well, and I felt almost an obligation to go for it and to fight through things because the other people on the team might not have been in the same position to fight through. And I was willing to put myself in more pain to be able to score, to see how that went. And I ended up in the 133-mile range, which is, to me, I wouldn't call that a huge success as a number, but knowing the story that went into getting to that number, I'm going to call it a success for me on that day.
Well, and like you said, the goalposts can sometimes move whether you want them to or not. And I think that it's actually extremely admirable that you were able to push yourself into a scoring position for the team.
Yeah, and that's something that I will never forget, right? We talked about the honor of representing Team USA. And now to be able to say I not only represented, but I was in a scoring position at the World Championships. And what's really neat is it actually, the end of the day, our U.S. men's team moved into, I think, 12th overall. Somebody might need to fact check that. But we actually ended up beating the Brits in Team UK by like 5 meters, maybe.
Oh, wow.
And it was very close. And they were the favorites going into it for the gold medal. They obviously have stories to tell about challenges that they went through. But to be able to come back and move ourselves into top 12-ish in the world as a men's team when we all had a lot of really tough days, it was amazing. And I'm going to keep talking and just pivot just a little bit because I've talked a lot about the men's team, and that's not even remotely the most impressive thing about this race. Everything that inspires me about what happened for our U.S. team came from the women's side. And they fought their behinds off to the last minute to try to get into a podium position. They missed it by just a touch. But seeing Marissa, Stella, and the Jenny and the rest of the women just fight. Gosh, that was so impressive. And we were cheering each other on and yelling and just like go. And it was just such a beautiful experience to be a part of a team like that, because you think of ultra running as me versus me and maybe with my crew. And it's a special format to have another team to show up for and another athlete to show up for. And if it's not your day, you can still cheer.
Yeah. And it was really a big fight between the men's and or the women's team between the U.S. and Japan. I do remember that. And it came down to the wire.
It was so close. And we were doing the math and hearing the splits, and Marissa ran one of the best races I've ever seen anybody run and ran herself into the ground. And the things that she put her body through was incredible to try to catch Team Japan. And I have nothing but respect for seeing what she did, what Stella did, and the rest of that women's team. They inspired the hell out of me. I can't wait to get back to that stage and run a race similar to how they ran.
Yeah, I think the thing that was most impressive about the women's performance at Worlds was the fact that it was a depth performance. You had, several runners put down 200 plus kilometers. Which,
and Kylie, our alternate.
Yeah, and you have an alternate finishing in the top 15. That's pretty amazing.
Just incredible. And we're all out there running our own races and all coming and going and kind of trying to focus on our thing. But you still knew that the women were doing something incredibly special. And you're just trying to follow along as a fan at that point. Mm-hmm. Because it's special. And we talked about this, seeing the other athletes, seeing what Charlie were doing. And for me, it was our women's team and Sarah Webster from Team Great Britain, who broke the world record on the women's side. You know something special is happening. And you can do nothing but just cheer and celebrate and just think how freaking cool this sport is, that we can all be a part of this and cheer each other on.
Yeah, Don, I think that it was amazing to follow your journey. Basically, from the time I've gotten to know you at Cocodona, I believe was the first time we actually encountered one another, and to see, where it's taken you so far. Where is your journey taking you in 2026? What does the next year or so look like for Don Reichelt?
Yeah, so that's a really interesting question right now. So I'm in a road marathon block. I'm
Okay.
taking a cue from Nick Curry and Courtney DeWalter, and maybe trying to throw down a fast marathon as an ultra guy approaching now over 40.
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, it's interesting. So I have a spot in the High Lonesome 100.
Nice.
Shout out to Caleb, the race director, who gave me his race director consideration spot because I
You're a
hosted the
Caleb's
live
pick.
stream there for the last 2 years. And so that's the firm thing. Where things get a little interesting is that I'm number 9 on the Hard Rock waitlist,
For the Nevers?
which was the week before.
Oh.
So it's right now it's either going to be Hard Rock
Mm-hmm.
if I can get in through the waitlist on that number 9 spot, or High Lonesome 100, which is just 1 week later.
Yeah. Speaking from experience, not my experience, but having covered Hard Rock multiple times, 9 is kind of dicey.
It's like right on that
Yeah.
gray area. It's a tough spot to be. And especially there's 3 people from Colorado above me on that list. So it's not like we can think maybe a couple internationals and then people from way out of state. So I'll show up on race day, be ready to run. No, there's 2 other people literally right in front of me from Colorado. So they're going to be last minute for sure able to run.
Yeah, that's one of the things that's pretty magical about Hard Rock race morning is that if you're next in the wait list, you're not.
Yep.
You don't know until 5:45.
Yeah, it happened last year. Somebody got their name called the morning of.
Yeah, last year it was a runner gave up their spot last minute.
From like Pittsburgh, the guy from Pittsburgh, he flew out.
Yeah, I remember.
So wild.
I remember what was it last year or the year before? Tara Dower was the next one on the list, and basically geared up and ready to go in the gym. A few years prior, Jamil Curry. Like, you just never know.
I think it would be an honor to be in that position.
Mm-hmm.
And come so close. Hard Rock is so far outside of my sweet spot of ultra running, but it's also what really, really appeals me about it because I know it's going to rip my legs off and tear my soul out of my body. I want that. Like, that's what we're here for.
Well, with that in mind, best of luck to you, Don. It sounds like you might be joining us a little bit tomorrow as well.
Yeah, I'm going to jump back in. I think at 5 a.m. tomorrow.
Well,
And then,
we'll be here.
To put one little bow on that question, I will then either do Fat Ox if it's the USATF 24-hour title again, or Solstice next year.
Well, we'd love to have you back out here at Solstice. So I don't know. My assumption is that Fat Ox is the 24-hour, but we'll see. But yeah, one way or another, I'll see you out here for one of those. Don Reichelt, thank you very much, and we'll talk to you soon. That was Don Reichelt, a man of many talents. We are here at Desert Solstice. Chris Warden, Patrick Karen. Thanks to Don for joining us as we saw Charlie Lawrence make a furious chase for the 100K world record. Came up just what amounts to 1 lap short.
Yeah. Woo.
Pretty amazing. The world record number that he was seeking and trying to chase down was 6 hours, 5 minutes, 35 seconds, and his split was 6 hours, 7 minutes, 10 seconds. So 95 seconds separated him from history. He did capture the American 100K record from some guy named Walmsley. So, hats off to him for that. And I think that's something to absolutely be thrilled and proud about. But, we know that he was wanting basically one more accolade to take home with him after today. Also, we received word that crowd favorite and legendary American ultra runner and 100-mile American record holder, former world record holder Zach Bitter, unfortunately had to withdraw from Desert Solstice while we were all trying to keep tabs on Charlie. Zach pulled himself from the field, having apparently some leg issues. So, Zach, please heal up. And as a guy who has been here about 7 or 8 times, we look forward to having you back here, Zach, and looking forward to seeing you take another swing at Desert Solstice and putting up another big number here real soon. Right now, your clubhouse leader, Charlie Lawrence has the high number mark on the day, so technically he's still the leader, but he's done. Pete Kostelnik, the 2015 Desert Solstice winner, is now your current leader, and sitting at about 200 laps exactly, so just under 50 miles. Moving into second, Peter Chadovich at about 49 miles. And in third place, just 1 lap back, Mark Marson. So just 10 laps, or actually just 6 laps rather, separating Pete and fourth place, Hans Van Zanten. A little bit further back, you've got Jordan Camastro, former podium finisher here, Bob Hearn, American ultra running legend and Grandmaster record seeker, Terry Joffrain, Isaiah Jansen, and Thomas Beyer. Christopher Danucci has called it a day as well. We knew going in that he was going to be trying to pursue the 50K age group American record, which was about 3:24:08, I believe, and his 50K ended up being 3:26:55, so he missed out on that by about 2 minutes 45 seconds. Hopefully we'll see Chris come back here. On the women's side, we have a pretty limited field this year due to some late in the game withdrawals. We actually at one point had 11 women slated to start Desert Solstice, but only 2 made it to the start line. It was
you say that's the hardest part, Chris. Making it to the start line.
Just showing up it can be difficult sometimes, and whether it be other commitments, illness, injury, you never know what's going to happen. I know that actually I can tell you for a fact that illness and injury befell at least 2 runners in the field, but as of right now, Joyce Payne is leading the women's race at 45.2 miles, and Colleen Dreyhus, who is running Solstice for the second straight year, is in second at 43 miles. So just a couple miles separating the 2 women that are in Desert Solstice this year. Patrick Karen, how you doing?
I'm doing well. Yeah, I was just, taking in some of the excitement over there with Charlie.
Yeah.
It's one thing to see it on the screen in front of us, another thing to, be there in person. So figured I'd take our little break there to, just, soak it in.
One of the things I love is Pete Kostelnik waves as he's going by.
He's really worked his way up. I feel like he was, he was not. But you've got to work your way up if you're shooting for 175 miles.
Yeah, we were talking. Don Reichelt and I were talking about that, and we did some math, and he'd been keeping about an 8:35 or so pace, and he would have to average about an 8-minute pace
faster,
the rest of the way.
Yeah.
So, I hate to call certain things as early as this, but I don't think 175 is in the cards, or even 173. But
a PR potentially.
Yeah, and Pete's PR is very stout, 163. You know, which among Americans is rarefied air. There's not a ton of people that can run, you know,
It was
163
a previous
plus.
American record, right? I think that was. I think for a time, Pete
yeah,
held the
which was at
American
Desert
record.
Solstice. Yeah. Yeah, Pete's number still the second best all time here, 163.68. And I would assume, like, if I had to guess, probably one of the 5 or so best all time among American men, to be honest. Even a decade later. But yeah, he held that record here for 6 years.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks like 8th all time for North American.
Yeah, I remembered. Okay, so looking down the list there, I remembered Nick Curry. I remembered Mike Morton.
Oh, so I guess it wasn't the American record, yeah, because Mike's stood way back in 2012.
Yeah. I didn't realize that. I mean, I knew Olivier had put up a big number. I think that was at Worlds that year, as a matter of fact, that 2019 number, 171 miles. I didn't know about, or I couldn't remember John Olson's. I didn't know Scott Jurek had ever run a 24-hour race. He ran 165.7, which I get. Oh, at the time was an American standard. That doesn't surprise me. And Ray Clark and friend of the Desert Solstice family, Jake Jackson. I do remember Jake's was at Worlds as well. That men's team. I mean, look at your two of your top scorers right there, dropping 171 and 165. That's really impressive. Two of the best American performances of all time in one race as teammates.
And I'm looking at our women's list for top 24-hour North American all-time. Let's see how many of these were at Desert Solstice.
Actually, that I can see. So Camille had 167.84. That was at Worlds. That's missing her prior
Desert Solstice.
Desert Solstice. Yeah. Because she ran like 163 here. Yeah. Courtney DeWalter, 159. Marissa Lysak, 156. That was here at Solstice, I believe. Or no, maybe that was at the Dome. It was the Dome. Caitlin Nagy, 155.73. Gina Slabby, 154.28. Lauren Jones, that was here. 154.052. Meg Eckert, that was here. 153.42. Pam Smith, 2019, 153.037. I believe that was at Worlds. Sabrina Little, back in 2013, 152. And then ultra running legend Connie Gardner, 149.368. So I think there are a few numbers missing from that, because I know that Marissa Lysak has hit 150 plus multiple times. Yeah, I mean, like last year's Desert Solstice had, 3 American women hit 150 plus, alone. So
someone wants to know about your recent epic finish at the Dinosaur Valley Endurance Run.
Oh boy. The Dinosaur Valley 100K, I ran my Western States qualifier for 2027 early in the season. That race is tougher than I thought it was going to be.
I like the name, Dinosaur Valley.
It's about 70 miles southwest of Dallas, outside of the Metroplex. I really enjoyed it. Shout out to Dinosaur Valley and their crew there. Libby, who is the race director out there, does a great job. I would highly recommend the race out there. Libby at the Active Joe. I was shooting for 16. The 100K ends up being about 104K, but that's not why I missed my time.
Yeah.
I think that my time was somewhere in the mid-18s. I kind of gave up trying to move quickly around lap 4. Their 10-mile loops. I really enjoyed it. One of my favorite things about that race was, unlike running in Arizona or Colorado, there's no false summits. There's no mountains to have false summits. Like, there are big hills.
Yeah.
But once you get up to the big hill, there's not a big hill hiding behind it. So it had a bit of undulation. The cutoff for Western States is quite generous. 22 hours.
Okay.
So it was the first time I didn't have to be a golden hour lottery qualifier. I'm okay with that. And I would love to go back. I think it's a great race. The buckles are top notch. The aid stations are fantastic. The course marking was excellent. You know, nothing but positive things to say about Libby's work with the Active Joe and the Dinosaur Valley 100K. So if you're looking for a race to run in Texas, it is a beautiful area. Glen Rose has a lot of charm and nothing but a great experience there. So that's what I have, Jed. Somebody asking if Charlie was happy with 6:06 or was he trying to come in under 6? I think he would have been happier with 6.
Yeah.
But I think he would have been happy with 6:05 or under that.
Yeah, I think he definitely is leaving unsatisfied, is the sense that I get.
Yeah, I gathered that as well. I feel like he really felt like, he was on it, but then I didn't realize how early he was hurting. I mean, I'm sure you heard that, he mentioned that he was feeling pretty rough even at mile 20, but still kept pushing, and still kept his paces going. And it was, I mean, it was probably about the 5:20 mark where I finally started to feel a pit in my stomach.
Yeah.
I mean, that I would say that for up until the last 45 minutes when I started doing the math and I kept on reloading my numbers and I'm like, these don't look right. And I'm like, oh, well, a couple seconds here, a couple seconds there. He needed to keep hugging that 127, 128 pace. I mean, if you think about it, this is how close it was. He ran 250 laps at Desert Solstice today.
Yeah.
And he was 95 seconds short.
It's less than half a second.
And he took a 21-second bathroom break. So, these are the margins that you're dealing with when you talk about a race of this caliber and a runner of that caliber. So, yeah, basically a half a second a lap, and I know that a guy like Charlie is going to go back with his team and go right to work to figure out where they can find that half a second a lap.
Yep. He did say, see you next year.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a good sign.
Yeah, I would love to see him.
And he didn't seem absolutely wrecked. Just the fact that he
was very
standing, he's chatting. Yeah,
Yeah, he was more pissed than anything else.
Yeah.
It was he wasn't sad. He was more like, oh, heck.
It did sound like his hip was acting up because he did say he really appreciated the the turn there.
Yeah.
At 4 hours.
But yeah, Charlie Lawrence coming up just short, and I'm hoping that doesn't become a theme because we had another record pursuit and Christopher Danucci come up just a couple minutes short of the age group record as well for the 50K. was shooting for low 324s and came in at 326. But we still do have plenty of runners on the course. Pete Kostelnik, Peter Chadovich, Mark Marson, your top three in the men's race. Joyce Payne and Colleen Drahos in the women's race. We've got other individuals. Thomas Beyer, the Canadian, is just past the 50K mark. A little bit ago, Isaiah Jansen, Terry Joffrain, Bob Hearn, ultra running legend, Jordan Camastro, and Hans Van Zanten as well here at Desert Solstice. And one of the things I've noticed is that Pete and Jordan, maybe being the most experienced runners at Desert Solstice here, kind of playing the long game. Pete was basically bringing up the rear, or close to the rear, in the men's race for much of the first 15, 20 miles, and now he's leading the entire thing.
Yeah. Hey, it shows that you don't need to run any, fast laps to have a big performance.
Absolutely. When we talked about Nick Curry, when he did it, his fastest mile was his final mile. When he set the American record. Prior to that, he was basically just floating around the 8:01 to actually more like the 8:05 to 8:35 range in terms of his pacing. It's just about being steady and being able to run a whole race as opposed to a half race.
Yeah, don't get caught up in the sort of early excitement, because it'll certainly feel probably way too easy trying to go slow.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, I could go faster, but then you risk burning your matches a bit early.
And go ahead.
Oh, just the heat too. Like, I think that is gonna tire people out a lot quicker as well. And so if you're slightly pushing the envelope pace wise combined with the heat, I think that can take a lot out of you.
Of course, I like this shot here. That upper shot in upper left is the far corner of the track here at Camelback High School. Coming up into your view right now is Hans Van Zanten, currently running in fourth place among active runners. And the lower right shot is Camelback High School Stadium in all its glory. Payastoa Peak in the background here in Central Phoenix. Again, I want to shout out to our broadcast colleague who is under the weather and couldn't make it here today. And we even moved the race closer to him, But Andy Jones Wilkins, shout out. We're thinking about you, buddy. Heal up, and we'll see you soon. He seemed fine at the Christmas party on Wednesday.
Maybe he caught something there.
That's entirely possible. Our Christmas parties get pretty wild here in Arizona. No, we had a good time. We had over 100 people show up for our local trail running holiday party. So
it looks like we've got a few finishers from the other Air Viper race track side now.
I see one of them.
Joanna and Bronco Billy. So a few of the 50K runners joining us here at the track. And I think the men's and women's winner and second place in the 50K. We're referring to the Cave Creek Thriller, which took place this morning. And Eric LaPuma with, I think, a new course record of 3:38. And his partner, Joanna Fortier from Vermont, who ran 4:46.09. They're here at the track with us, as well as Jeff Browning, who took a solid second place with a 4:19 finish there.
Yeah, I like when you mentioned that Eric LaPuma ran Cave Creek Thriller this morning, I was actually super stoked. He ran Mesquite Canyon 50K earlier this year.
Yeah, him and
out here.
Jim.
Yeah, that was wild. I mean, I was running the other direction. I was doing the 30K, and as I'm heading up what's called the Goat Camp Hill, which is the most murderous section of the course when you're heading uphill, Jim just comes down. Like watching him run in person is there's nothing like it, because like I remember the first time I watched Walmsley race in person was at Kendall Mountain Run back in I want to say 2017 when he set the course record there, and he's coming down at me, and I had hit the first aid station, and it's an out and back, and I hit the first aid station about mile 3.5, and it's 12 mile out and back, and I got to mile 4 and he's already coming back down at me. And I looked at his Strava later, and his pace down the mountain on this Jeep road was 4:35.
Wow.
And I fell 3 times heading down, and he's doing a 4:35 because it's a pretty rough and rugged Jeep road. So, you know, to get to see Walmsley run in person was pretty wild this year, you know, and share the course with him. I was not in the same race, thankfully, but yeah, Jim and I haven't raced since 2017. So, you know. But seeing Eric LaPuma out here, you know, running in Arizona is a pleasure as well. But yeah, Cave Creek Thriller, normally in October, but had to be pushed back to December due to some flooding in the area, which made crucial points in the course impassable. And the safety of the runners is the priority. So they made the decision to delay the race or to postpone it until right before the holidays.
Nice little holiday vacay for some folks.
Yeah, and
like Jordan Bramblett took the win in the 24K.
Jordan Bramblett, I truly believe, like, he's, you know, you want to talk about, like, quote, next big things. Jordan Bramblett, if you look at some of his results on Ultra Sign Up, like, he's got some really stout numbers. He was actually in golden ticket position at Black Canyon earlier this year. But first of all, he's only 28 years old. He's like as young as you. Yeah, I mean, you know, he's got some, you know, 50Ks in the 3:30 range on trail. You know, it's pretty quick. Whiskey Basin 91K, 8:02, I believe. That might be a course record. Oh no, it's second all time behind Nick Curry. So, you know, pretty stout runner, Jordan. And I believe he is the cross country coach at Embry-Riddle University, up in northern Arizona. So
there's a lot of ultra runners that are cross country coaches, I found. Makes sense.
A few of them.
They've got, you know, it's that time on feet, a little extra training.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking Caleb Bowen.
Caleb Bowen was the first one that came to mind, yeah.
One guy that comes to mind, but there's a few others.
It also keeps the athletes honest. If they start to
Yeah.
talk back, it's like, okay, you want to throw down? Let's go. I had a chance to speak with Caleb leading up to his 5th place finish at Haviland 100 this year. I mean, how often is it that you run a trail 100 miler, run a 13:09 and finish 5th? I mean, that's pretty wild. But we are here at Desert Solstice 2025, presented by HOKA. Trackside, Chris Warden, Patrick Karen.
Mic check.
And, you know, our focus is this race and keeping tabs on what's going on. If you have specific runners you want to keep tabs on, you can do so as well by checking out the runner tracking pinned to the top of the chat. So we've had a couple of guests so far. We had Mandy Holmes. We had Don Reichelt.
14. So we have 11 runners left in the field at this point. Then if Charlie, Chris, and Zach are out.
Yeah, we started out with a quieter field this year of 14 runners. Typically, a full field for Desert Solstice would be 20 to 24, give or take. We have had as many as, I believe, 30 one year. But generally, to keep runners having their own available space, they try and keep it to about 24 to 26. And they try and keep the split between men and women equal or close to it. However, this year there was a bit of an anomaly with a flurry of withdrawals from the women's race because at one point we had 13 men and 11 women, and of those 11 women, 9 did not make it to the start line for one reason or another. So we are left with just a pair of women that are competing, but they're competing very well.
Guaranteed podium.
Yeah, in the 24-hour, they are assured of that. We've got Joyce Payne leading the race, and Colleen Dreyhus in second. And they're both very stout runners. I mean, Colleen Dreyhus ran a 1:34 at the Raven earlier this year as a PR for a 100-miler of 16:57, and Joyce Payne. Okay. 17:06 is Joyce Payne's PR, and we'll see what she's able to hit in the 24-hour discipline. And joining us next, we have someone who is familiar with this race. And let's go right to her, Sierra DeGroff. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
We're good. We're good. Sierra DeGroff, Air Viper Racing Team, multiple US ATF championships in recent years, and a veteran of Desert Solstice, Western States, Badwater, you name it, she's done it. Any service, any distance. Why aren't you here?
Thanks for having me. Sorry?
Why aren't you here?
Because I'll probably be around for across the years.
Oh, that's fair.
So I stayed around Vegas this weekend.
That's understandable. So are you running the 100K at across the years, or are you doing a fixed time?
I think the 6 hour.
Okay. Okay. So what have you been up to lately?
Just kind of chilling out after JFK and getting some miles in, but nothing too crazy.
So how did JFK go for you?
It went okay. It was a decent time, but I don't think it was the time that I was like trained for. But the AT was a little harder than I think what I anticipated, and coming off of that and hopping on the towpath was a little challenging.
There was a little snow out on the AT, right? Or
When I did it, it was wet. It was like super humid.
Okay.
Water droplets in the air. I mean, any colder, it probably would have been snowing.
Yeah, it seemed like the times were a little slower this year for the AT segment, but sounds like, yeah, if it's wet, then that'll slow you down.
Yeah, I'm used to the desert.
Yeah, we don't have a lot of wet courses out here very often, especially considering Sierra's run Badwater multiple times. Water is not normally a factor out there except for not having enough.
For sure.
So, Sierra, you've run this race, Desert Solstice. Can you tell us about your experiences out here? What went right, what went wrong? Tell us about your time out at Desert Solstice as a competitor.
Yeah, so the year I did it, I don't think there was a whole lot of women either, maybe 3 or 4 of us.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think we had the full 20 to 25 runners, so it was a little smaller field as well. Um, I had just done FATOX, I think, that year, a couple weeks prior, so I was still a little burnt out from that. But, I had the opportunity to do Solstice, so I decided to hop in. So it wasn't like my best performance, but it was okay.
Yeah, looking at your 2023, your second half of the year is, I'm just going to say it was absurd. You ran Badwater in July. You ran the Ute 50 miler in August. You ran the Bear in September. You ran Fat Ox in November and Desert Solstice in December. Did you intend to set
Yeah.
out to have a schedule that was going to be so ridiculous, or did that all just kind of come together on accident?
Accident. I don't think I was being coached at that point either, so nobody was trying to talk any sense into me. I have like FOMO about stuff. It's terrible. Like if you start asking me to do something and I have any interest, it's like game over.
Yeah, I can see that about you. I mean, I've gotten to know you over the couple years that we've been covering your, actually several years we've been covering your races, and I have that feeling that if you're not there, you're probably watching it on a live stream somewhere, or you're probably wishing you were there, because frankly, you've
Yeah.
probably already run the race before. So I can definitely see that in you.
I'm gonna tighten up a little bit for 2026, just telling everyone right now.
Oh, really?
It's a resolution
Yeah.
for 2026.
So, what do you have on the docket for 2026? Of course, you mentioned across the years doing the 6 hour there. What else is planned for you?
Well, I said I wasn't gonna come back to jackpot, but I actually will be doing the 50 mile there because I'm trying to qualify for the USA 100K team for 2026.
Okay.
So I'll do the 50 mile on Saturday. And then I have Umstead 100 in March. And then I'm going to reapply for Badwater.
Okay.
And what is the like what would you try to be running at jackpot in order to qualify for 100K team?
I'm going to try to go under 635.
635. Nice.
Yeah, that would be fantastic.
I think it should go pretty well. I mean, I think the 50 mile 100K is a good distance for me. And I haven't really raced that many fast courses other than Lake Warmuck and JFK. So I'm going to focus on that a little more.
Yeah, you had a really strong run at Lake Warmog. I'm a East Coaster, so I noticed that result.
I took down, I think that course record was in place for 30 or 40 years. I don't know.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that race has some wild history to it.
It's beautiful. I mean, I couldn't say enough good things.
It's in Connecticut, but yeah, there's just a lot of history for, I don't know, I think...
That course record is older than you, Sierra. It
Seven-
was.
1974.
It was.
So
Maybe.
you
I'm
took down-
35. I just turned 35.
You took down a course record at this race. I'm not familiar, and Patrick, if you can provide some detail, you and Sierra both. The previous course record for that race was established in 1979. And
Okay, so that is older than me.
much older.
Yeah.
So tell us about that race, you two.
Well, I'll let Sierra take it, but...
I think it was like a 7 or 8 mile loop, something around there. In the first loop, if I'm not mistaken, we went the opposite direction of all the other loops. And then the loop, like half of it, you're not getting wind blown on you, but then the other half of the loop, it's kind of windy, if it is windy. And it was a little rainy.
Yeah, it's a tricky time of
And there's
year,
like,
April
yeah,
in the
kind of
East
cold,
Coast.
windy, and there's like mansions all along the course. It's pretty, and it's on a lake, obviously.
And you had Lila and Jenny Hoffman not too far back.
I
Were
think
you
Lila was
running
like,
with Lila at all, or?
yeah, a little bit. I mean, I think she kind of overtook me for a little bit at the 50K mark, and then I kind of sat behind her, and then I got back in front of her and pulled away a little bit. So
That's a heck of a
she's
podium.
strong.
Yeah, pretty stout.
Yeah, it's a very stout
Yeah.
race that you came away winning.
And
I mean,
Jenny's awesome. I mean, legend, obviously.
Yeah. No, that's fantastic. So when you're running a fixed time race like Desert Solstice or Jackpot or something to that effect, doing 24 hours, right now these runners are about 7 hours, 40 minutes in, you know, like the heat of the day is kind of giving away, and now it's starting to level off, cool down, even potentially. As you're preparing for the temperatures to decrease, are you like, how are you approaching that? Are you thinking like, okay, this is where I speed up? Do I keep what I'm doing? Do I save something for the second half of the race or for the overnight? How do you approach a 24-hour race? Like, what does your ebb and flow look like when you're running this kind of event?
Well, 24 hours is a little different than 100 mile. And I don't know that I've truly mastered the 24-hour just yet, because I do tend to not start out the pace that I'm finishing at. And I think in 24-hour, that's key. Like, you shouldn't be, starting out much faster. You want to kind of be even paced, like the best people are.
Yeah.
I looked forward to going into the night just for a change of scenery, sort of, because you're staring at the same thing for 8 hours. And then change the temperature, of course. So that's kind of nice. Um, I'd like to do Solstice again at some point, or just another 24. Just not sure when.
Oh no, it's a fantastic race. You know that it's going to be well supported, and the competition level is going to be one where, in most cases, it's everybody's going to push one another. That was one of the beautiful things about last year's race. I know that when you ran it in 2023, things quieted down fairly quickly, but yeah, no, I think that in a stacked field, you would acquit yourself very well.
I would agree with that. And I'm very social. So I struggled with how little the field was and just how we couldn't really run together, at least at this kind of event. Because if you're not on the same exact loop, you can't really run together either.
Yeah. So, have you been watching it all today, or you been busy with other things?
We were watching the end of Charlie Lawrence's.
Yeah.
I had a workout this morning and then I hit the gym. So we're kind of in and out of paying attention.
Understood. It's
Glad
a long
you could tune
day.
in for Charlie, though. That was certainly a highlight so far.
Oh, yeah, he did amazing.
Yeah, it was so close. We broke it down. I mean, missing the world record by 95 seconds when you're running 250 laps. That tells you how close it was. Like, that's the margin, of everything that happened.
Yeah, I wish he could have got it, but he still did so well.
Yeah, he looked great, and it sounds like he intends to take another stab at it next year.
I heard him say that.
Yeah. So the 2026 Desert Solstice field is starting to stack up very well.
We gotta recruit, David Roach, some other competition for him in the 100K.
Well, Don Reichelt already said he intends to be out here if Fat Ox is not the USATF championship. I have no idea why it wouldn't be, but I mean, Sierra, you set the precedent. You ran both one year, so let's tell Don Reichelt to run both too, and you can come out here as well.
I wouldn't recommend it. I tapped out after the 100-mile at Solstice. I remember
Learned the
Pete
hard way.
Kostelnick was giving me crap. He's like, just keep going. I'm like, no, dude, I just ran 24 hours like 2 weeks ago. I was like, I want to sleep.
Yeah, but you came out and ran another 100 miles here that day too.
I know, but I got to sleep a couple hours that night.
Yeah, wait, was that the
100
year where
if I'm
your
being honest.
hotel was a little bit
Yeah.
unsatisfactory?
We stayed in a adult-only hotel that was not what I thought it was.
I know the story, but I don't know if anybody else needs to. But I like that kind of open-ended like that.
Yep. Lessons learned.
So, Sierra, you run pretty much everything there is. We mentioned you run Badwater, you've run Desert Solstice, you've run Javelina, Western States in the last couple of years, Hard Rock qualifiers. What appeals to you the most? Do you really love that rough and rugged stuff, like the high mountain stuff? Do you prefer the faster races such as Desert Solstice or fixed time things like that? Or is there something else that gets you excited about running and competing in particular?
I mean, if we want to talk about my favorite race, that's Badwater. And I'm going to keep going back until I win that race. And I think that I can. Just the road running and the whole journey of it, it's so epic. In that area, I'm obsessed. I do the mountain stuff because I want to run Hard Rock eventually, but I'm not good at it. Like, I don't think I'm built for it. Like Wyoming Range 100, I did that in August, and that's the hardest thing I'll probably ever do. It took me almost the whole time.
Yeah, that's...
And I've ran 100 miles in under 16 hours.
And it took you a little bit longer?
47 hours.
Too right.
But that's part of the
I
amazing...
ran with a woman
Yeah, that might be more impressive.
that's done Hard
but-
Rock, and it's harder than Hard Rock.
Well, see, you're set for Hard Rock. You've run
I
something
know,
that's
I
harder.
just 10 years from now, I'll be all set.
Well, of course,
Oh,
that one you still
on
have to
that
get into.
note, John Willman got in this year, my friend from Vegas, who's always crewing me at this stuff.
Oh, nice. So
Yeah.
you're going to be up there?
16 tickets. I will.
Nice. It's going to be your opportunity to return the favor.
Yep.
Looking forward to pacing up there?
Yeah. I don't have to do the whole thing, and I can just do part of it.
That's kind of the beauty of the loop in the San Juans, is being able to do it in little bits and pieces. I think that having to do it all the time, all at once, not as fun. Not that I've ever done it, but I have no desire to.
Soft rock is fun. You should do that.
Yeah, that's something that's been on the to-do list for a while now, is a soft rock. But the way I've done it is just kind of taking in 5 and 10 mile chunks, and so far I've really enjoyed that.
It's beautiful.
Well, Sierra, thank you for joining us, and best of luck to you. We'll see you at Across the Years for sure, and hopefully you get into Badwater, and maybe we'll see you out here at Desert Solstice next year.
All right, sounds great. Thanks, Chris.
All right, thank you. That was Sierra DeGroff, a friend of the community and competitor here at Desert Solstice in 2023. And somebody who's learning that she doesn't have to run all of the things every year. Picking and choosing your spots can be a very important skill. So we also received word that we had another withdrawal here.
Yeah, Isaiah Jansen has called it.
Yeah. Isaiah Jansen was shooting for 160 miles, has a PR of 154.5, 100-mile PR of 1444, some really stout times, but unfortunately Isaiah called it a day here at Solstice. Hope everything is okay and that he's able to get rested up and recover. But thanks for coming out and joining us here in the desert. As we mentioned, it is unusually warm out here, and now the sun has gotten
I'm feeling the
our
sun.
location. Although we also do have cloud cover to some degree. I mean, it could be worse.
Yeah.
So.
And we're now approaching the 8-hour mark, so roughly a third of the way through the full 24-hour experience here at Desert Solstice.
That shot at the top of the screen is the far side of the track. Those runners are just leaving the aid station, which is on the bottom right. You can see there's Pete Kostelnik coming in, and you'll see him actually move into your top screen shot here momentarily. And of course, the bottom left shot is the overhead of the Camelback High School Stadium here, just off of between 26th and 28th Streets here in Central Phoenix. You can see Piastoa Peak in the background, the Phoenix Mountain Preserve, one of our favorite playgrounds here locally amongst the trail running community. Patrick, you've been out here many times. Have you gotten a chance to run over in those hills? I mean, I don't know. I assume that Jamil puts you up over at his house and you get to explore because he lives right off of those.
I
those
actually
hills.
haven't been over there much. I mean, I may have. That's actually a good question. I feel like I've been taken on adventures, but don't exactly know where I'm taken. I've also run out here a bunch with Henry Ward.
Yeah.
And I feel like he's taken me all over, but I'm not exactly sure where.
So Henry is my neighbor.
Okay.
So he lives basically about a block from where I live. And he used to, when I first moved into the house that I'm renting with a roommate, he used to run by and I would look at his Strava and he'd be taking pictures of my yard and things in my yard. And it was funny, but also just kind of weird.
Yeah. You're like, I recognize that.
Like, wait a minute. That's the weird little statue that my landlord has sitting.
That would be strange, just scrolling through Strava and you see your yard.
Henry, the originator of the Mesa Quad, and also the
started with the Boston Quad.
The Boston Quad, that's right. Of course, what Henry would do is after he qualified for Boston, he would run the course. Backwards, forwards, backwards, forwards. Is that correct?
Yes.
And
finish with the official Boston Marathon on Monday morning. So yeah, he would do, 3 other marathons on Sunday. I think he would start midday or so Sunday, and wrap up with the actual race. Which when it comes to strategy, you have 30,000 people pacing you for the final 26 miles. But yeah, the first year that Henry attempted it, he was living in the Boston area at the time, as was I, and he wasn't doing it on the marathon weekend. He picked like April 1st, and we had this freak snowstorm with couple inches of slush, and it was just brutal. So I will not forget that time. But yeah, no, Henry was my go-to running partner, one of the few people crazy enough to wake up at 2-3 in the morning and go for a 50K run on a Tuesday morning or whatever day of the week it was. So I certainly was sad when he moved out here, but always good reason to come visit. It looks like we've got Charlie Lawrence
I wonder if
walking
he's-
our way. Maybe we could squeeze him
Yeah, that would be
into
fantastic.
the booth.
We could talk to him about his experience out here today, and I see another guy we'll have to talk to as well here in Bronco Billy. But we'll see if Charlie can spare us a few minutes. I'll see if I can flag him down. Just have a seat on the couch, and we'll get your audio potted up.
All right, friends, we are going to be joined here shortly by Charlie Lawrence, newly crowned 100K American record holder. Welcome.
What's up, gentlemen? How we doing? Sorry. Good.
No, you're great.
I just speed in the cup. Took a little longer than I would have hoped, but I had a pit stop at 51-ish miles, so that usually I'm good to go for a drug test right after, but when I have to do that, it kind of slows the process. So,
Yep.
Yeah, feeling all right about it, I guess.
Charlie, you look like you're ready to go out on the town right now. Your hair is like fantastic. You look like you're, basically just getting ready to go to a club or something like that. You look so chill.
We might be. We'll see. Yeah, there's too much hairspray in this. I'll tell you that. Used half a bottle this morning. Yeah, everything's. I'm pretty relaxed now. Just that it's over. That was pretty miserable. I'm not gonna lie. My had a glute issue this fall that kind of really wasn't able to work out for 2-ish weeks. In October, was able to run like everything up to like 5:20 pace, but if it got moving, was brutally like I ended up straining it. So ended up never fully healed because I kept training through it. So I ended up feeling that honestly at about 15 miles in, and hurt so bad I wanted to pull the plug. But fortunately,
It's a long 47 miles after that.
Fortunately, I had my crew that like they were able to grab me Tylenol real quick. For me, it was just all right. Just get to the turnaround, and then you'll be fine. It actually worked itself. It got better, but it was not
So
great.
changing
It was definitely
directions
manageable.
helped?
Helped a ton.
Yeah.
I've still lost a little bit of rhythm, but it's overall one U-turn in 100K, so I can't complain a ton.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, Charlie, you came here with the stated goal of trying to break 6 hours, and I would assume also as part of that would have been the 6:05:35. And as we're sitting over here, we're doing the back of the napkin math, and you ran a hell of a race today. You ran 6:07:10, and when you break it down, that's less than a second per lap. Like I don't want to bring up a bad feeling, but that's gotta leave a very awkward taste in your mouth to know that you're so close and that you're right there.
Yeah, it was there, man. This year's I still don't think I've figured the 100K out, honestly. So it was the best and worst thing for me was first 50 mile world record. Best and worst things, I'm like, this shit is easy. This is I'm gonna get 100K next, then eventually want to go for the 100 mile. I was like, yeah, it'll be bang bang bang. And it's just been 2 years of just striking out basically, and I still don't think I've nailed it. I mean, I ran unofficially 6:03 this summer, but I just got quite frankly walked away by CBCC the last 30-40K.
Yeah.
Was able to have a decent enough race, but again, nothing was official there. We had bottles whenever we wanted, legal stack shoes. So again, still gotta work, figure things out. I mean, I think looking back now, this is just quick reflection. Definitely not a little too hot, was a little aggressive, but I think kind of needed to try to take advantage of the good weather
Cooler
before
temps,
it got too warm. I was telling Jamil this kind of yesterday and even today, but had cooling pretty dialed. Had multiple cooling collars, had cold water bottles, had ice vests, kind of everything I needed, and I do a ton of heat protocol anyway, so it didn't feel that bad. But obviously, if you get perfect weather, it's if you're a little warmer, it's probably getting a few seconds there. But yeah.
You mentioned the cooling. What was that on your collar? What kind of cooling device was that?
Amazoned it to my place on last Friday. So yeah, I was just Googled cooling collar or Amazon cooling collar and showed up 24 hours later.
Oh wow.
Yeah, we had with the project we did in this summer with Adidas. It was Adidas branded cooling collars, where they actually had custom freezer cubes that like they would slide into
Slide
it.
in, yeah.
And this was just, I don't know, kind of similar, but it was just my buddy Dylan, who was also on the project at Adidas, came out here from LA, drove out, and he would just, stuff the collar with ice, let it melt down. Obviously, then just the water bottle never could, just on my head, neck. The sponges were super helpful too, just from their Vipa staff, just wiped out. Obviously, put stuff in my hands too, just for cooling. So that's credit to Adidas, Dylan, all those guys with kind of all that protocol, and also the sauna sweatsuit protocol as well. So, but yeah, those were just random Amazon collars.
I love
so,
it.
Yeah.
And yeah, what I guess is on your immediate radar? It sounds like, do you got any other things in the docket this winter?
Comrades for sure. So that's the
Love it.
Yeah, that's the next big one.
We were chatting about that
would
in
have been
in the
really
comments.
nice to go in as the. I mean, got another all right feather in my cap with the American record.
Yeah.
Would have been cool to go show up there as the 100K world record.
Sure, yeah.
It's a little swaggier than the American record in my opinion, but yeah. So that's the next big thing, and then we'll figure out the fall afterwards.
Okay.
Still figuring out my schedule leading up to that. Obviously, got to recover from this. Make sure my hip's good. I've kind of had a bad left Achilles for the last 13 months in the left Achilles, so inside turner for 4 hours of the race. So just make sure that's fully calmed down and it's manageable. I haven't missed any time because of it, but it's something I feel every step of every day.
Yeah.
So just recover and just make sure I can bounce back to training as quickly as possible. So, but definitely the big thing in June will be comrades. So
And
again,
which is it, downhill or uphill
it's an
year?
uphill year. Yeah, which I'm not gonna lie, the downhill year slightly scares me. Just because even in this, it's like, again, I went out a little too hot. Should have been a little more controlled early, but it's around 6,000 feet of loss. And again, in trail terms, it's not a ton, right? But just ran a track. There's net even the entire time, and you still figure quads in this. So I'm happy to go into an up year because I like my chances a little better at that because you can just obviously just still up and down.
Yeah.
But you can just basically just a grind fest up. So.
When you're running in pursuit of a world record, such as you were today, or you did at Tunnel Hill, what kind of service do you prefer? Do you prefer like the actual track mechanism and setup where you've got your aid station every quarter mile, or do you prefer something at Tunnel Hill where you maybe can get into a bit of a better rhythm because you're running straight in one line, or what do you prefer?
I'm a little biased with Tunnel Hill because that went so well the first time. Obviously, there's select checkpoints, so you're on your own if you need something.
Mm-hmm.
This is great. It's I could literally toss a cooling collar off at Dylan's feet, and then in 5 seconds later, I got the new one on.
Yeah.
So that's really nice. Obviously, on track, you can get in a pretty good rhythm too. But for me, just coming up with my left leg injuries with my Achilles and hip, it wasn't the most conducive. But again, you can still get in a pretty good rhythm on a track. But for me, it's if I could just jump something no turns, or even just one turn, go 50K out, 50K back, that'd be ideal. I mean, the setup we had in Italy was a 12.5K loop, so 8 laps. The only kicker was one side was about 300 feet net up and net down, which again, it's not a lot when you think about it over the course of 100K, but you go too hard down, you can blow up the quads, and you're going to go a little slower than you want to be on the up. So yeah, if it was up to me, it's just to throw it on a flat, almost perfect circle, but a big circle. This
Yeah.
a little shorter than I would have.
Did it feel mentally challenging, just how short the lap was, or?
No, because it was nice. I mean, for me, I had my coach, Plaz here, and he was literally stopwatch every.
We heard him.
Oh yeah, we heard him from across
86,
the track.
Or even 86 point. So that was nice. I mean, obviously, if it's like a Tunnel Hill example or just any other race, I'm still checking in at least every half mile.
Mm-hmm.
But here it was just nice to have those constant checkpoints. Again, if I needed cooling, nutrition earlier. It was great, so definitely advantageous for that.
One of the things that you encountered, and this might seem like a minute detail to some people out there, but I've watched enough Desert Solstice, being here every year since 2018. You had to take a bathroom break, and we need to. I need to connect you, or you need to connect with Nick Curry because he is the master of the Desert Solstice bathroom break, and
he's a wizard, or.
Well, let's just say he never leaves the track.
Yeah. And honestly, I've never had, this is no joke, never had any some gigs ever. Tunnel Hill, no stops, no anything. I stopped for 10 seconds to stretch my quads, mile 47,
Mm-hmm.
so I was blowing up. But that was a 10-second, I'm still kind of walking, stretching them. In Nardo, I stopped actually 5 times. Because it was a midnight race. I had kind of food in my stomach.
Yeah, that'll
just
throw
the
you off
schedule
a
was
bit.
way the hell off. And yeah, here was just like, I felt really good, and then all of a sudden like I hit roughly 50, a little like 4 hours, and I started probably sitting at like 4:40, and I'm like, oh man, this is not like, but I had done it enough in Italy, sadly, where I was like, dude, you just got to do it quick, like just boom, you're gonna lose 15, 20 seconds, and I lost 22. So it was like one of the things where it's just sadly be kind of prepared for it and just be ready to act and be efficient and go right after, don't hesitate. So yeah, so if you can connect with Nick, that'd be great. Because again, I've really had legitimately no issues besides my last 2 big ultras. I've also pushed my carbs up. I'm doing, I think I'd have to add it up, but the plan was 160 an hour today. I definitely tapered off a little bit, but I started pretty aggressively the first 3.5, 4 hours at 160 an hour. So
how much of that was liquid versus like solids?
Like basically half and half,
okay,
gram wise. So I do with plan like I do 160 or 40 gram carb gel with tape to electrolytes. So get the gel down and then chase with electrolytes just to stay on top of that. And then the next 5K, 13-ish laps, I'd go a full bottle with 80 grams of carbs. Go back and forth every 18, 20 minutes. So.
Well, Charlie, we'll let you get your rest here, but I do have one question about, as you finished and came off the track and went to lie down, how soon after that did you start to think about where you could find those extra few seconds? Like, it had to have had, like I know how runners operate, and usually it's like you're starting to assess and evaluate, like, in the back of your mind really quickly. And as you're sitting there waiting to maybe take your drug test or something like that, have you already started to figure out where you can find those 95 seconds?
Yeah, I mean, for me right away, it's like, again, it worked out at Tunnel Hill, so it was good and bad. But I went up pretty hot there. I had even a couple of miles in the high 520s there. From like mile 13, 14, 15, we're pretty aggressive there. So with this, I'm like, all right, you got to kind of stick it. Sadly, just like you just got to die a slow death and try to live with it. And I probably should have just been a little more disciplined the first 40K. There are points I was running. Said you heard Platt's probably on a couple 81s or 82s, and that's just like, we're gonna have 520 pace there. Like, I'm not trying to run 540s.
Yeah,
great. Yeah. And I was definitely 530 lows. So right there, and again, hopefully you just die a little less. I'd say right there, that's maybe lost myself. Again, it's hypothetical, right? But 20, 30 seconds there, I'd guess. Or especially, I had a couple like 96s in there, and I was just like, this is like, dude, just like cut the damage. You got hopefully a big spring coming up, big summer.
Yeah.
So that's the initial one. Also I'm just thinking like, I ran a 40 miler at 6:02 pace in Boulder 4 weeks ago. Again, no stomach issues. I threw up after, but nothing during. So I'm like, maybe I'd dial back the carbohydrates, maybe to go 140, 135. Maybe that's a little better. We did studies with Adidas, and it's like I can do basically 110 and survive. But for me, it's like if I can handle more, I'm going to throw more.
Yeah.
And just to like make sure I'm completely topped off. So that's probably like, cut out the bathroom. That's 20 seconds. I'm, 6:06, 50-ish, which again, still.
Oh, those numbers are getting so close already.
still doesn't get the job done. If you take.
Gotta get a little fitter and faster then too.
Yeah. Hopefully, one thing I love, and it's like I love still like going and running half marathons.
Yeah.
I'm still kind of a marathoner. I won't say marathoner by trade. This is definitely this is my wheelhouse now. The road ultras, but like I still like to.
I was gonna ask about OTQ. Are you any plans to chase the new time?
I'll get that
there,
when I
or?
want to.
Yeah.
I've run 2:16:10 twice.
Yeah, so you're practically.
It's right there. You just saw CIM. There's 50 plus guys that got it.
Yeah.
And it's great. It's great for the sport. I love it. But for me, it's like if I can still run a good marathon, I'm gonna do that. Try to put that up on the board. I ran a 65:09 half marathon 6 weeks ago, and that was in hindsight, that was right before 50K Worlds got postponed.
Yep.
I kept it very controlled. Like I was talking the whole time, like chilling. Literally, it was great. Best half marathon I think I've felt. The best I've felt in a half marathon, excuse me. So I wish I would have probably gone. I think we probably left 30, 40 seconds out there, and that's getting close to my PR at 64:14. So, with that being said, I think in pretty good marathon shape coming into this based off of that. Eventually I'd love to go. At some point, we'll get my OTQ. Again, easier said than done, right? You got to go run 5:10s. And we haven't done that. I've been damn close. Eventually that'll be. I'll have the goal go get that at some point, because it's like, even just for this stuff, it's just a good. I don't say a good long run. You obviously go pretty deep to get that. At least I'm not a great marathoner. So you can definitely work it into the ultra builds for sure.
Yeah. And any trail stuff at all like on the radar? People are in the chat were wondering.
Eventually.
Like a JFK, you know, that might suit you really well, or
I love how like attractive Western States is.
Yeah. Okay.
Just like, I mean, that's the, I mean, you throw a UTMB in there, but it's like, what else is there in terms of like 100-milers, ultras? So eventually that'll be the goal. I think, again, I still have unfinished business at the 100K. I don't think I've nailed it yet. I'd love to try to get, again, easier said than done. This could be the best time ever run. So you gotta be grateful for it. But I'd love to go take a crack at get this, try to go get the 100-mile. It's all right. You got the flash stuff. Like, now what's the move? And it's like, I think the next logical move is go try to take a stab at Western States again. Easier.
Get a ticket.
Like, I have a lot of friends that, like, I'm good friends with Ali Ostrander, Lauren Gregory. I'm like, Chuck, when are you running trails? When are you doing trails? I was like, yeah, we'll see.
So maybe 2028, maybe Western States.
I have a good friend, Kenny, who does a lot of my content. He's like, bro, just tell me when. Like, you don't need to pay me. I'll cover everything. Like, I'll cover my own tab just to go shoot you at Western States. I got you. I'll crew you. You know, whatever you need. I'm like, yeah, Kenny, eventually, bro. Eventually. So yeah,
awesome.
it's definitely in the cards. But again, I want to try to stay fast for as long as possible. Again, easier said than done. Again, this could be. Might never get the 100-mile. Might never get the 100K. Because the sport just keeps growing, evolving. Everyone's getting better, and I think. Hopefully this side of the sport world just keeps growing. So so I think there's a lot of potential in it for you take a guy that's run maybe just like on the fringe OTQ guy or like 220 guy, but has an engine. Like you can
even just seeing Christian Allen run 209. It's like what could he do in 50-mile track?
There's some like I'm like someone gets my 50. I don't really care, but then like Tunnel Hill rolls around the last 2 years. I'm like. I wish I was there to just defend it or lower it.
Yeah.
Like in Nardo, we went through like 447. So it's like I definitely think I could put it under 445 on the right day. But yeah, there's guys like Christian, CJ Albertson. If those guys wanted to go, like, they're just so good. Like they're just on. If they wanted to, it's probably there for the taking. But again, I'm gonna try to defend as much as well as I can. So.
Love it.
And eventually too, the goal will be try to lower that, but it's like you got to pick your races, choose your battles.
There's a lot out there to chase, and sounds like you got a busy calendar ahead.
Yeah. There's almost, especially when I'm trying to do even like crack a good half, and then 100K. There's a half marathon every other weekend, or at least fast half probably every. You talk to Houston and Indy, like there's a lot of options, right?
Yeah.
Then you even throw in, just talking to Jamil, he's like, oh yeah, we got this race today. We have things that Solstice, but I'm here.
The marathon project's going on.
I got a lot of friends down there, and it's just like, even for me, for a while, I was like, when they canceled their post 150K Worlds, I'm like, do I just like go try to crack like a marathon at CIM or like do marathon projects or something? But it's like happy I was here. So
I'm glad.
We got
We're
something.
glad.
We got something that day. I was like, talking to for the race. It's like kind of ABC goal. I was like, sub 6A. World record B, I guess coming away with a C, so still passing in my book, not the best grade, but you'll graduate with that. So
we did get to witness a little bit of knowledge dropping when we were sitting here. You and Zach, you had made a pass on Zach, and Zach kind of mentioned something about making sure you were staying cool.
Oh
and
yeah,
you're like on it,
and that's one too. Like I don't have everything figured out. Again, Tunnel Hill was like, again, best and worst thing, right? Because I'm like, I got this shit all figured out.
Mm-hmm.
And then it's like, there's just little things you can pick up, even from, like Zach. Zach's been doing this for, I don't want to date him, but he's been, I don't several,
he's a legend.
Several,
yeah.
12, yeah.
Yeah, this is his 8th Desert Solstice.
He's the best American ever at 100 miles, right? So it's like, if he's going to like, just out the blue, like offer like just something, right there in a race, like, you should probably stay on top of cooling. He probably knows what he's talking about. So that's great. I mean, Zach's, one, great for the sport, and two, just like a great guy. He's been awesome to me. Always there if I have a question, so and that's one that's great about this sport, especially I think ultra running is I like to keep a lot of like my training private, but it's like if people ask, I'm happy to share it or give advice. I'm not sure if I have any good advice, but just maybe don't go out too hard, and might work out in your favor. But Yeah, great dude.
After another 7 or 8 desert solstices, maybe after you become a world record holder in the 100-miler, maybe you'll be the guy dispensing the, in 2035 out here.
Yeah, man. Yeah, I would. Bro, 400 laps out here is just like. I mean, I get, like, I respect, like, everyone we're seeing right now. Like,
mm-hmm.
I would believe, like, the rest of these guys are 100 or 24 hours. Like, that's. I don't think I'll ever do a 24-hour. Like I said, 100 miles will come eventually, a couple of years, but respect them. These guys are, they might be tougher than me. So.
Yeah, I mean, there are some people. You got to share the track with some people who've been doing this for a long time. With Zach, Pete, and Bob. I would say most notably.
Yeah, I mean, you're the youngest here by 9 years.
Yeah.
So.
Don't tell my girlfriend that. She wants to move to LA ASAP, and I'm stuck in Boulder probably till I'm done running. But we'll. She didn't hear it. So. Or maybe
she'll watch it back.
Yeah, exactly. So. Yeah, she heard it, but no, definitely. I think for me personally, I think there's a lot of upside at this sport in the ultra distances. So I'd like to keep doing it at as high level as I can.
Yeah.
Like you can't take this stuff for granted. 'Cause it's like, again, this could be the best 100K ever run, fastest ever run. Could get injured tomorrow, could have some sickness. So it's just really really cool opportunity. So just enjoying it.
It's really exciting, time to be in the sport, I feel like, just every year, just leveling up, like, in a big way.
Yeah,
so.
it's, and it's been exciting because, like, it's growing. I mean, you got, again, like, more people coming into it. Like, you got, like, I have a multi-year deal with Adidas, like, for specifically road ultras.
Yeah.
Like, that's literally what, and I was, like,
yeah,
honestly,
that probably didn't exist 5 years ago.
No, it's great. So they're, I have, they're on my team through, working together through, next year, and it's, like, hopefully it goes well enough where it's like we can chat more after that again.
Yeah.
Like, but you don't take those for granted in this sport. 'Cause it's like it's hard to get, especially like multi years at it's kind of again unheard of at road ultras at this point. So
awesome.
Well, Charlie, we're gonna let you go get some rest, some well-deserved rest.
Sounds like he's clubbing it up tonight.
Like I said, he looks fantastic. He really does look like he's ready to walk into a club right now.
Again, that's half the battle. So.
Yeah,
you wear it well.
Look good, feel good, play good, pay good. So.
All right. Well,
thank you,
Charlie.
Lawrence,
thanks for joining us, and we'll see you around.
Yeah. Thanks, boys.
All right, thanks.
Well done, man.
Yeah, that was great. Congratulations.
Yeah, appreciate it, man. Yeah. Thank you.
Our new American record holder, Charlie Lawrence, 6:07:10, coming up. Just short of a new world record, but I have a feeling that this is not his last attempt to take a bite at the apple here. Let's be honest.
Certainly not. You can tell there's a lot of excitement, he's chasing big things.
Yeah, I think I think that we're going to see a lot more to come. I mean, obviously, he is the current 50-mile world record holder, and also one of the things. That looking at his race, I mean his world record in the 50 milers like 4:48. His split was 4:53. So like that's actually like really tight in my opinion.
Yeah.
When you're talking about that was not his goal to run a fast 50 miler. He was going to scoop the 100K and he just was on another level early on. Although he did readily admit that maybe he did go out a little bit too hot early on.
It did seem, I think we had mentioned at the beginning, is he just banking time or, which you had a fair point. It did heat up quite a bit. And,
and I think that worked against him, but he was also going for a 6 flat.
Yeah.
So I think that definitely did affect his run. So, but we're here at Desert Solstice 2025, presented by HOKA, brought to you on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. Chris Warden and Patrick Karen. We can give an update of what we're looking at here. Of course, technically your leader is still Charlie Lawrence because nobody else has hit 100K yet. But as far as your active runners, Pete Kostelnik is currently in first at 57.9 miles. Peter Chadovich in second, 57.2. Mark Marzin in third at 55.9, and Hans Van Zanten in fourth at 55.4. Joyce Payne has moved up to fifth overall amongst active runners, leading the women's race, 52.2. Jordan Camastro, 52.2. Bob Hearn, 50.2. Colleen Drahos, 49.2. Terry Joffrain, 48.7. And Thomas Beyer, 36 miles. We have had a couple of people stop for the day, as we mentioned, Charlie Lawrence after hitting the American standard. Zach Bitter at mile 47.2 called it a day. Isaiah Jansen, mile 41.8, and Christopher Danucci coming up just short in his attempt at a 50K age group American record. And our next guest is a guy who I believe listed Desert Solstice as among his favorite races ever in his entire life. Bronco Billy, Jeff Browning, welcome.
How you doing?
Doing great.
This is my least favorite.
Shh, don't tell anyone.
I've never been destroyed more than on this track.
I remember that so vividly because Andy Jones-Wilkins was here that night, and you came off the track, and you run like a 16-hour thereabouts.
Yeah, 15:33, I think.
Oh, sorry, didn't mean to.
I remember.
Yeah, 15:33, 100-miler, and you came off, and you looked like you had not had any fun at all.
Oh man, I was destroyed. Like my hip bursa was inflamed, and like my body's. I realized that all these years of ultra running was all adapted to mountain running and trails, because 80% plus of my volume is on the trail. So this was like, I was like, I would need a year to prepare to do well on this, because my body's just not used to that.
Yeah.
You know, that adaptation of like just flat.
I mean, you're not running the streets of Flagstaff to train.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on trails every day.
Yeah.
Including a 50K this morning, right?
Yeah. I ran Cave Creek 50K this morning.
Nice work, man.
Yeah, man. Eric LaPuma took it out fast and got the course record. He was like by himself. And then there was another like 5 of us that were like 30 seconds apart at halfway. And then once we got in the hilly stuff at the end, last 12 miles, I was able to kind of pull ahead and keep and get into second. Yeah. Solid second. So it was fun. I haven't run a 50K for a while, so it was good.
Why that one? Just to hop in something
Yeah, just for
fun,
training. I was in the middle of a training block, and I was like, I should just jump in for a training run down here, supported training, long run. So
Is this part of your Western States build-up, or is there something else that
Cocodona.
I see Cocodona right
Yeah,
here.
Cocodona Western States double. And 13th on the wait list at Hard Rock, so maybe a triple.
Wow.
No, probably not. I mean, that bucket doesn't move much. The finisher guys bucket,
You said
maybe
13th?
Yeah, 3 or
that's pretty deep
4,
on that, yeah.
maybe 5 people. I'd be lucky if it was 10 people got in. But I will be there just in case.
Of course.
I'm always there anyway,
Yeah,
volunteering.
I was gonna say, that's one of the things. I mean, you have basically called your, your camp out at Cunningham Gulch out there.
Yeah, exactly. I'm always there.
I know where to find you out there.
Yeah, I'm always there. Yeah, so this spring will just be building for Cocodona. So I'll probably do like one of the shorter distances at Coldwater. Kind of trying to train through stuff. Like I am this 50K this morning. I just took a 3-day taper, easy running for 3 days, and then showed up. It was fun. I haven't run a 50K for a while. It's fun to run fast.
Yeah, of course, you mentioning Cocodona, of course, for those who might have been under a rock for the last year or so, the Chase chronicled your first foray into the Cocodona 250 race, and I highly recommend going and watching it after Desert Solstice is complete, of course, but you were so close to sticking the landing there.
Oh,
and
shot through the heart, man.
Yeah,
shot through the heart.
For those that aren't familiar, Jeff was basically in the lead until about 3 miles from the finish.
2 miles.
2 miles from the finish.
The very back of Buffalo Park before you get into town.
Yeah,
I got caught.
And you basically just like couldn't breathe. Like, can you? Like,
yeah,
did you
I
ever figure out what that was?
Yeah, I actually went to 2 doctors. It was actually a upper respiratory infection like 3 weeks out, and the symptoms went away like 5 days from the race. And then you put yourself in a stressful 60-hour situation, and you get a cytokine storm, and it came out as reactive airway. So your airway swells, and so you're like breathing through a straw, and then it drives your O2 sat level down, which then, you can't push when you're that you don't have any oxygen. So it was like for like 80 miles of like, it got progressively worse, you know, over that last 80. And then I just started getting reeled in slowly, you know, because I led for like 165 miles or something.
Even till the very end. I mean, when we're watching you, once you summited, we thought that was it. Like, we were like, okay, he's at the top, and he's on his way down. He's looking like he's
I had to stop so many times because I kept getting lightheaded, like where I thought I was going to pass out, because you were at 9,300 feet, right?
Yeah,
you know. And I just, my pacer just was driving him crazy because he was just like looking at the tracker and freaking out and like knowing we're getting caught, but I couldn't do anything about it. I have to take a walk break. I have to stop, put my hands on my knees and breathe and try to get oxygen because I could really only get it through my nose, like to get any kind of air. So I'd have to like inhale, and then start running again. And I'd make 40-yard pull and then have to do it again.
Wow.
It was like not fun. And when your O2 sat level is that low, it's like you're in like La La Land.
Yeah. Say, you're sort of in this in between.
Yeah, you're like, everything's a little fuzzy, you know?
It's like this state of semi-consciousness.
Yeah, it really is.
And you still ran like an incredibly fast time by Cocodona standards.
Yeah, well, I think I still ran 60 hours.
Yeah, which is, I think, what, like 4th all time or something.
It was a pretty inspiring thing to see, for sure. You know, to see you
4th all time.
You know, grind it out despite the fact. I mean, it was a shock when we didn't see you as the first person out into Buffalo Park and through the streets of Flagstaff. But, you know, I mean, all things considered, I mean, and finding out and getting that research done and finding out it was a medical condition that had just kind of popped up.
Yeah.
You know, I think that, you know, that's just one of those things that happens. That's ultra running. I know that I don't want to sound like I'm you know, pounding on your least favorite hits, but
no, that's fine.
But
I don't mind.
But like another
that's ultra running.
Yeah, that is true. It's all about problem solving. But you mentioned, of course, that you're going to be running Western States this year. You had a day that was not to your satisfaction there this year as well.
Yeah. I had a rolled ankle in the spring, and I didn't rehab it properly, and I kept having like. Finally diagnosed it after Western States like an idiot. I should have done it like in the spring, early spring when I did it, and get a proper rehab program going. And I just had like post-tib was weak and it was putting pressure and swelling my talus bone on the front, and I couldn't flex my foot on climbs. So I was just super slow climbing, and I was fine on downhills. The pain would go away, but it'd be like a 7, 8 out of 10 on the climbs. It just slowed me way down. So, you know, it is what it is, and now I'm going back this year, but now I'll have Cocodona on my legs. But next year, I have one more year I'm in through a sponsor. So
okay,
I have three years to try for the 50 to 59 record at States. So we'll try it again this year, next year.
How far are you from the big buckle, the 10x buckle? Like,
let's see, how many finishes do I have there? 6.
Okay, so
I have 6 finishes there.
All right.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, so
if I go 2 more years, yeah, I'm going to be getting close.
And to be honest,
I probably should go for the 10-year buckle.
You probably should, because you might be one of the last people to ever get one.
Yeah, right.
Like, that's how hard it is to get into Western States.
Well, my plan is to come back in when I'm 60 and go for the 60 to 69 record.
Oh, nice.
I want the 50 to 59 and the 60 to 69.
All right.
I can see that.
I mean,
that would be fantastic. But yeah, like, you know, because of the difficulty of getting into Western States, I mean, especially like for those that are getting into the lottery, it's like, you know, you're talking, you know, it's like, in my case, it's a 7 lottery project. It's more of a 10-year project because I missed a couple, but yeah, it takes people a long time to get in there. So, you know, if you have that avenue, I mean, obviously you're a high caliber runner and you've earned what you have in terms of sponsorship opportunities. But yeah, I mean, you know, obviously I'm just speaking as a fan, but like, you know, that you got to go for it.
Yeah, exactly. You can't I can't turn that down.
Yeah. I mean, you know, we've seen people that have in the past said, well, I'll run Western States when I get a chance. It's like, no, you gotta take those chances when you get them.
Yeah, exactly.
You never know when you'll get back.
Yeah, true.
So back to Cocodona, knowing that you maybe left a lot on the table time-wise, and knowing that every year gets dramatically faster, what do you think it takes to win in 2026?
I mean, I think it takes mid-50s.
Yeah.
Wow. Just thinking about where that race was in its inaugural year back in 2021, and to think that, you know, we're thinking that, you know, 72 hours to up and down to like mid 60s to 60, and now you're talking. I mean, and I think that you would know as well as anybody that mid 50s if that's what it takes.
I mean, that's something Versteeg and I've talked about a lot. About it's like what it's capable of, and I think it's in the 50s, it's like low 50s. I think eventually it'll be in like the low 50s for that course. You know, I mean, and even though it's longer, you know, what is it, 256 or 257 now? You know, I think you still got to run, you know, fast there.
Well, the first year of that race, I think, was also kind of a little bit of the Wild West. You know, there was a whole lot of unknown. People didn't know exactly how they were going to approach it. It was much hotter than people expected. It was much colder than people expected.
It's way cold up on the rim at night.
Yeah.
That time of year.
That's a good point. I mean, and you know, with every passing year of preparation and research, people are dialing it in that much tighter. You know, and also, you know, you mentioned, of course, you know, for again to plug the chase, you know, like the way that people approach aid stations and break time is so much more dialed in now. I mean, whether it be sneaking out of aid stations, you know,
when people are sleeping,
while people are sleeping, or just like literally turning what would normally have been maybe a casual 5 to 7 minute stop to basically being out in 2. You know, things have gotten so tightly wound and dialed in when it comes to even the 200-mile plus distances.
Yeah, it really has. It's more like running most of the aid stations like 100, like fast and like pit crew, you know, NASCAR style. Yeah. And then a few like strategic ones where you maybe take a short nap. You know.
How much sleep total did you get in 2024?
I think 70 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you have to get less, or you can still get that amount?
I think that or less is doable. You know, I feel like the short naps work, but you got to nap.
Yeah.
I feel like napping, you know, to bring Versteeg up again, we chat about this as well. Like everyone is different in how they can handle sleeping. Some people can sleep and some people have trouble. Mm-hmm. But if you can sleep, you take it because you're just so different after a 15 or 20 minute nap than, you know, especially night 2.
Yeah. That makes sense. Pivoting to Desert Solstice here, of course, you know, when you originally wanted to run this race, did you intend to do like the full 24, or were you basically wanting to see what the flat 100 would feel like?
Oh, no. I was planning on doing 24, and I wimped out. I told my wife at 100K, I'm like, there's no way I'm staying on this track for 24 hours.
That's what I was going to ask next. How far into the race did you get before you decided you're like, I'm going to get my 100 miles done?
Yeah, I just said I'm going to finish the 100 and I'm done. And she was getting to the point where she was like, don't look at him, don't make eye contact as I come by. Because I've never complained more than in this event. I was like a little wimp the whole time.
I really kind of love the fact that this is your testimonial to this race because you've done all of the hardest races there are. Like, you know,
I've done UTMB, Hard Rock,
Fuji,
Copacabana,
you know, all the 200s, all the most mountainous, rugged races that this country and this sport have to offer. And the one that left the nastiest taste in your mouth is the one where you did loops on a track. Like,
oh man, it was loops of the track. Oh my gosh! Even coming here, I was just like, oh.
Had you spent like some long runs on the track at all?
Yeah, I did like maybe a 6 or 8 week build to it. But I mean, after a mountain season, you know, so like, I you know, like I said earlier, I would need a year to get my body like ready to handle that, like a 24-hour attempt, like very specific work.
Did the mental aspect challenge you, or?
Yeah, I think that's learned, like how to deal with it. I think one of the things I learned is, you know, you got to like just check out with a handheld for a while and just make laps and not even look at your crew, not talk to anyone. You know what I mean? Like as far as your crew goes. Because you can talk to them every lap, you know, every quarter mile.
Almost, too much.
Yeah, you just got to get in because it's hard to get in the flow. I found it hard because I hadn't done it before. I found it really hard to find like a rhythm and a flow during it. Like you would, you know, where you're like 7 miles between aid stations in a mountain race. You're like, you find something for a while and you're in a groove, and then you come into the aid station and reset, and then you do it again and find your groove. Where here, it's like, I had no groove.
That's actually really interesting because, you know, one of the things that we joke about with the audience is talking about the fact that, like, well, if you miss something at your crew, you're going to see them again in a quarter mile. And it sounds like that is not something that is necessarily something you want or need, because you are, maybe, and that's kind of unlocking something in my mind talking with you here. Like, you need to get into a rhythm, get into a flow, and you're more able to do that out in a mountainous course than you are like running a steady state, time on the track.
Yeah, my body's not used to running the same. I have a friend who has done stuff like this and 6-day stuff and a lot of like lap stuff, and he emailed me after or texted me after I did this, and he had looked at my splits, and he was like, "You look like a 14-year-old who stole their parents' car and went for a joyride." He's like, "Your pace is all over the place, dude." Oh, get it into gear.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, that's really was my experience here, and I was intrigued. I have to say though, I was intrigued by like figuring it. Part of me wanted to figure it out, but the other part was like, I love running on trails, so like I'm out. I'd one and done. Yeah,
enough other priorities.
I'd rather come hang out on the couch and watch people run by.
When you have clients approach you as part of your coaching business, and they tell you they want to run a flat 100, is there a part of you that kind of like
no
flinches? Or
no,
like,
I just know we need to do specificity.
Yeah. Okay.
That's the key.
And you mentioned in your case you would need a year. Like, for instance, somebody who like maybe is a weekend warrior that goes out and does a couple 50Ks a year, does maybe 100K or like Western States Hard Rock qualifier once a year. Like, how much would you advise them if, like, for instance, if a client who is maybe, say, an 18-hour 100 miler or something like that on something like Javelina says, I want to run Desert Solstice, I want to run a time qualifier, and maybe knock out 135 miles in 24 hours to qualify. Like, what kind of window would you ask of them in order to give that specific?
I mean, I guess it depends on what they're really in context. What's their normal training? Like,
Okay.
Is there a lot of flat running in their normal training? Do they
That
live in
makes
an
sense.
urban area, or do they live in a mountain location where they're always running trails?
Mhm.
Those are going to be two different type of approaches,
That
right?
makes sense.
But I think if you're running a lot of flat miles in training because maybe you have a job and you're in an urban area and you have to, and you don't have a choice. Like, I have a choice. I can run on trails every single day.
Yeah.
And so I think if you have that, then you would be more prepared for this, and then you need a shorter build. Someone who's primarily a mountain runner, they're going to need a longer build for this because you need more specificity.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense.
So the answer is it depends.
Which everything
always is
in the sport
coaching.
really does. Like,
Yeah.
that's really kind of the
It's
grand
unique.
answer for most hypotheticals in this space, because there's so much variance and so many unique ways to approach running and ultra running, even whether it's flat and fast, whether it's something like hard rock. I mean, there are so many different ways, and it's one of the things I love about speaking with somebody like you, or like we've got somebody like Pete out here. We talked with Sierra DeGroff and talking to people that do it all or want to try all the different things. I'm always intrigued by their answer and what they like doing better, as well as their approach in trying to split their attention. I mean, obviously you split your attention for a little while and you decided that you were going to flow back, into what made you happy,
Yeah.
So, no, that's always just something I like asking about.
I mean, I've done the 6 hour at ATY,
Mhm.
and that was fun too. But still, it's one of those. It's like, yeah, it was a trainer, and it's just not my style.
Mhm.
It's not something I really get jazzed about. So it made me realize like I really like mountain running.
Yeah, good reminder.
Yeah, right. It's like when I run a marathon every 5 or 6 years, and it reminds me why I like to run
Yeah,
trails.
reason it's over
I'd
every
much
5 or
rather run a
6 years,
50K
yeah.
rocky trail race like today.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
Jeff, did I see you have a new sponsor?
I do. I haven't officially announced it
Okay.
yet, but I do have a new sponsor,
don't
and
have
I
to
can't
come
tell you
down
right
that.
now because we haven't announced it.
All right,
that's
wonderful.
But yes, I am with a new sponsor
Yeah.
located in Portland, Oregon, and it's not the big brand you think.
All right, stay tuned, folks.
That's right. Yeah, I did hear about that through back channel. So congratulations on that. And when you're ready to announce it, you can.
Yeah, we'll announce it. We're going to announce it soon.
Awesome.
I just saw a TR.
You'll see it come. It's going through the grapevine right now. It's
Yeah,
fine.
absolutely,
It's
yeah.
fine in the grapevine. We're leaving it in the grapevine for another month or so.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, I think it was the matrix of all things ultra running aid station Fireball that kind of notified me, and I don't know how he knew, but he knows everything.
TRE. I think TRE.
Yeah, TRE would have
Is that
been.
where it all came out?
Yeah, we definitely. I was at the booth at TRE, so.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, we
go to my
can
Instagram
leave it
bio
at
and
that.
you'll know.
Yeah. Awesome.
Yeah, Jeff. It's always fun to talk running with you. I mean, you're always so enthusiastic. Frankly, it's going to be a darn shame with you running all these events, and like I would just as much rather have you in the Mountain Outpost booth. To talk
Yeah, I
about these
normally
events,
am for Cocodona, at least for a shift.
Oh my goodness, we had so much fun last year.
Yeah, it was fun.
Having you in the
I'll
the
hook
booth.
a mic up to you on the trail.
There you go. That's the next level of live
I
stream.
think those days are done though. Like back in the day, we could kind of play around with it.
Yeah, now we can't even talk. We have to be pushing.
Yeah,
I'll just hear
it's
you.
gotten so intense.
No,
It's
hopefully
not
not that intense.
Breathing.
Yeah, I mean, I would say not that we did it, but like, I would be, thinking that maybe, people would be wanting to chat with, Versteeg or Maggie that first year and being fine, and them being fine and kind of chill. But at the same time, at this point now, it's gotten to the point where the competition's so intense at the front of that race, and there's so much jockeying for position, even in a 250 miler. That you don't have time for that kind of stuff.
It is crazy.
It is absolutely crazy. The bar just keeps getting raised more and more.
Yeah.
So, Jeff, what else you got going on? Anything that we
I don't
haven't
know.
covered upon?
To be determined the rest of the season. I need to sit down and finalize my season for 2026. Yeah, I've got a couple sponsors asking, what are you doing?
Yeah. No pressure.
One of the things I did want to ask you about, one of the things that I love about some of these flat fixed time races, there have been times where, for instance, we see it from Zach Bitter all the time. I think we've seen it from Michael McKnight at other events and here. And there's a certain, and I was wondering if you could talk about your experience doing this, whether at, no matter what event, but a lot of the coaches in this realm and athletes like to use themselves as a guinea pig for experimentation in regards to nutrition. Can you talk about what you've done in trying to, dial it in or, maybe tinker with what you're doing in preparation for events such as Hard Rock, Western States, and Cocodona?
Yeah, I mean, mainly for me, I'm kind of, I don't push high carb.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of more like 60, 70 grams an hour, not a ton. I obviously my everyday lifestyle diet's kind of geared towards a moderate low carb diet, high protein.
Mm-hmm.
So kind of what I call animal based. If you're going to rewrite the pyramid, it would be like the bottom half is animal products. Eggs, raw milk, raw dairy, lots of red meat. Fish, fowl, everything, a total mix. And I really focus on protein intake, and then strategic carbohydrate use around effort and volume, with fruit and potatoes and sourdough bread and stuff like that. So, for me as an older athlete, that's helped me stay lean. It's helped me keep muscle, recover fast, keep inflammation down. And so that, my lifestyle diet, I really focus on 80, 90% of the time, 10 or 20% of the time. I don't stress about it. I'm not dogmatic.
Mm-hmm.
I was at the beginning, the first 2 or 3 years, but now I've been doing it a decade. My 10-year anniversary was December 1st of doing it this way.
Okay.
So, I feel great in the races, and I've tried. I used to do high carb before I did this 10 years ago, and I was just having a lot of weird stuff going on and not feeling great after races, and a lot of swelling and inflammation. And when I went to this, it changed everything, and so I've never really gone back. I've one time in the last year at 100, I messed around with a pretty high carb approach again, just to tinker, and realized I did it for the first half, and I was just having so much GI stress. I was like, this sucks. Like, I just backed off on my carbs and we did liquid carbs for like 3 hours and like 100 calories an hour for like 3 hours, and my gut cleared up, and then I like hammered at the last half. So it's like sometimes you have to like try things, and even sometimes like the pendulum is always swinging in our sport, as far as like philosophy. It was high carb for a while, and then it was low carb, and then it was high carb. It's high carb again now. I've been around long enough. I've seen the full cycle.
Even the definition of high carb is all like, I feel like
That's
high
true,
carb 10
too,
years
yeah.
ago was very different than high carb.
Well, I mean, I used to do.
Like Charlie Lawrence just said he was having 160 per hour.
That's crazy. Like I used to do 70 gels in 100.
Yeah.
Like a lot of gels.
Yeah.
Every 20 minutes I was popping a gel. So I was probably doing more like 90 back then, maybe 100. But I would have GI stress sometimes, or garbage gut by mile 75. So I think everyone's a little different, and some people are better fat burners than others. And if if you've been tested, then if you're a good fat burner. I know my peak fat oxidation rate is really, really high. So I don't need to be pushing that much an hour, because I'm getting it from onboard fat. So don't have to worry about that,
One of the things also, and you alluded to it there loosely, and we've talked about it in the past off the air. You are a big proponent of strength training and preparing your body in other ways beyond just the running mileage. Can you talk about, you're in your 50s and you were still competing at the highest levels at the toughest races. I could ask you how to speak to it, but obviously it's because it's a big deal. The amount of strength training that you've done and how it's kept you in the game for so long, can you speak more in depth to the importance of what that's done to increase your longevity in this space?
For sure. Like, number one, I kind of look at strength goes with mobility. So mobility and strength kind of go hand in hand. So they're done together. So I always start with like a 15-minute mobility routine before I lift weights. So that way I know that like, oh, my left calf is tight or my right hip is tight. So I'm checking in 3 days a week when I'm in the weight room. So even if I might do more mobility during the week, other days where I don't do strength, those 3 strength days are a staple, always. And so I always try to, unless I'm like traveling or I can't get to it, I might do stuff in a hotel room, body weight stuff. But I try to do kind of this mobility routine. It's got hip focused stuff, calf focused stuff, core, and then I go to like, mainly push-ups and pull-ups for upper body, and then I really focus on leg strength early in the week before the farthest away from the long run. So, heavier, kind of more powerlifting stuff, and then more like circuit stuff midweek, and then like some kind of isometric work or one-legged like asymmetrical work in the day before a long run or something. So I'm not doing like a lot of weight, so I don't have heavy legs for the long run, but I'm doing like connective tissue strengthening and the white tissue or whatever, ligament and tendons and so forth. So kind of really focusing, like targeting 3 different types of strength training sessions, but mobility is a routine. Yeah. I mean, that's that and like high protein, really focus on high protein too.
And that kind of begets the fact that you're able to do more strength training than when you say you're doing that 3 days a week, I would assume that is on the extreme, like high end of what,
most runners are doing. Yeah.
Absolutely. Like most of them, having to get chased into the gym to do it once a week,
Right.
So.
Yeah, I love the weight room. I mean, I grew up in the weight room, like from 8th grade. Like we had a football coach that, got us. He was in the 80s, was an early adopter of a weight room, built a full weight room gym, like it was a legit free weight gym. And one of our coaches was from the University of Nebraska. And so in the 80s, we had the University of Nebraska football team had pioneered strength training routines for sports.
Yeah.
And we had their strength training program. We were on their program from 8th grade through senior year of high school.
Oh, wow.
So it got me really just comfortable in the weight room 4 days a week. Like if you were going to start on Friday Night Lights in football, you had you had to take PE, and the
Mm-hmm.
head coach was the PE teacher.
Yeah.
If you wanted to start on Fridays, you took PE every semester your
Mhm.
entire time in junior high and high school, and you lifted weights 4 days a week, and we played handball or something else on Fridays.
Yeah.
But we lifted weights on the Nebraska strength training program. So I was a really early adopter of strength training. And that was my early, introduction to nutrition. Back in the 80s, like, there was no information out there. We didn't have the internet, We couldn't go research stuff, and the only research was, like, bodybuilding. Bodybuilding magazines were, like,
Yeah.
the nutritional, like, frontier
Yeah.
of performance. And so I was really into, like, I think I subscribed to Muscle and Fitness and all that during those years. That got me really interested in nutrition at an early age, though.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, like, the 80s, dude.
Yeah, it is pretty wild.
I graduated high school in 1990.
And it's an excellent point that you bring up, and the fact that back in pre-internet days, like your research was limited by what you could get your hands on physically.
Yeah.
Whether that be copies of Muscle and Fitness
I even
or
bought some
bodybuilding.
mail order stuff, dude, back then.
Yeah,
because I thought it was like the thing.
Yeah.
Came with like supplements and workout programs. I did all that stuff, man. It was
like the Charles Atlas ads on the
it
back
was
of the
like
comic books.
Cybergenics was one of them. That was an old one in the 80s.
Oh, wow.
I did Cybergenics during college with a buddy in the early 90s. He and I had bought it at some point in a mail order thing. It's like
Yeah.
the ads in the back of the magazine.
Mm-hmm.
I paid my whatever.
I remember
$49.99 or
we're about the
whatever.
same age. You're a couple years older than me, but I remember this stuff very well.
Yeah.
I mean, I was never into it, but I had friends who were football players and who were interested in weightlifting and bodybuilding that definitely were doing that kind of thing. So
Yeah, we were like I have a buddy who I lifted with in college. We lifted hard in college, like stayed on that 4 day a week kind of program through college. And I weigh about 140 pounds now, but back then I was like 165 and like benching 225, and like I was kind of a muscle head for a bit. But I don't have the body type to get big unless you're going to do steroids or something. That's the only way to get huge when you're that type of my build.
Well,
And
your
I was
arms
never
are much
willing to
bigger
do
than
that.
most ultra runners. Like you
Yeah, my
physically
upper body's
carry a lot
definitely
more muscle.
muscular than most like slight runners.
Yeah, absolutely.
But that's just because all the years of strength training.
Mhm. Well, and it's worked for you, like you said. It's kept you in the game a long, long time, and it kept you at the very highest levels for that time. So I think that what you're doing is obviously been wildly successful because as other runners are starting to maybe look at stepping down in distance or looking at other alternatives and how they can continue competing at ultra running. You're basically still out there, throwing down at podiums at Hard Rock and Cocodona and everything like that. So it's pretty amazing. It's definitely worked for you.
Yeah, I mean, knock on wood, I'll keep trying to do it as long as I can.
Yeah. Have you ever talked with Ludo Pomerat about like his approach?
Yeah, we're like I so respect that guy. He is an amazing downhill technical runner, by the way, and a really good power hiker. So in the mountain terrain, he is amazing. Like he is a pole. Like the poles are an extension of him. Yeah, I mean, we've talked a bit. We ran into each other at Hard Rock 2 years ago when he was there training. I was there early. We were both on handies on the same day.
Oh wow!
And we hung out in the parking lot, and he offered me a Coke, and we sat down and had a Coke down in the Trailhead parking lot. Yeah, he had been there like a month or whatever. So he was definitely comes, trains, enjoys that. He really loves that race. He likes to come back. He's going to take my 50 to 59 record this year.
Yeah.
I guarantee it.
Well, because I actually
he's faster than I was at the same age.
Because both of you have had that success at that double. I mean, you did the Western States Hard Rock double. I think was that 2019 or 2018.
I've done it 3 times.
But like the one where you won Hard Rock and you
times.
finished in the top.
Yeah, 2016 is when I got the record, and then Courtney beat it the year she ran Western States and Hard Rock course records of the women.
Okay.
She beat it by a little bit. I can't remember how much.
And Ludo is sliding into your age group now.
Yes, he is 50 now. So I am. There it
Just turned
goes.
50, yeah. So
he took my 40s. I think I had the 40 to 49 too.
So
there.
he's forcing you to level up here.
Yeah, he is. So I got to keep pushing. I'm going to get the 60s before he gets there. I'm like 3 or 4. I think I'm 4 years older than him, so I just got to stay ahead of him a little bit. I get to keep it for like 2 years, 3 years, you know.
Well, I mean, you guys are basically in the same yearbooks I am when it comes to ages. So, like, I root, hard for you and for Ludo to give me hope. And I'll be honest, like, when I first started running, and started thinking about doing, like Western States qualifiers and longer distances, I'm just like, I looked at, and this is before I knew you on a personal level. It's like, this dude is like, 4 or 5 years my senior, and he's still out there just kicking ass. And I just I felt so inspired. So like on a personal level, you've been somebody I've admired for a long time in this sport. So
yeah, thanks. I appreciate it. I try to go get some for the old guys.
Well, Jeff, I mean, is there anything else that you had for Jeff or?
No, this has been great. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks,
Jeff,
guys.
Always love chatting with you.
It's fun to hang out.
Yeah, no, you're always welcome to do so. So I mean, and yeah, like anytime Mountain Outpost, is doing something, you're always welcome to hang out with us. So
yeah, thanks, guys. Giddy up.
Giddy up. Bronco Billy Jeff Browning hanging out with us here at Desert Solstice, one of his favorite races of all time, as he voiced. Truly a remarkable athlete, Patrick, and a great guy too. The kind of guy that you can't help but root for simply because what he brings to the table in terms of his preparation. It's unmatched to be. You're talking a guy in his early 50s that is still, competing with people 20 years his junior, at these races. And I imagine there's runners that are out there in their early 30s that maybe are running out at High Lonesome or out in the the mountain races, and all of a sudden they see they might have gotten out to a quick lead and they see that guy in pursuit heading up a hill. Yeah, so and Jeff has won a whole ton of races over the course of his career. I believe over 20 at this point, 100 milers, and still got a few left in him. So, and like he's coming to Cocodona to win it. Like he's not coming there to just show up. He's looking to
age group
to take
records
it down.
There, overall records.
Absolutely, absolutely. Of course, we're here at Desert Solstice. Patrick, you want to give us an update on where we stand?
Sure. Yeah. Well, Pete is now on lap 250, so right there with Charlie Lawrence. We'll be passing him in distance within the next minute or so. So Pete's leading our field here at Desert Solstice 24-hour. 100K in. We're only a third of the way through, or a little more than a third, but it's kind of crazy to think that there's still 2/3 to go.
Pete with a sub 9 hour 100K, which is pretty stout.
Yeah.
Of course, Charlie accomplished the feat about 3 hours ago.
Yeah. So Pete, leading the way. Peter Chadovich with only 4 laps back, so just a mile back of Pete with 246 laps accumulated. And then we have Mark Marzen. Is that how you pronounce it?
Marzen?
Marzen, yeah, with just 5 laps back of second. So in third with 59.9 miles. We can run through the whole list here.
Yeah.
Hans van Zenten with 238 laps and 59.2 miles accumulated. And leading for the woman, Joyce Payne, 224 laps and 55.7 miles. We have Jordan still moving strong with also on lap 224 and 55.7 miles. We have Bob Hearn out there also at 55 miles. And as a reminder, Bob is going for several age group records, or at least that was the plan this morning. He's looking, I think, for the 100-mile American age group record for men's 60 to 64. 200K in 24 hours. And then following Bob, we have our second woman in the field, Colleen Drehos, 52.7 miles. And then I think Terry Jaffrain with 211 laps and 52.4 miles. And then the rest of the runners on this list have called it. So that would be Zach Bitter, Isaiah Jansen. I guess Thomas Bayer. Sorry, Thomas. I think Thomas is still in the mix. 39.3 miles, and Thomas is our Canadian runner who I think he was shooting for some Canadian records as well.
Yeah. Quick note about Bob Hearn. If you look at his lap splits over the recent hours, he's basically running 5 and power walking 1. His times are basically, he'll go 222, 220, 222, 224, 223, 250, 222, 223, 216, 223, 246. So he's taking an approach where basically he's walking a quarter mile or I think it's a pretty aggressive walk. Every out of every 6 laps he's walking 1 pretty aggressively. So Bob Hearn, someone who approaches this format with that of a true scientist. So, looking pretty good so far.
And it's starting to cool off here. Gone down from 75 to about 73 now, but feeling a lot cooler now that the sun is, a lot further down in the horizon here. A little more cloudy. It's beautiful. This is gorgeous right now.
Yeah, it's a little bit behind the scoreboard from where we're at right now. It's serving as a nice little buffer from the sun. Although the sun is no longer as hot as it was, we do have some clouds that are kind of covering the sun a little bit. We are at the 9-hour mark. We're probably going to have to do a stream swap here pretty quick. Okay. Alrighty.
And we've got sunset officially at 5:24, so within the next half an hour. But we got these nice big lights here on the track, so it won't feel too different.
Yeah,
in terms
so
of the lighting.
That's true. We were just notified that we will be doing a stream swap here momentarily, as well as an ad break. So once we do that, we will come back on the other side in stream 2. You don't have to do anything out there in the audience. We will do all of the heavy lifting for you. But thank you for tuning in with us so far. We are 9 hours into the 24-hour presentation of Desert Solstice 2025, presented by HOKA on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. And we will be back in just a little bit here.